Morning, lads. How are you? You alright? Morning, mate. Late night tonight again? Morning, how are you doing? Oh yes. Hey, Bells. I was
Then I guess you're still addressing the whole.
How do you switch it then? I mean, like one of this little gadget?
Yeah, yeah.
That's what you're going to do. Yeah, so just go.
Yeah. So if you had a monitor which had two SDI, things like the you'd do any switching the monitor on to see which one the camera.
Yeah. That might switch it out. Yeah.
I guess it would be, yeah. It'd be a bit more figure than just a little box with two
Probably some switching unit.
It might be like a 4-channel thing. No, I was just thinking out loud. Why? And having said that, if there was something that's wrong with one little one of these anyway, like you, I was thinking, you've still got to change the delay on it, haven't you? Yeah. Is that interesting? Yes, trying to be technical. That was all before.
It starts to spin. Then put this in and trying to do it pieces. Yesterday, and I just give a little yak. He's even trying to do live. He's like everything is you mean it's not free. Which is very close every day.
I think we still need more. It's been on that to do with I think we still need to interview once a week with my thoughts on the work. Right, Stuart, number one.
Half time, guys. Part time or half time? When you go there, it's your fault. I haven't told you. On the website, I'm all that's wrong. You don't mind them are winning. We lost it. I was told by your supporters that you
I suppose with these, that I've done, I have got to with you know, I'm not barely here up and I only start, you know, yeah, I'm okay. Because I mean,
Very good afternoon to you. Welcome to Edgbaston for the opening session on day 2 of this Specsavers County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Lancashire. Another overcast afternoon in Birmingham, and play resuming with the match very interestingly poised, with Warwickshire in their first innings on 23 for 1 in reply to the Lancashire total of 273 all out. Very interesting seeing that first day's play with the pink ball, with the floodlights. Shiv Chandapal, who made an unbeaten 100 yesterday, says there was no problem whatsoever seeing the ball. Well, certainly there didn't appear to be much of a problem for him. One or two other batsmen found it quite difficult, particularly coming in the evening session, and Warwickshire bowler Boyd Rankin said to me that he felt the ball got soft early. which is another interesting thought, that it was soft for the final 30 overs before the second new ball. And the second new ball actually polished off the last 2 wickets in just 3 deliveries at the end of that Lancashire first innings. Your commentary team at Edgbaston today will very shortly, in a few minutes' time, once he's done some reports to his local station. Scott Reed will be with us, representing the Lancashire stations, BBC Manchester and BBC Lancashire. Stefan Shemilk with us from the BBC as well, Phil Britt from Warwickshire County Cricket Club, and I'm Richard Wilford here for BBC WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. And we hope to have a special guest for you. It's around 3 o'clock tonight. And play will resume with Tom Bailey bowling the first ball of the day from this Birmingham end, bowling to Andy Umeed, who was stoic last night. He was 8 not out from 44 balls overnight, and that one he was trying to leave it, and he's just got a thick underside of the bat down into the slip cordon where there are 3 slips. There's a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Square leg is in front of square at the moment, Jordan Clark. And there's a long leg as Bailey rushes in once more, and on the back foot defensively Umeed plays it out into the offside. Slightly fewer people at the far end of the ground than there were for the start of play yesterday, but the crowd was not bad at all, quite encouraging. And those of you listening yesterday will know that I'm not entirely convinced that the experiment in the Championship this week is about putting bums on seats necessarily for Championship matches. Much more about making a success of the first day-night test match, and particularly getting those players in contention for the England squad some match practice, as Bailey, with a good line outside off stump, tries to persuade Umeed to have a nibble at it, but he leaves it alone, and it goes through to Alex Davis, who's keeping wicket even though Joss Butler is playing in this match. Butler finds himself at mid-off this afternoon. And if you weren't listening yesterday, the session times, this opening session from 2 o'clock till 4 o'clock. They then take what is variously being called either lunch or tea, but either way it is the 40-minute interval that you'd normally expect after the first session. And from 4:40 till 6:40, the second session, Umeed gets the first run of the day, turning a ball off leg stump down towards long leg. He goes to 9.24 for 1. Tea will be taken at 6:40, or when there are only 32 overs left, whichever is later. We were well beyond 7 o'clock by the time we reached the tea interval last night, with the scheduled close at 9 o'clock. Although last night it was 9:45 that we saw the final ball bowled of what was a pretty intense day of cricket. Jonathan Trott, the other not-out batsman, about to take strike. William Porterfield was the man dismissed for Warwickshire in the evening session, trapped LBW by Jimmy Anderson, who bowled beautifully from the Birmingham end. I'm sure he will resume the attack at the end of this over. Most of the wickets, 8 out of the 10 taken by the seamers in Lancashire innings, and one of the others was a run out. Jeetan Patel, the solitary success for the slower bowlers, as this is full outside off stump, pushed into the offside by Trott, who immediately calls Umeed through for a quick single. So Jonathan Trott gets his account for the day open. He's on 15. And Warwickshire to 25 for 1. They have had a brittle batting order this season, but this would be a good moment to put that right. After Bailey and Anderson, McLaren and Clark available to Lancashire. Parry, the spinner, and a couple of other all-round options. Bailey once more, just back of a length, defended by Umeed. We'll update listeners to BBC WM just now. And after the first over of the day, Warwickshire find themselves on 25 for 1, a single apiece for Andy Umeed and Jonathan Trott. It's quite overcast. We'll see if that has effect on this relatively new pink ball. It's only 14 overs old, and England's Jimmy Anderson is about to bowl from the Birmingham end. But Warwickshire 25 for 1, they trail by 248. So the first radio duty done for the day. I can see that Scott next door is doing his. And as well, after 2:30, Stefan and Phil will be with you. I think we certainly enjoyed the experiment yesterday. It's got to be worth doing. We might just get an interruption or two from the weather today, but if we're lucky, the showers that are forecast will pass us by. No play before the first interval today at Headingley in the match between Yorkshire and Surrey, so Reasonable to assume that it's pretty damp up there. First session gone altogether after Surrey had a very good day. Two teams declared their first innings to have a little bit of bowl before the end of the evening last night, and neither of them took a wicket as a result. Curiously, well, not as a result, but odd to note that was the case. And Worcestershire quirkily presenting a couple of pinch hitters when they started their reply to Durham's first innings of 197, and by the end of the day, Worcestershire were in front at Chester Street with 4 wickets down. So here's a battle. England current and England former ex-teammates on the international stage. Anderson bowling to Trott, and that's well outside off stump. Where that white line is on the crease that marks a 1 day wide outside off stump, it pretty much went straight over the top of that. And through to Davis. 3 slips again in place. Velas, McLaren and Hamid. Point, extra cover. A short mid-off, which is something that Warwickshire employed a lot yesterday. Mid-on, fielder on the square leg boundary, and a long leg. As Anderson outside off stump is cut by Trott, and he might feel he missed out on that a little bit, although it was rather tennis ball bounce. It looped up, and he couldn't time it and get the ball away from point. Scott Reed has slotted magnificently into position, smelling just slightly of chlorine today.
Well, yes. No, I hope not.
We'll explain that after this ball. As Anderson, again it's wide outside off stump, and chopping down on it is Trott, and again he can't pierce the field. Joss Butler at backward point picks it up. He'll feel he's missed out 2 balls running, still 25 for 1.
Well, I went for a swim this morning. I didn't know what to do this morning.
No, as the away reporter, it's a long morning, isn't it? Yeah.
I was at a loss as to what to do. But I went for a swim. Quite enjoyed it.
You went for a swim? Skinny dipping, you told me. Trott faces Anderson once more. Good bouncer that actually shows a bit of swing after it passes the stumps on its way through to Davis.
And then I watched a bit of Holmes Under the Hammer.
Oh, was it an episode with Dion Dublin or not?
Yeah.
It was?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, it's terrific. I think he's great at that, Dion Dublin.
Yeah.
I like him on that. And there's a new female presenter. I don't know what's happened to
Lucy Alexander quit, didn't she? And she got a new show on another channel now.
Oh, did she?
A new daytime property
realise.
show on another channel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Controversial.
I know. Short of a length and pulled by Trott into the leg side, all along the floor to the deep square leg, who I think is Bailey, up to 16, 26 for 1. She's on the same channel as Phil and Kirsty now.
Oh, right.
For property lovers.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the morning really.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a peculiar one.
Oh, yeah,
the players had a lie-in.
I wonder what their schedule has been, whether the ritual will be different, because very different for the 2 different teams. You know, those Warwickshire players who've got kids will have maybe done the school run today, which they wouldn't be able to do necessarily. I still would. I don't have to be here as early as them, but nonetheless. That was left alone outside off stump by Umid. And Anderson's first over. 15 gone in this Warwickshire innings. They're 26 for 1. And I decided to go early with the lunch today. I've actually done lunch already.
It's a controversial move. I mean, I'm all in favour of just doing something a little bit different. I think we were all caught out yesterday.
Yeah.
It got to kind of 8 o'clock and we're all a little bit hungry, and there was no food in Birmingham. Well, there may have been food in Birmingham, but there was no food at the ground.
There were biscuits in the barrel upstairs.
There were biscuits in the barrel, yeah.
No, having fish chips and mushy peas at 4:15, it didn't quite sit right. No. Well, it's a learning curve.
It is.
It is really a learning curve.
It is, for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got to pass on advice to my colleague Mike, who takes over from me for the second half of the match.
Oh, you're not here for all 4?
No. I'm going to the terms of the court order. No, you insisted. At least your lawyer did. Go on, describe Bailey. We're supposed to be talking cricket.
Yes, sorry. It was a good day though, wasn't it, cricket-wise?
It was a very good day.
It was Bailey over the wicket to Trott, and Trott defends to mid-wicket where Hamid fields and there's no run. Yeah, it was a good day's cricket. It was. There was a lot of the unknown about it, which added to the intrigue and the excitement about the whole thing. But whether it was floodlit or red ball or pink ball or whatever, it was just a good day. And I thought Warwickshire came out. I liked the way that Warwickshire went about the whole thing yesterday. For a team that had been heavily beaten, that were on the ropes because they've had 4 big defeats. I thought they were terrific. Even when that first hour, when they didn't get a breakthrough, I still was impressed and said on commentary that just the whole demeanour, the body language was really, really encouraging. It's barely over the wicket to Trott, and he plays his ball just flicked off the hip out to Hamid again, and there's no run. And then that was backed up and rewarded with wickets, and the way that they bowled and fielded I thought was excellent. And then that really tricky 13 overs last night, where it could easily have been, 23 for 2 or 23 for 3. It was that intense, with Anderson with a new ball and the floodlights on. It was difficult, and Hamid and Trott I thought were excellent to get Warwickshire to the close, just a wicket down. It's Bailey bowls, it's wide, it's a good shot, that's 4 runs by Trott, onto it so quickly, off the back foot, just sliced through the offside, just in front of square and out towards the boundary for 4 runs, and Trott moves to 20, 30 for 1.
A lovely stroke that from Jonathan Trott, who had 1 or 2 problems citing some of the short stuff from Jimmy Anderson last night. I wonder whether the mindset of a team batting is that you have to make hay in this session. I wonder whether they'll look to step the run rate up. I mean, they came in at under 2 and over, but clearly that was attritional batting to try and get through the new pink ball under the lights last night. But I wonder whether they'll look to want to get the lion's share of their runs prior to 6 o'clock today.
There's Bailey. He's over the wicket to Trott, who goes back and across, defends right in behind it, pushed the ball to Parry at mid-on. There's no run.
It's a pleasant enough day. It's not too cool. I thought yesterday the weather didn't do them any favours in terms of getting a few more people in, but I thought the crowd was very decent. Certainly there was plenty of atmosphere down below us in the members area in the pavilion, and we saw the proper intensity of Championship cricket. I don't think the ball was responsible for many of the dismissals, if any. I think that was the general consensus.
Here's Bailey with a short cover and a short mid-wicket, and Trott pulls the ball through the onside. Went really quickly at Hasib Hamid, but thankfully for him, it went straight at him. I think either a kind of a half a yard left or right, that's 4 runs, but it went straight to Hamid. So Trott remains on 20, 30 for 1.
At the end of this over, I've got some correspondence from a Warwickshire member giving his observations on his first taste of pink ball cricket under the lights in the Championship, and it's mixed.
Okay. Lancashire have just dropped their square leg fielder, that's Jordan Clark, back to deep square leg. In fact, it's just a fraction behind square. And there's a long leg, there's 2 slips as well. And Bailey, maybe predictably, bangs his last ball of his second over the day in short, and Trott ignores it by bending the knees and ducking underneath it, and it's through to keep the keeper, Alex Davis. That completes the over. 30 for 1, Trott 20, Hamid has 9.
A chap I know well. He's a big fan of various sports and very rational generally, a very fair-minded person. Sent me a message saying a couple of things. Let me go over his first message. He was saying that from 6:15 till 7:10 he couldn't really pick the ball up after it hit the bat. Could see where it was destined, for instance the mid-wicket boundary, but only saw it as it was nearing the ropes. Most people were saying exactly the same. Hard work picking the ball up at 7:30 when they took the field again after tea, as Anderson comes in and it's left alone about 4 inches outside off stump by Andy Hamid. I was front row pavilion pitch level. Umpires taking the field said, "How are you finding day-night cricket?" Somebody said, "Can't pick up the ball, ump." The umpires have allegedly said, "You should try it out here." Allegedly, I am saying to that. Yeah. And he was saying that you wonder whether it's worth staying beyond 6:30 when it's hard to pick up the ball. Which is interesting. Again, well outside off stump, probably a bit further, 7 or 8 inches this time. 2 o'clock till 4 o'clock, absolutely fine. A sunny day might be a different story. Now they had a very sunny day down at Chelmsford, and indeed even twilight took quite a long while to kick in there, and Essex went 100 odd without loss in reply to Middlesex's 200 and something, so they seem to bat through it fairly well. It's the first time they've tried it, it's going to have mixed results, isn't it? Coming forward to a ball that just cut back a bit, nice shape about that from Anderson, but Hamid is able to defend it out into the offside. There is not a lot of pace in this pitch, Scott.
No, it's a used pitch, isn't it, which might reflect on Lancashire's decision to want to have a bat first on it. I just think I mean, the correspondents are really interesting, aren't they? You know, there's a good article actually on the BBC Sport website with a real wide flavour of views and thoughts of it.
Anderson to Umid. Oh, that's a beauty. And it beats the outside edge of his bat. It almost followed him as he tried to draw it inside the line. Moral victory for Anderson, but Umid survives 30 for 1.
And up here in the commentary box, I think me and Stefan were on after the second interval, and I think there was a period of maybe 20 minutes or so where we were both kind of saying, almost without actually saying it on air, just looking at each other, we were finding it tough to pick up the ball on the outfield.
Anderson just back of a length, good leave that by Umid. Yeah, I found the same. Yeah.
But then by the close of play, by that last, I was fine. My eyes had adjusted to it and I could see it okay.
When the lights had really kicked in and you'd got a much sort of brighter green around the playing surface, hadn't you, coming on the reflection of the grass. Yeah, it's curious. I find the ball, even out of the fast bowler's hand, easier to see generally than a red ball. As Anderson comes in again, you know, I can see the ball leaving his hand very clearly, and that one I can see all the way down the line that it was left by Umid, because again it was 4 or 5 inches outside off stump. End of the over from Anderson, who's taken 1 for 17 from 9 overs. He's had a couple this morning. Warwickshire have progressed to 30 for 1 after the first quarter of an hour of the day. You spoke to Shiv Chanderpaul. What did he have to say about it?
Well, at first I wanted just to find out if that was his first experience of the pink ball, because we were looking at how he came out to bat and it looked a little un-Chanderpaul-like, and we were wondering, actually, I wonder if this guy's just struggling at first to pick it up. But he's batted quite a bit with the pink ball in the Caribbean. He's got runs with it too, so it wasn't unfamiliar to him. But he was just kind of traditional Shiv Chanderpaul, kind of laid back. Yeah, the ball's fine. He didn't seem particularly perturbed by it or have a view on it strongly one way or the other. He was just, the ball's the ball. It's pink. It's fine. I hit it. Got runs. That might just be a reflection of his character. As Bailey to trot edged. Oh, and put down at second slip, and it's Anderson that's put Trot down. Thick edge to the England bowler, maybe waist height, but you would back Jimmy Anderson, wouldn't you? 99 times out of 100 to take that catch. He spilt it. Trot survives on 20.
Yeah, that's the sort of catch that absolutely you set your standard to take, and Anderson will be very frustrated with himself. Could be a big drop.
Bailey over the wicket to Trot, whips a ball through the leg side, and then Chanderpaul, who is at long leg, moves a couple of paces to his left hand side to field the ball. Trot gets a single, takes him to 21, 31 for 1.
Because it would have been difficult for Chanderpaul to say, well, actually it was doing all sorts, it was really hard to see, but I dogged it out and made 117 not out. You know, that would be self-praise.
Yeah.
Which is not his thing.
No, that's fair enough.
They put a third slip in there for Umid.
He's on 9. And Bailey over the wicket, running away from us, bowls, and Umid leaves the ball. And through to Davis, there's no run. But he's got various different, or varying reports, hasn't it, from players, from people in the media, from spectators. And I refer back to that article that's on the BBC Sport website, the cricket page of that website, and that kind of reflects that range of different views on the first day of this day night.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't want to see too many championship matches played this way, but one set of matches a year, well, you know, seems not inappropriate from what we saw on day one.
Bailey bowls, just pushed a little fuller, wide, and Umid gets the bat way up above the head. Happy to allow it to pass through.
I mean, nobody wants a 9 o'clock finish in April. To be fair. If you get frost on the bat.
No, I mean, that would be ambitious. But maybe in the height of, inverted commas, summer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck predicting that week.
Well, yeah.
Last week might have been better, but of course you'd had the longest day as part of it, which made the lights even more redundant. Summer solstice.
Bailey to Umid, just shuffles back into his crease and happy just to watch it. It's a wide ball through to the keeper, no run.
You know, I haven't seen anything hugely critical of it, and I think it is just interesting from a spectator's point of view whether it does become difficult to see, but that can happen with red ball cricket on a murky day. It can be quite difficult to see. Depends where you're sitting in the ground. If you sit square to the ground, you don't often see the trajectory of the ball, do you?
It's Bailey balls angled into Umeed, so has to play, just nudges it off his hip. Trickles down into the leg side. That's the end of the over from Tom Bailey, one in which he did enough to find the outside edge of Jonathan Trott's bat, but Jimmy Anderson unable to keep a hold of the ball, and Trott survives. So he's 21, Umeed 9, Warwickshire 31 for 1.
It's like ice hockey, you can't see the puck half the time, can you?
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I don't get on with ice hockey enormously.
No, it's not something I watch regularly.
No. Sorry, I just got distracted. I inadvertently dipped my press pass in some parsley sauce earlier. I was having a bit of a day. I went a bit heavy with the parsley sauce at lunchtime, and with consequences. Anderson charging in, very short bouncer. Trott was ducking early, and it was well on its way down by the time it carried through to Davis.
So what have you eaten already then? What you've dined, you've had lunch, you've committed early.
That's it. I've gone early today. Gone early.
What was with the parsley sauce?
There was a bit of a bacon joint.
Right. Okay. Oh, nice. Right.
With cauliflower, carrot. If you need to know. Swede. Anderson with one white sweatband on his left wrist. That's short of a length and outside off stump and moving further away. That's a wasted delivery from Anderson. Trott just watches it go by, and it's taken in front of first slip by Davis, who is yet another wicket-keeper batsman on the production line of English county cricket. We can't stop producing them at the moment.
There's a few about, and they're all of a really good standard.
Yeah, oh, I mean they're stacking up. Anderson, oh, this time does draw Trott into a stroke with a ball that was well wide of off stump, and he's driven at it and played inside the line. It just offered to nip out a little bit. Trott will have a poke at the surface having walked down the crease, but you'll know that he shouldn't have really been reaching for that one.
No. It was a good battle last night, wasn't it, between Anderson and Trott mainly. I mean, Umeed faced Anderson a few times and did really well, but the intensity was Anderson to Trott last night. It was great to watch.
Once more in, Trott across thick outside edge, squirts wide of third slip rather, and through to third man, when it's chased down by Joss Butler, and they get two more. Trott to 23, 33 for 1. He did get hit on the helmet by Anderson last night, and appeared to be utterly unfazed by it, but the umpires quite rightly were keen, A, for him to have a look at the helmet to see if there was any damage, because you don't want to continue with a damaged helmet, and also keen for Gerhard Mostert, the Warwickshire physio, just to have a quick check to make sure that he got all his senses, but I don't think his cage had been rattled. Anderson, that's another bumper, and Trott gets inside the line and ducks underneath it, putting plenty of effort in. And again, from the England perspective, the one thing we've seen in these 10 overs from Anderson last night and this afternoon is that he's settling very nicely back into mid-season rhythm after that little injury layoff. He started the season well, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He wasn't really in the wickets, so to speak, but I think he got wickets for the bowlers.
This one is played by Trott. It was short of a length, but just wide of off stump and getting up, and off inside half of his bat. He's played it through straight mid-wicket for a single. Takes him to 24. Umeed has 9. Warwickshire up to 34 for 1. They still trail by 239 runs. There's no doubt that's always been the case in cricket, that a quality bowler will often create opportunities for the others. And he has fitted well in that category. It's why England have been served so well, of having the likes of him and Stuart Broad. Very interested to see whether Mark Wood starts the Test series in the side, because he took wickets again last night for Durham against Worcestershire with that little bit of extra something. But England have so many options, don't they, right there?
They do, yeah. I suppose Wood's involvement may depend on Broad's fitness.
Yeah, and Woke's fitness.
Absolutely, yeah. Saw him here this morning, Chris Woke.
Yeah. First test might just come a bit soon for him in terms of match practice, I think.
Right. There is Bailey in short and swatted by Trott behind point down to wide third man. He's got 4 runs for it, but it was short and wide, and Trott just swatted the ball down into the ground and disappeared out towards the boundary for 4 runs. Takes him to 28, 38 for 1.
Very neatly done there, the way he got on top of the bounce to just guide it down. He would appear to have more time than Andy Umeed, and I think that, as much as it just reflects the different part of their career that they're at. And having had that let-off on 20, you won't want to surrender another chance lightly here, Trott. We know how much he enjoys batting, and he's enjoyed it very much this season so far.
Yeah, he had to get through an awful lot of work last night to make sure he was here for this start. It's Bailey bowls, it's pushed full on off stump, and Trott defends. 1 bounce and up towards Parry, who's at mid-on, and there's no run. There's still 2 short fielders on the on and off side, so Hamid and McLaren on the drive. Closer on the offside is McLaren, and Hamid, with his hands behind his back, is at a very short mid-wicket. There's 2 slips, and there's a point, extra cover. There's a mid-on, and there's a deep backward square, and then there is Shivnarine Chandapal way out in the distance, hands in his pockets at long leg. It's Bailey bowls, and this is nicely worked by Trott, flicked away off the hip up to Clark at deep square for a single. Trott to 29, and Warwickshire now 39 for 1.
Those fielding positions, recognition from both captains in this game that it is a slow track. Hasib Hamid, of course, perished to a lofted off drive which Ian Bell caught no more than 19 yards away from him, because that's where he was standing. It's even closer now is where Hamid is as Umeed is on strike.
And a 3rd slip into place. Barely over the wicket to Umeed. Just a half step back into his crease. He lifts the bat up to shoulder height. All very dramatic, but very intent on leaving that ball. Umeed watches it into the gloves of the keeper. No run.
It's been sort of the 2nd full season, if you like, of Hasib Hamid. You wonder whether he's falling into that little bit of 2nd season syndrome, which may be a cliche, but cliches arrive because they're largely true. They're something that does tend to happen. But he'll recover his form, I'm sure.
Bailey to Umeed. This is wide enough for the batsman not to be tempted again, and Davis, the keeper, gathers in front of first slip. Yeah, I agree. Maybe it is a bit of that 2nd season situation, and I'm convinced he'll come through it and will be fine. But he doesn't appear to have done a massive amount different. There have been elements of his dismissals, the Surrey game, and I believe the 2 games he played for the England Lions recently, where he was chasing wide balls early on and edge to slip. We didn't do that last year, but that's only been now and again this season we've seen that. As Umeed goes back to defend, steers it backward a point, and there's no run. End of the over, 39 for 1. Trott 29, Umeed on 9. He's got some good balls as well, you know.
Yeah, no, you will have done. You won't be too proud of his dismissal here. We're about to enter that report window where Scott has one to do. I've got a couple to do on this occasion. As BBC commentary of Warwickshire will be coming over in a bit, and then WM will follow shortly afterwards. Anderson's going to continue to bowl what will be the 8th over of the morning already. Decent rate that they're getting through their overs in. Jonathan Trott digging his trench with his right boot at the moment, as he does. It's not a tick that's going to leave him at this stage in his career.
Served him well so far.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can have any complaints about the volume of runs that he's scored. He really has been prolific. His thirst for scoring runs is never sated. Anderson in, and that's turned Trott round a little bit. It got up a bit more than he expected and gets the upper part of the bat, which he now studies. And it went out towards the point area. Scott is making way to go and do his report. So we'll have the first of our double change in the commentary box very shortly. I think Stefan will saunter round in order to do the honours. 39 for 1. And Anderson in, Trott off middle and leg. Looks to guide it wide of mid-on, but finds the fielder there. And there'll be no run. Bit of stretching going on for a couple of the other bowlers at the moment. Ryan McLaren in particular looks like he's showing some interest in coming on in a moment. So BBC commentary watch on their travel news, which means that very shortly we'll update them with the events of the morning so far. Afternoon again. I knew I'd fall for it eventually at some point today. It's playing with my mind. Anderson, another bouncer, and again Trott ducks under. It has to go quite low this time because it didn't have quite such a high bounce. And taken by Davis behind the stumps. McLaren whirling his arms at second slip as if he knows he's going to get the ball in his hands very soon. Well, Warwickshire have moved on to 39 for 1 so far this afternoon, adding 16 runs, although they have had a scare. Jonathan Trott on 20 was dropped by England's James Anderson at second slip off the bowling of Tom Bailey. He was 20 not out at the time. He's now moved on to 29. He did 4 down through the third man area. Andy Umeed is playing an almost shotless innings, but doing his best to stay in as long as possible as he tries to really seal his place at the top of the Warwickshire order. He's still only on 9 not out, having faced 63 deliveries, but under the circumstances in this trial match with a pink ball, he's not doing any harm whatsoever, sticking around for his team. So it's the 21st over in reply to Lancashire's 273. Warwickshire now are just moving on to 43 for 1. Moving on to 43 thanks to a pull very fine down the leg side by Jonathan Trott, who moves on to 33. There'll be another report very shortly for BBC WM listeners, but Stefan has moved in alongside me now. Good afternoon to you.
All going pretty well for Warwickshire, isn't it? Nothing too alarming. Jonathan Trott looking in good touch. Andy Umeed, well, I'd say he's in for bed and breakfast, but he's more in for lunch and dinner.
Yeah. It's just about staying in as long as he can, really. As Trott is driving into the offside, it bounces up and is snaffled in the air one-handed by Stephen Croft. The end of the over from Anderson. 43 for 1. And then once I've updated BBC WM in a moment, I'll clear the way for Stefan to describe the deliveries, but they're just into their news headlines right now. They've 20 runs in 8 overs. That's no bad thing. I mean, that ball is still only 21 overs old. And very soon Stephen Croft will be looking at going through his changes, because Anderson and Bailey have done all of the bowling so far. He'll look to maybe mix that up before too long, and they'll be looking for that second breakthrough. This partnership has now added 40 since the fall of William Porterfield. And here's Umeed playing a forcing shot off to the back foot. It goes into the covers where it's picked up by Joss Butler, and there's no run. McLaren still warming up. And Warwickshire have moved on to 43 for 1, but not without a life for Jonathan Trott, who on 20 nicked a ball from Tom Bailey through to second slip, and James Anderson spilt the ball, had 2 attempts at it, but couldn't keep it off the floor. Trott has since moved on to 33. Andy Umeed has been the silent partner, playing largely a defensive innings, leaving anything that isn't on the stumps. He's on 9 of 64 deliveries. Remember, Lancashire made 273, so Warwickshire trail by 230 runs. And they'll eat into that slightly with a ball off a thick outside edge from Umeed that will be worth 2 runs down to third man, gets him into double figures. He's got 11, and the score to 45 for 1.
Not quite as many in, is there, today as there was at this time yesterday? There's probably curiosity amongst some spectators yesterday who wanted to see what it was all about. Certainly fewer in that far end than there was this time yesterday. Bailey, straight delivery to Umeed, drives it back towards the bowler, who does the fielding, parries the ball, and there's no run. Bailey's got 3 slips for the right-handed Umeed. Man's just jogging back onto the deep square leg boundary, so the deep square leg, a long leg, a mid-on, point and a cover. Then Hasib Hamid finds himself at a short, straight mid-off, almost an identical position to where he himself was caught yesterday. As the tall Bailey runs in away from us outside the off stump, Umeed leaves alone. Oohs and ahs, but not warranted really. Ball far too wide to be concerning the Warwickshire opener. He has 11 from 67 deliveries, Andy Umeed. Jonathan Trott 33. This partnership now worth 42 runs. Pretty overcast day at Edgbaston, quite grey. Rain has been forecast. It was forecast for this morning, but that stayed away. You might see a drop of the wet stuff later on this afternoon as the fair-haired Bailey, number 8 on his back in again and again. Umeed leaves the ball outside the off stump through to the white wicket-keeping gloves of Alex Davis. 45 for 1. BBC WM, Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC Radio Manchester, online on the BBC Sport website, and BBC Radio Lancashire medium wave frequencies. My name is Stefan Schemmelt. The man alongside me is Phil Britt. I think he's just plugging in his tablet to make sure that it doesn't run out of battery during this commentary stint. Shake of the head. All sorts of frustrations as Bailey's in again on the pad. Umeed turns it off the hip to that man at deep square leg. Comfortable single taken. 46 for 1 at the end of the over. 22 overs in this Warwickshire innings so far. If you're just joining us, Warwickshire resumed at 23 for 1 in reply to Lancashire's 273. Andrew Umeed is on 12, Jonathan Trott on 33. Trott's had a life, dropped by James Anderson at second slip. But other than that, Warwickshire will be pretty pleased with how not just this morning's gone, but also yesterday, to bowl Lancashire out for 273 and then survive a pretty tricky spell underneath the floodlights late last evening, as this man, James Anderson, had the pink ball in hand. He's running in towards us now, and Umeed, who just defends from the crease into the gully region. Hasib Hamid does the fielding. Everything okay, Phil?
Yeah, everything's fine except for the fact that our in-house sound seems to have gone for some reason, and I can't work out why, whether one of our splitters has separated or something, but suddenly it's disappeared.
Anderson's got 2 slips. Come on Jimmy is the cry from one of the Lancashire fielders. Gully, short mid-off, in again onto the hip of Umeed, who just forces the ball up towards mid-on, to the applause of the slip fielders, as one of those, Ryan McLaren, very sturdy figure, goes through some loosening exercises. Pretty good for Warwickshire so far, Phil.
They've looked pretty good. A couple of scares. Trott got a life. One which Anderson dropped at slip, but apart from that, Trott's taken the bulk of the strike, but they'll be pleased enough with 46. And
Anderson in to Umeed again, just defends as he does quite often without any great foot movement, just standing tall on the crease and playing into the offside. No run, 46 for 1.
Yeah, Umeed's got, has got to just go along and support Trott, not try anything too extravagant. The thing they have to do is make sure that they don't throw their wickets away, which has been one of the problems Warwickshire have had in most of the games this season. The wickets have gone down in a clatter.
Umeed's tall and slender. He's wearing a short sleeve shirt that reveals some of his biceps. Anderson again, it's an edge from Umeed, all along the ground towards Hasib Hamid at Gully. Plenty of cricket going on around the country today. As ever, you can hear every ball of every game of county cricket on the BBC Sport website. There's live text commentary on the BBC Sport website too if you want to get involved. Hashtag BBC Cricket. Also, England's women taking on Pakistan. Their second game. It's up 377 for 7, England. That's their second highest total in one-day internationals. You can watch all the highlights from that game on the BBC Sport website. Anderson, Umeed just defends from the back foot, so no ball. Score will move on to 48 for 1.
Yeah, Nat Scriver and Heather Knight both getting centuries for England there. I was watching this morning at one stage when I looked on, England were about 30 something for 2, and I thought, oh, but obviously terrific total, 377 for 7.
You can also listen to that match on 5 Live Sports Extra. Anderson hurries in, Umeed defends on the front foot with half a stride. It's good stuff this from Anderson, probing outside the off stump. He just looks back over his shoulder. I don't think he's had a word with Umeed, but he's certainly given him the sort of glare that plenty of international batsmen have had around the years. I think just asking for a change in the field. He's pointed towards something. Nothing has changed though. Umpire at the far end, Nick Cook's just got his hands in his pockets, then he brings them around to the front. Anderson turns with the City of Birmingham at his back, scurries towards us, and Umeed once more defends from the crease to complete the over. So decent one from Anderson, just the no ball from it. Warwickshire are 48 for 1 in reply to Lancashire's 273.
One wicket to fall, that of William Porterfield, who was out last night, LBW. We did say on air that I was on with Scott, and did say then that Porterfield, he didn't make any show of it, but it was just a little bit when he had been hit and given out LBW, just a little bit of body language suggested he thought he might have got an inside edge. And when looking at the replay this morning of yesterday's cricket, there was quite a clear inside edge, but umpire can only give what he thinks he sees.
We thought that this pink ball might behave differently to the red ball. It might be more difficult for batting, and I think any movement actually last night was actually more down to the skill of Anderson rather than the pink ball.
We were sort of sitting up here waiting for it to sort of banana, but it didn't. There was a couple which he just shaped, but not as much probably as I would have expected.
And various reports have said that the ball goes soft after a certain amount of time. Well, Warwickshire are almost reaching that time now.
Yeah. These two are doing a really good job for Warwickshire. Bowling change here at the Pavilion. Then Ryan McLaren in to bowl to Jonathan Trott. Trott gets his first ball, gets inside it and lifts it away over square leg and down to the Hollies stand for 4, bringing up the Warwickshire 50. Lovely shot, just beautifully picked up there by Trott. That first loosener from McLaren, Trott was onto it in a flash and whipping it away. 52 for 1. Trott moves on to 37. And
I think you're even generous describing that as a loosener. It was absolutely rank from Ryan McLaren. And immediately, I don't understand this. It's necessitated a change in the field.
Yeah.
Square leg was up and now square leg's gone back. That's surely just setting a field for a bad ball. It looked like Lancashire had a bit of a plan actually for Trott, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, and the square leg was actually not conventional in a couple of yards, almost catching, but just because McLaren's bowled one bad ball, he's back on the boundary now.
McLaren in now again to Trott. This time Trott works it away nicely, all on the floor this time to mid-wicket. They'll think about a second, but that's not on. Quickly says no to Umeed, who was turning, looking for a second run, but Trott said no. One's enough as the ball was fired back in, and it's the 53. Trott moves to 38.
Some things change, Phil. Pink ball, late start. Others stay the same. The members have always got their particular set of concerns. I've just been down in the members' lounge. Most of the chat was about what time they managed to get away last night.
Well, I think that is a problem. McLaren in bowls, and this one pushed out to extra cover. By the time I got back to the Cotswolds, I've got to say, it was 11 o'clock.
Some were horrified that they were here until nearly 10.
Yeah,
it's not doing much for the routine, is it? This late start. Although this morning I did manage to go for a run, and had a nap.
Had a nap.
Very sociable, isn't it?
Yeah.
A late 2 o'clock
I
start.
kind of felt that people were killing time this morning before coming to the cricket. It's not enough time to do anything properly, and you're sort of thinking, oh, I've got half an hour, what do I do? I think Scott went for a swim. Ryan McLaren in bowls, and this one is played defensively by Umeed and back down.
It's an interesting field that Lancashire have for Umeed. It's a field that we've seen employed by both sides actually. Catches in front of the bat. There are 2 slips, but also a short mid-off. I think I call it a silly mid-off, not close enough to be a silly mid-off, and a short mid-on, and also a very short mid-wicket. So 3 catches in Umeed's eye line, 2 on the leg side, 1 on the off side.
As McLaren comes in, charges in full, and Umeed is strong, solid in defence, and this runs it down to that short mid-off, and there's no run.
So what did you get up to this morning?
Not very much, to be perfectly honest. I did. My wife went off to school about 7:10, and I then looked and thought, well, got to go. Oh, I know what I did this morning. I'll tell you, I'm sure nobody's really interested. Right, McLaren's in bowls. Ooh, and Umeed there. A good judgment of where his off stump is, because that was not more than a lick of paint away from his off stump, offering no shot. It goes through to the keeper. End McLaren's first over, after that loosener, that first delivery, a much better over. 5 runs coming from it. Warwickshire 53 for 1, 38 to Trot, 12 to Umeed. And it, because I can't go to my slimming class this evening, because we're here till 10 o'clock, I had to find one on the way in, so I found another one which I popped into and got weighed. So that's what I did this morning. I had to pop in and get that done. I have to go and get weighed every week.
So it's not ideal the wife going to work at 10 past 7 after you've got in at 11 o'clock, is it?
No, not well. With Northern, we were both up anyway at 5:30, so.
Anderson starts a new over into Jonathan Trott, who prods forward outside half of the bat to defend into the offside. Anderson still has 2 men catching for Trott. He's tested him out with the short ball a couple of times. There's a deep square leg and a long leg. Just behind that deep square leg, a chap in a yellow shirt's just arriving. He's carrying a blue carry-all. Looks like he's got a lot of stuff in that bag. Maybe it's a rather large lunch. Either that or he's just robbed a bank. Anderson once more. It's a bouncer to Trott, who number 9 on his back, ducks underneath it with the minimum of fuss. In the distance, we've still got a pretty good view of the buildings of the city of Birmingham. It's when that you can't see those buildings, you know that the weather really has closed in. But the cloud's pretty high at the moment. The cloud is mainly grey, but there are some rays of light coming through. You can see the BT Tower quite clearly and the Radisson Hotel.
Yeah, I think if generally the weather's already reached Edgbaston.
Anderson again, another bouncer. And again, Trott ducks underneath.
It rarely comes over the ground from the north down. It's mostly from the southwest coming across, which is as we sit at the pavilion, our left-hand shoulder, it's coming from behind there and across. And so by the time you start to see the buildings in the city disappear through the then it's
already
raining here. Yeah. There's no flags this time to say whether the wind's very strong.
Again from Anderson, inside edge from Trott into the onside. They'll manage to take 2, but not convincing. Trott was reaching for a delivery that was well outside the off stump, trying to play a drive, and instead the ball ended up going through a vacant mid-wicket region. Still picked up 2, 55 for 1. Trott has 40.
That was about 140 degrees away from where Trott was aiming, that where the ball ended up. As you quite rightly say, he was looking to drive it through the offside, through extra cover, and it squirted away through mid-wicket.
The spot where Trott's just done some gardening was nowhere near where the ball pitched. It was almost a case of, I've played a full shot, so I best just look at the pitch just in case. Anderson, pink ball in his right hand, short delivery, very unthreatening. Trott doesn't even bother to duck. He just walks a couple of paces to the offside and watches the ball go over his left shoulder. Lone pigeon flies in front of the commentary box.
There's the theory which we see quite regularly still. When Jonathan Trott came back to play cricket, he was being caught down in this deep backward square leg, long leg position quite a lot, playing the ball off his hip in the air. He's generally dropped that shot, or much more controlled over the last season and a half, but I see the field still set a little bit for it.
Field changes, point comes across to mid-wicket. Anderson to complete the over. There's a pull shot from Trott. Didn't get all of it, clothed it really. Ball just trickles down to Stephen Parry at long leg. Comfortable single taken. End of the over. 56 for 1 Warwickshire in reply to Lancashire's 273. This partnership is now worth 53. James Anderson has bowled 13 overs, figures of 1 for 29. He's bowled unchanged now for the best part of 50 minutes. I wonder if that might be all we see of James Anderson for a little while.
Might be. He's been a good old spell. It's still raining at Chelmsford, where it's been no play at all this morning now, and the look of it is that could be set in a bit. But bring you some of the scores from around the country as Brian McLaren starts his second over. of the innings into Umi, who hits this one into the ground, and it comes up high to mid-wicket. No run.
Have you seen that the ECB are promoting England's Women's World Cup campaign with the phrase "Go boldly"? Hashtag Go boldly.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm just wondering if they're Star Trek fans.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not, so that means nothing to me. Ryan McLaren bowls, and this one, Umi looking to steer it away on the offside. In the end, not a lot of foot movement. Sorry, Jonathan Trott, not Andy Umi, and Trott bumps it into the ground, and it just bounces down.
Even if you're not a Star Trek fan,
I still don't understand what go boldly means.
No, neither do I. But you have heard to boldly go where no one has gone before. Come on, everyone's heard the words of
probably.
Captain Kirk.
Well, I've never watched it. So McLaren in and bowls and player driven back. It's like Star Wars. I've never watched Star Wars. I've never watched Star Trek.
You don't have to have watched Star Trek to know that Captain Kirk says at the start of every episode, or Jean-Luc Picard says to boldly go where no one has gone before.
Right, well, take it from me that you're talking to somebody who doesn't know what that means.
This is stunning information. I thought everyone knew what Captain Kirk says at the start of Star Trek, whether you watch it or not.
No. McLaren bowls full. This one is hit and in the air, and Trott gets possibly a second life as McLaren charged forward with his hand outstretched, his right hand outstretched. I might even have dropped onto the palm of his hand and then rolled away out in front of him, and it survives it.
Shall I get out of the way?
Yeah, Ian Westwood has joined us, and I know that Richard wants to have a chat with Ian, so if we'll do a quick switch over, and perhaps if you see Richard, tell him Ian's here, then we'll get Richard back in again. Thanks, Stefan, as this one is played back into the ground, and Trott this time survives. So Stefan's going off to go and get me the phrase of Star Trek, I think he said it was. And Ian joins. I'm sure he knows all about Captain Kirk and all that lot. So good afternoon. He's just putting the headset on while Ryan McLaren turns and charges in and bowls, and Trott gets inside and whips it away. Beautiful shot again from Jonathan Trott. A couple of times today, just has so much time. McLaren scratches the floor with his boot, but again Trott really onto that in a flash and whipping it away. 60 for 1. Trott moves on to 45, and welcome to Ian Westwood.
Thanks, Phil.
And first of all, you can't really congratulate you on retirement, but I think a lot of people would like to just pass on their best wishes to you in retirement, and thanks for everything you've done for Warwickshire over the years. I think you've been a tremendous servant in all the years you've been there. And the question I know, which I kept hearing yesterday, was suddenly in the middle of the season.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to read into that. It was just, I think once you start thinking about retiring and the word gets banished around, you may as well just go. And I've heard people say when you just know it's the right time. And for me, there was no point in, once I'd decided that's what I was going to do, there was no point, hanging on. We need 11 guys out there, with 100% focus and determination, and it wasn't fair for the rest of the guys and the club for me to go out if I wasn't in that mindset. So that's why I decided to go.
This morning I was just talking to people, and the guys themselves were quite surprised because you were due to be playing in this game, weren't you? And it was a real sort of a late sort of decision to make, which you made.
Yeah, I mean, again, honestly, I got back after the Essex game, a bit jaded and battered and bruised, and had a chat with my wife, which wasn't the first time we'd spoken, really, and I hadn't 100% made up my mind, and then woke up woke up the next day a bit fresher and thought, you know what, we've got 2 Champo games left until a bit of a break where the T20s are on. I should probably, you know, I can play those 2. But then turning up for training, Dermot Reeve gave us a brilliant the day before the game, and that's when I just knew that it wasn't fair. You know, being selfish, I could have played the next 2 and and got through to the end of the season, but I wanted to give. I didn't think that was fair on the rest of the lads if I wasn't 100% into it. So that's why I made the decision. Yeah.
Whilst Ian's been talking, Jordan Clark's come on at the Birmingham end. The first ball was just played into the ground. He's on to Andy Umeed, who plays this next one. He sort of almost steers it down to 3rd slip and run. I know Richard is quite anxious to talk to you, and I think he wants to talk to you off air as well, so if that's okay. So I'm going to switch over for Richard, and he'll come in and have a chat. I think you and I possibly at some stage we're going to have chance to talk a bit more. I know Tom Rawlins is trying to set something up for the members, so we'll get a chance to talk another time.
Right, while we did a quick turnover, just one delivery played into the leg side by Andy Umeed, and the score remains 60 for 1. Ian, good to have you in the commentary box. Just as I'm sure Phil has just been saying, I think anybody who's been following Warwickshire cricket for such a long time will be very sad not to see you out there as well. We'll come to that in just a moment as Clark comes in, right arm over the wicket, well down the leg side, and Davis has done well to get enough of a glove on that to prevent it going through for 4 byes. That's a very good take. As you were saying, it's not a decision you've made lightly, but you've been a bear all your career. You've had some great times, haven't you?
I have, yeah. I've been incredibly lucky. It's been documented. I started in the under-11s and made my way through the age groups, and so to go on to even play captain and sort of be a professional for 15 years is more than I could have imagined.
Very full from Clark. It wraps Umeed on the pad, drifts out into the leg side, stifled appeals because it was going down the leg side. It's often been a criticism levelled at the county that there aren't enough local players who make the team, and you look at Chris Wokes, who's a local lad like yourself. It's quite important that you fly the flag for the area during your playing career, isn't it?
I think it is. I mean, incredibly lucky to grow up watching the team of the 90s, supporting the club, and then to go on and play. It is special, and now I have finished. I still deeply care about the club, and if we can get some more youngsters coming through, homegrown talent, it's clear that that's needed at the moment. And brutally honest, I don't think we've had enough of that in the last few years, and it's imperative that the young lads are getting pushed through now.
Forcing shot from Andy Umeed to the final ball of Clark's over, gets him 2 runs through the covers. Very watchful innings this from Andy Umeed. 86 deliveries for his 14, but it is what's needed under the circumstances against this pink ball, which is a new experience for everybody. One that you'd been preparing for as well, I guess, as well.
Yeah, well, if I was said to Phil I was trying to get through the next 2 games, but I must admit I was having a bit of trouble seeing this pink ball under lights the other night. Just tipped me over the edge before this game.
And the lights are on early today now. The lights are on because it is quite dark. There is a threat that we might get the odd rain shower over the course of the day. Hopefully it won't come to anything, and we can get through. I think tomorrow's forecast isn't so great. Jonathan Trott to face the start of McLaren's 3rd over. Trott on 45, driving up towards mid-wicket, well fielded by Hasib Hamid. You were quite a young man when you took over the captaincy in 2009. How was that experience, those 2 years? How do you look back on those?
I look back on it with a lot of fondness. I've often thought whether it was the right time. Perhaps not. Perhaps I needed to get a bit more established first. But you don't get offered the captaincy of your home county and turn it down. So I'll never have any regrets about that at all.
McLaren once more to Trott, who's forward defensively and plays it up to mid-on. Part of a championship winning side in 2012. That was a a great year for the county as well. What sort of memories does that one bring back?
That was really special. I mean, this group of players, you know, we've grown really close. We've won everything together, but that one for me, you know, is right up there at the top. The amount of hard work that goes into winning, you know, is there for all to see. And obviously, personally, had a very good contribution to that as well. So, you know, that was really special.
Trot drives McLaren, but it bounces off the bowler in his follow-through, and there'll be no run. It's not that many weeks ago that you looked in absolute prime form as well. That innings against Surrey, up there with one that I remember vividly 2 years ago, the big 190 up at Headingley against Yorkshire. A couple of your better innings.
Yeah, definitely. And this decision got nothing to do with form or you know, the circumstances we're in. Really, it was just very much, you know, I'm just battle scarred, the body and the mind. And as I said, I would never want to carry on playing. I couldn't give 100% to the bear, you know. And it's when you feel like that, it's time to step aside and let some of the youngsters have a go. You know, I'd never want to outstay my welcome. It's better to go on your own terms, and that was, you know, 100% what the decision was about.
Certainly some emotional responses I know from some of your teammates on Twitter last night, which, you know, I think right now it's probably very raw, but you'll look back on things like that and think that's great that you were viewed in that way by so many people. As McLaren bowls once more to Trot outside off stump, he's slashed it and not got anything on it. Yelps from Lancashire as it goes through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. I guess it was quite emotional when you told them yesterday as well.
Well, to be honest, I had to leave that to Jim and Ashley. I don't think I would have got the words out, and you know, we definitely teared up a bit and had a few hugs with the boys. As I said, we've been through, you know, a lot together with this group. You know, the hardest decision really I've had to make, to leave at this time, but as I said before, it's all for the right reasons.
McLaren in to complete what will be the 28th over, and he's turned into the leg side by Trot, will be fielded by Hamid, and there's no run. You made your first class debut, what, about 2003 against India A? Who was your opening partner? Can you even remember at this point?
I think it might have been Michael Powell.
Yeah.
Unless he sloped down the middle. He was captain then, so he might have slipped into the middle order. But I remember how I got out, and then left one that knocked him off stump out the ground. So it's probably not something you forget too easily.
What a way to go.
Yeah.
They're just having a look at the ball here, whether it has weathered a little bit more than it should have done in its first 28 overs. Some reports from around the country yesterday that these pink balls maybe pick up a bit of moisture and get a little bit bigger over the course of the 80 overs. It's a fascinating experiment, though, what they're doing here. It
is. I mean, certainly, you know, we've never used it. Well, I've used the pink ball once, I think, when we played the Champions MCC game in Abu Dhabi, but that is it. So, you know, literally a couple of days ago we got the pink balls out, and came in and practiced, and so we're very much learning what their traits are, how to get them swinging, how to get them moving around, get scuffed. So I'd imagine all sides are in the same boat at the moment, just trying to sort of learn on their feet.
Well, certainly Shivnari and Chandapal seemed to be seeing it pretty well yesterday, as Umid takes strike as a ball down the leg side by Clark, whose line hasn't quite been right so far. Tumbling stop again by Alex Davis. If you were to want to relive one day of your career, what would it be, Ian, if you think back?
Definitely the last day at Worcester 2012, mainly because I don't remember most of it. So yeah, particularly the evening part. But no, that was special. You know, knowing that you're on the brink, and at that stage nothing could stand in our way after the disappointment of 2011, where we missed out on the final day of the season. So that was brilliant.
Clark defended by Umid. Of all places to win the title, by the way, New Road. I mean, you can't choose these things, can you?
No, you couldn't write about that. And it was I remember Darren Maddy was 12th man, and when we had them, I think when we got the 9th wicket, he bought my drink. It wasn't the usual water with the electrolyte tab in, put it that way.
I think it was justified under the circumstances. Clark back of a length and cut down towards point by Andy Umid. Just about to update listeners to BBC WM on the score. Any second now. And Warwickshire have moved on to 62 for 1. They've had a good first hour. Jonathan Trott was put down on 20 by Anderson at second slip, and he's now profiting. He's up to 45. He's been particularly punishing against the shorter ball. Andy Ummead remains very watchful. 89 deliveries for his 14, but providing good support in a partnership now worth 59 in awkward light. 62 for 1, Warwickshire. It's got the duties out of the way as Ummead drives up towards mid-on. And there's no run. You've been doing a bit of umpiring, haven't you, around the Birmingham League lately? Is that something that may be something that you want to follow through?
Quite possibly. It's, you know, I didn't know when, but I knew it's obviously the end was coming closer. So I think it's important to keep all the options open. You know, I've only ever known cricket, so staying in the game is definitely something I want to do, whether that's coaching or umpiring. And I'm sort of been level 3 coach, so I've got the qualifications there, and I just thought I'd give the umpiring a go, see if I enjoyed it, which I have.
Keeps your options open, that's for sure. As Ummead just pulls the ball round the corner for a single, which takes him to 15. We've got 2 veteran umpires actually out there today, both in their 60s, Jeremy Lloyds and Nick Cook. So the younger generation are coming through. I know Ian Blackwell standing in one of these matches this week, who not so long ago played a part at the tail end of the season for Warwickshire. So certainly plenty of umpires in their 30s now making their way in the game, as Clark comes in to complete the 29th over. And this is very full and just guided through square leg by Trott on the stretch, up to 46, and he's 64 for 1. Because in the football season, for my sins, I have to cover Birmingham City all throughout the winter for BBCW. And you're a Blue Nose, aren't you?
I am, yep. I didn't expect to be talking about Birmingham City and during this stint.
But you'll have a bit more time to go to the games.
yeah. I'm not sure I want to too often, but no, it'd be nice to see them, you know, have a bit of an upsurge in form. Hopefully under Harry we can do a bit better than we did at the end of last season. So you know, Midland sport in general needs a bit of a kick up the backside. So let's hope that Birmingham and the Villa can get somewhere back near the top division again.
I suspect there's a bit of rivalry within the Bears changing room with that. I mean, you've got a captain who supports Villa, you've got an Arsenal camp and a Spurs camp as well, because Chris Wright and Ricky Clark, I've seen on social media, can get quite heated in a cheeky way. So there's no doubt that sportsmen do like to follow the other ones as well, as this is played up towards mid-on by Jonathan Trott, the first ball of a new over from McLaren.
Yeah, it's not ideal. There's definitely outnumbered as a Blue Nose. I think there's myself and a couple of the staff support the Blues, and every overseas we have, I adopt them as Blues fans. So I've got Jeet and Patel on board.
So this next ball from McLaren, I'll get you to answer what you're going to miss most about the day-to-day involvement with the county. As this is full and driven through the offside. That's a lovely shot from Trott with which to reach his 50. And then having been given that life on 20, Jonathan Trott now is really starting to profit. He looks to have so much more time than Andy Ummead. He just rocked back and forced that through the offside. 73 balls for his half century and 7 fours. And his hunger for runs just never ends, does it?
It doesn't. He's a machine. He's been fantastic again this year, you know, in some difficult circumstances, and he just keeps churning them out, and it's great to see us getting the best out of him again.
Yeah, enjoying himself, and no longer with the pressure of having to get himself in the England selectors' thoughts and that sort of thing. And I think that's worked out very well for the Bears just lately, as he chops at this and he goes past the inside edge and through. So what are you going to miss most?
Just everything. The day-to-day in the change room with the lads. Really, you know, that's the one thing you can't sort of replicate with anything else that you do.
Yeah.
You know, it's tight in there, and we have a really good laugh. It's hard work, but you sort of work hard together. Company at success. So I think I'm going to find that hard to replace.
McLaren, big burly man, into bowl outside off stump, driven by Trott up towards extra cover, but there'll be no run. Who's the joker of this current group, by the way? 'Cause you always have to know who that is, don't you? Particularly when you walk into a dressing room for the first time.
Well, apart from the physio, who most days I turn up and he's put an autograph in my locker, claiming that it's the right size. But Belly's the one that always is playing the practical jokes, really. As captain, you can't really go back at him too much.
No, it's a bit awkward. Almost abuse of power, that, as this defender to mid on.
Very clever.
You mentioned Gerhard Mostert, the physio here. He's been here about the same length of time in terms of your senior career with Warwickshire.
Yeah, he's exactly 10 years older than me. But we started when I first started. I wasn't on a full contract, and he used to give me a lift home when I was still living with my parents in Moseley. He used to give me a lift back. So we've come to be good friends over the years. I must admit, I've had to visit him a lot more often than I
think there's a lot of you he sees quite a lot. As Trott, with one hand off the bat, flicks this very fine down the leg side. Is it going to beat the fielder? There's a good sliding stop down there, but they will come back for 2. Trott to 52, and it's 70 for 1. Look at this, one or two of these younger players now. As you move away from this dressing room, you look at a lad like Andy Umeed now, who's got to try and cement himself a regular place in first team cricket. I know that he hasn't played many shots in this innings, but in terms of his learning curve, this is huge, a match like this, isn't it?
It is. I mean, and Andy's got the ability, there's no doubt. You know, I've opened with him quite a lot in the second team and a little bit here, and he obviously scored 100 in his first match last year. So for all of these young players, it's about getting in and becoming as comfortable as they can quickly. You know, it doesn't matter how much you train and playing. Quite know how people are going to react when they come into this environment. So you know, I really believe he's got the temperament for it, and as he's showing here, I mean, as tricky as it will get, although he's not scoring particularly quickly, he's doing a fantastic job, and that's what we need, a bit of stability at the top of the order. So hopefully he can go on here.
It appears they're going to bolt short to him here, although then maybe it's the double bluff, because he'd got 2 men back on the pull, Jordan Clark, but he's got it up in the block hole, but on the pads of Umeed, which gives him a release because it gets him his 16th run. He's been batting for 30 overs here, 71 for 1, and up close in the last few weeks you'll have seen Sonny Singh coming in as a slow left armer, and I saw him down at Chelmsford bowling with tonsillitis on that occasion actually, but he's got some promise about him as well.
He has. We've got a few, you know, that it is looking a little bit brighter with some chaps coming in and getting some opportunity. We just have to make sure that as senior players, I suppose I can't include myself now because I've out of that role, but you know, particularly it's something I've been doing, only playing the 4-day stuff. I go back and play in the second team and try and help come through and talk to them about what it is like, so it's not such a big shock when they step up, and that's up to sort of all of us still involved in the club to help these young lads come through, because it is tricky.
71 for 1. Clark coming in to bowl to Trott on 52. Thick outside edge, almost squirts beyond point, but a diving stop there from Croft, and there's no run. When you think back 15 years as well, it's amazing how much the game has changed in that time, because T20 cricket was just starting as well, and you look at the scores you see in 50 over games now, where you know the semi-finals you could make 400 and not be safe. It's just that the game has had to change, and what you don't want to see is this form of the game diminish too much, do you? The 4-day game, as Trott is driving through the leg side. There are oohs and ahs, but that's a very Jonathan Trott shot, just moving across onto the middle and leg line and guiding it for 3 runs. They're quickly getting the throw in. There'll be an appeal for a run out, but Trott has got home. So he's up to 55, 74 for 1. This form of the game, and you know, as a 4-day specialist as well, it's precious, isn't it? We've got to look after it.
It is. It's the purest form. It's the only. Obviously, apart from Test cricket, this is where you really get challenged with the mental side and your technique. And if there are any flaws, they get shown up pretty quickly. You know, the T20 and the 50 over, and that's just going from strength to strength. But it is really important that we look after this, and you know, I particularly enjoy watching the contest between bat and ball in this and Test cricket.
Umeed just defends out to the offside. In a bit we'll bring the other 2 in a minute if we get Scott and Stefan to come in, because I need to do a piece for the radio stations as well with you. But just a word about your fellow Brummie, Chris Wokes, because I think, you know, I've been watching Warwickshire cricket over 40 years. It's not very often that players like Ian Bell, but somebody like Chris Wokes coming through, and what he's achieved with the international team in the last couple of years. Just see this Clark ball, which is guided up to mid-on by Umid, no run, 74 for 1. He's been a special talent, hasn't he?
He has. I don't know if it's taken other people by surprise. I know there's much said, you know, is he fast enough, is he good enough here and this and that, but there's certainly no surprise in our change room and from my point of view. You know, we stuck him in as a young lad when I was captain, myself and Ash, and we used to joke straight away that if we could try and clone, you know, another 10 Chris Wokes, our job would be very easy. He's just, you know, he's a joy to work with, down to earth lad, and just gets on and does his stuff with bat and ball, and I'm really pleased now that he's starting to show that on the international stage, and then obviously his big money IPL, he's getting exactly what he deserves, and I don't know, maybe he might give me a job carrying his bag around or something for a small percentage.
And the one thing that we all have known about Chris Wokes since he was young is that if he'd had to just be a specialist batsman, he'd have had a good chance of being an international cricketer as well if he just had to do that. But as an all-rounder, he's done a tremendous job.
Yeah.
So McLaren begins a new over. Trott on 55 is driving, and that's deflected in his follow-through by McLaren. Umid has to make sure he gets back just in case it was being deflected towards the stumps, but it's gone wide of them, and there is no run. It's funny seeing the floodlights on these days as well during the day, which we can have with the red ball. But the ground has changed significantly since you arrived with the old pavilion, which was still been in place when you were captain.
Yeah, I mean, that was it was a tough couple of years while the new stand was being built, you know, not being able to hear yourself think with all the hammering going on and the drilling. Worth it now. I think we've got the best facilities for players in the country, bar none.
74 for 1 Warwickshire, so the deficit has gone below 200. After some of the difficulties that the Bears have had with the bat this year, then next target is to make sure that they get beyond 123 and get the follow-on target out of the way. They ought to be able to do that. I'm taking nothing for granted this year. I'm taking nothing for granted. I thought last week was very unlucky at Chelmsford, to be fair, as this is just back of a length and guided for a single. Very neatly worked by Jonathan Trott. He's to 56 and 75 for 1. Last week was definitely a week to win the toss at Chelmsford. It was.
I mean, the last two, you know, we can't hide behind tosses and such things, but you know, certainly when things are going against you, they really do seem to mount up, and we've batted under floodlights a lot this year, and we've lost excuses. You know, we need to be better, but that was a massive toss last week. That spun as much as I've seen a wicket spin, and the lad Harmer obviously played some test matches. He bowled really well.
Yeah, he did. Tall lad as well. McLaren full. That's a good leave from Andy Umid. He remains on 16. 75 for 1. But you know, Jeetan Patel would have loved a bowl on that on days 3 and 4, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would have. Yeah, I'm sure he was more disappointed than most when Belly came back into the change room and told us we're in the field. He's not won too many tosses and 4-day stuff as Ian Bell. He needs to send out a specialist.
Were you a specialist? Do you have a good record with the toss?
You're asking if I'm a specialist tosser?
I wouldn't dare say that.
I think I was okay, above 50% perhaps.
That's all right. That's all he could do. It's all he could achieve is that. This is defended on the back foot into the offside by Andy Umid.
In all honesty, when I was captain here, I used to dread winning the toss. It was
deciding what to do.
Yeah, I mean, remember putting sides in and they get 500, and then you win the toss and bat and get rolled over. It's always a lot better when you, apart from the really dry ones, a lot better when you lost the toss and you had no choice.
Yeah, it's unusual, some of the pressures of captaincy actually. There are all sorts of things. Players coming to you with problems that you don't expect as well. It all happens. As Umid again leaves one outside off stump. It's a no ball. Wasn't too far outside off stump, but he seems to have got himself organised here. He got a bit of an unlucky one on the run out at Chelmsford last week. Andy Umid as well took on a quick single, direct hit. He may have just got his bat across the line. I think the video suggested he might have done.
Yeah, it was certainly very tight.
If he could get through to whatever we're calling this first interval this week, because I'm not sure. If he can get through to 4 o'clock, then I think he can puff his chest out with pride, because it's not easy against this seam attack, and the conditions are murky. And from up here, we've got a good view of this pink ball from the hand of the bowler, as it's driven by Umid, but he won't beat the short mid-off. End of the over 77 for 1. Have the players said anything about how they were seeing the ball yesterday?
Not really. As I said, we trained for a couple of days. We had one evening session with the lights on. We had one Sunday morning in the daylight, and I think it was a mixture. I mean, some guys seem to see it better, certainly better than I did. But it's, as I said, it's a bit of the unknown. I mean, I saw sides declaring with this dreaded twilight period that you hear about, but I think ultimately no one really knows. They seem to, from what I've seen, they've seemed to swing for the first maybe 20-25 overs, and then batting looks a bit easier. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so. We did note with some amusement that the two teams that declared last night didn't take a wicket before close.
Well, there you go. Just shows, isn't it, the theories that we come up with.
Worcestershire sent 2 pinch hitters in against Durham. Hastings at 3 and Leach at 4. And that worked for them because they were ahead by the time they got to the close of play. As Clark comes in again and trots in line and defends. Clark feints to kick the ball left-footed but lets it roll up to Chanderpaul at mid-off. I did want to, in the days that Neil Carter was here, it might have been one of those situations where you think, it might be worth letting Neil have a little bit of a blaze. He did it a few times in the Championship as well as in the one-day game. Yeah,
he did. Particularly when it was spinning, we thought that we may as well get him in against the new ball, as he wasn't back in his straight leg sweep.
Clark full, driven by Trott up towards mid-off. And there's no run once again. He was definitely one of the characters of your time playing here, and you could guarantee that he'd know what his stats were as a pinch hitter as well. His collection of numbers in his mind was extraordinary.
He was brilliant. He still messages us now asking if there's any discrepancy in the umpire's timings or the runs. He's the first one to message us asking what's going on.
I think it works for him in business as well. His head for figures. This is driven up towards mid-wicket by Jonathan Trott. Not a tidy piece of fielding by Hamid, but he sorts it out at the second attempt. We may have to keep you till 3:30 because I have to do a couple of reports around that time, and then we'll hand it on, and then we'll be able to record something as well if that's okay. If you're okay for time. It's good to have a bit more knowledge. The rest of us can only pretend to be fans who've watched a lot of cricket, so it's always good to know somebody really knows what's going on out there. Trott again guiding the ball towards Hamid.
Well, I can tell you it's a lot easier from here. I'm already given the chat back when I played. All the bowlers were faster.
Yeah. I tell you what, there was some serious pace around at times in the First Division. I suppose you probably missed the fastest era of the lot when the West Indies fast bowlers used to play. I mean, we are going well back then.
Uncovered wickets, and
the phase of uncovered wickets.
No thigh pads, no helmets. It's amazing how fast those guys could bowl in school shirt with the buttons on.
Yeah, that's very true. Defensive from Trott, just guides it back towards the mid-on area. It's intercepted a bit earlier than that actually, but again, no run. It is. I watched your footage the other day of Viv Richards, who of course would come out in his cap with that shirt wide open and the chain dangling from his neck, and he'd come out and humiliate very good bowlers.
So he wasn't short confidence, was he? From what I've seen.
But the swagger was part of the intimidation, I think. Oh, Trott wrapped on the pads, and appeal for LBW, and he's gone. I think he was expecting the decision to go against him there as well. It's Jordan Clark with the breakthrough, and Trott has gone for 56. He did have a life on 20, remember, but he's carried the score to 77 for 2. But the body language of Jonathan Trott suggests that he knew he was banged to rights there.
It sort of just seemed to dart in at him a little bit, didn't it? And maybe skid a bit lower than he was expecting.
Yeah.
But obviously he can be vulnerable to the LB, but it's a brave man who tries to bowl for it because he's plundered a lot of runs through there.
So the first wicket of the day, it's taken a while coming. Ian Bell will come to the wicket now, as Warwickshire will look to continue from 77 for 2. It makes Andy Umid's innings all the more important now, doesn't it?
It does. He's been in for a lot of balls, and he's established there now, so it's important that we build up another partnership. We've tended to lose wickets in clusters this year, and that's the one thing that really hurts you. Particularly in this division now, it's so strong. One bad half of a session can cost you a match. So we'll be looking with Belly and Andy now to build up another partnership.
Yeah, I think they've done very well. Standard 74, having made many of those runs in difficult conditions, and certainly this session conditions are nowhere near as bright as they were for the first session yesterday when Lancashire were batting, and they lost wickets in a batch as well. They lost 4 for 12 runs, quite deep into that session. So that's what Warwickshire need to guard against here, having got themselves into a decent position. Other than Edgbaston, best place you've played for the Warwickshire?
No, we always enjoyed the London grounds, really, the Oval and Lords, always felt special. I actually enjoyed the outgrounds a lot. Tend to do quite well, and just it was always a bit different, you know, different atmosphere and people, almost different audiences who really enjoyed it, and you get a good away following as well. And the home supporters like going to these different grounds.
New over being sided by McLaren, turned through the leg side to square leg by Umeed, but there'll be no run. In fact, I can immediately come up with an outground where you made a Championship 100.
Yeah.
Uxbridge.
No.
You did? You made a 100.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said first one. Yeah,
no, not your first one,
Uxbridge,
but one of your first class hundreds was Uxbridge.
Yeah.
2012, that was.
Yep.
It was while the Olympics were on in London.
I think I got battered and bruised that innings, didn't I, as well?
Yeah, I think Roland Jones was digging it in, a young Toby Roland Jones at the time, as Umeed does well to chop down late on that one from McLaren. That was angled into the right-hander and gets it down towards point.
I needed extra ice packs that night. I was sitting in the hotel bar and I had one on my thumb, one on my finger. I got hit on the helmet, which cut my eye. I had a big bruise there.
Yeah.
I remember laughing at me at the other end.
Oh yeah, he was. I remember it being the umpire. I mean, it was not an easy track, that, actually. There was no result on the end. There was a draw, wasn't it? But it wasn't the easiest place to score your runs, for sure. Guided down towards third man by Umeed, who wanted a single, and there possibly was one there, but Ian Bell yelling no. I think probably safety first is not a bad option just at the moment.
I think at the moment you, as Andy's partner, you want to be doing most of the calling.
Yeah.
As well the last couple of weeks.
He's had an incident in each of the last 2 championship matches. He was run out himself last week. The previous match, I wouldn't like to draw any attention whatsoever as to who got run out.
No, we won't talk about that.
No. McLaren full on middle and leg. And Umeed with a very straight bat defends up towards mid-on. How does he now sort of keep his mind off the fact that it's 16 off 102 balls, because it doesn't entirely matter, does it?
It doesn't matter at all, and I think I spoke a little bit about his temperament earlier. I think this will be one of his strengths. Going forward, you know, I think you're seeing now the difference between playing second team cricket and first team. You're waiting for a bad ball that might not necessarily come along. You know, you saw the difference when Trotter was batting. It was sort of half off line or length or a little bit short, and he was onto it, and that's the big step up. You know, seconds you'll probably get 1, maybe 2 and over where you could score off, where they're just really testing his patience here.
So he's just defended another ball from McLaren, who's coming towards the end of his 6th over. Lancashire still have Stephen Parry to use of their main 5 bowlers, the slow left armer, who's found himself unexpectedly playing regularly in Championship cricket again this year, having been seen as largely a one-day specialist for the last few seasons. Umeed sees one down the leg side and would love to have helped that all the way through for 4, but he gets nothing on it. Tumbling take again by Davis, into the 34th over. 77 for 2 are Warwickshire under the lights, and just over half an hour away from the first interval of the day. In terms of bowlers that you faced, who was the one who actually you didn't quite fancy, that you thought, well, crikey, it's him again?
Harmison.
Yeah.
Not really pace. I've faced quicker, but the lengthy bowls for me just used to feel like it was going to hit me in the neck all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I found just with his height and his bounce really difficult, and I kept thinking to myself, I can't keep letting him bowl this length. I'm gonna pull him. And the next ball it just hit me under the armpit again. It just never seemed short enough.
Yeah.
So he did that for quite a few overs, but
his angle of release as well, because he's a tall man, but he put it across on the diagonal quite a bit, didn't he? across the left-hander when he stayed over the wicket as Ian Bell faces for the first time. There was some oohs and ahs, but he's got firmly in behind that, defends out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, when he was bowling at his best, he, as you said, it was a funny angle, but he still managed to get it to swing back into the lefties and away from the right-handers. From that height was tricky. He certainly tested my glove set out a few times.
You'll get a burst of BBC commentary in Warwickshire in your ear in a moment. Don't be alarmed, because they'll come across for a report, and then WM will follow, and then we'll release you from the commentary box. As this is down the leg side again, Bell would have liked to have helped that on, but gets nothing on it. Just limbers up a little bit, practices one or two straight drives. Another local lad who's been a long-time servant for the county that he now captains, his second year as captain. I know that he hopes he'll go for quite a few more years yet. As the field getting adjusted, they've got one of these short mid-ons that we've seen quite a lot of in the first 2 days of this match. And I think they're going to go with short mid-on and short mid-off on the drive, which is a trap that Bell set for Hasib Hamid yesterday, and it worked rather effectively. There's BBC commentary in Warwickshire just coming across now. They have, Phil. They're 77 for 2. Jonathan Trott is the man dismissed in this opening session of the day for 56. He had a life when he was dropped on 20 by Jimmy Anderson off the bowling of Tom Bailey, but Jordan Clark trapped him LBW. May have just cut back a little bit for 56. Andy Umidi is still there. He's batted 34.5 overs. He's only on 16, but he's playing very well for his team at the moment against this pink ball. Ian Bell has just joined him. He's yet to score, so the Bears trailing by 196 on 77 for 2. So that's one done as Bell faces up once more. And is he going to glance on that? He's gone. He's gone for naught, and Clark has got his second wicket in successive overs. It's just a gentle edge really that was taken low down by Davis. It's a good take for him, and as we feared, 77 for 1 has very rapidly become 77 for 3.
Yeah, big wicket for us that. Obviously, Captain Bell gone for naught. I think this is what we're going to see with the pink ball a little bit. It's going to be tricky to start off. Get your innings started, so when we do get a partnership, it's important that they go big. So we're going to need Sam Hain now to make sure this doesn't become a cluster of wickets.
Yeah, Sam Hain, who came into a bit of form in the second innings at Chelmsford last week. He's been brilliant against the white ball in the last 2 years, and I don't use that word lightly. He really has been tremendous, the way that he's got going in his first couple of years of one-day cricket. Just update BBC WM, then we'll have a change in the commentary box. Well, they've just lost 2 wickets in the last 5 minutes, and they're big wickets as well. Jonathan Trott for 56, trapped LBW by Jordan Clark, a ball that cut back a little bit. And Ian Bell, it's difficult to start under the pink ball with the lights on in murky conditions, and he's edged through to Davis off the bowling of Clark, and he's gone for naught. Opener Andy Umidi is still there on 16. He's been very tight in defence. He's now been joined by Sam Hain with Warwickshire on 77 for 3. Well, it's been great to have you on board, Ian. We'll do a quick handover to the guys behind us. I think Scott and Stefan are going to come in. So Scott, if you just capture those from Ian to take over, and wishing Ian Westwood his very best in his retirement, and looking forward to seeing what he does next in cricket. But to pick up commentary, Warwickshire 77 for 3, it will be Scott Reed.
Thank you, Richard. Terrific breakthrough for Lancashire. Absolutely key wicket, Ian Bell. That's just what Lancashire were hoping for, with about half an hour left of the session. And Clark has bowled well since coming into the attack from the Birmingham end. He's picked up the 2 big wickets in that Warwickshire top order. Trott LBW for 56, a real battling, gritty 56, which spanned 13 overs, the best part of last night, and then about an hour or so this morning. And then Bell, a little feather behind to the keeper, and Alex Davis with a good catch low down to his right hand side. So he's picked up 2 wickets for 8 runs from 4.4 overs. It's Clark. Sam Hain, the new batsman, and Clark is in and balls to him, round to his pads, and Hain turns the ball out into the onside. 2 short mid wickets Anderson being one. I think Villas is the other. And Warwickshire 77-43. Very good afternoon, Stefan Schemmelt. How are we?
Hello, old chap.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I'm all right. 3:30. It's the first time we've spoke, I think.
It is, yeah. I said goodbye to you last evening. It's the first time I've seen you.
Here is Clark over the wicket to Haynes. Short and wide and left. And through to the keeper. End of a good over from Clark, who has had a good season with the bat and the ball. I think he's a much improved cricketer, Jordan Clark, in the first class game. Gets a tap on the back from Jimmy Anderson. And Warwickshire 77-3.
It's getting dark out there. The cloud that was once high is gradually settling and descending upon us. I was on air with Phil a little bit earlier on. He says the weather comes from behind us, which is obviously true. I always have a look over to the city to see how we're getting on visibility wise. Ryan McLaren into Andy Umeed, just defend on the onside. Umeed's basically dug himself a trench here.
He has, yeah.
16 not out from 105 deliveries. He'll be a 10th soon. Lots of chatter around the field now. Lancashire were just starting to look a little bit flat until Jordan Clark made that breakthrough, pinning Jonathan Trott in front. Well, now it's the visitors who are on top. You have to look at the body language, hand claps, lots of voices. McLaren once more onto the pads of Umeed. That's hit him on the pad. Just trickles into the leg side, and there's no run. 77-3.
As much as Lancashire was striving for that first breakthrough this morning, and maybe a touch of frustration to starting to show as they couldn't find a way to dismiss either Umeed or Trott, Warwickshire weren't particularly going anywhere that quickly, and that's probably what gave Lancashire the belief that if they can pick one up, two might follow, and the score's not advanced massively. So even though wickets weren't coming early on, runs weren't coming really.
McLaren again down the leg side. Umeed gets nothing on it, so he's missed out probably twice in this over already. Andrew Umeed, as no sooner is Scott Reed here, he's next door to update local radio listeners pretty quickly. Actually, he's out in the back of the box. But as I was saying, it's getting pretty dark at Edgbaston. We established yesterday that bad light is no longer really a thing in day-night cricket, or at least not that we're entirely sure of. It would certainly be very strange for a game that's supposed to be played at night to be interrupted by bad light. McLaren, 35 on his bat, that's outside the off stump, just arcing in. Umeed leaves alone, and McLaren's got his head in his hands. What did you get to?
Just a slight technical problem next door. I just had to press a button.
Were we on air?
No.
Which really is the main function of radio, to be on the air.
It's an important part of it.
So, medium wave listeners
back with us.
Back with us. So, welcome back to medium wave listeners on BBC Radio Lancashire. If you couldn't hear us, it's Scott Reed's fault.
It is, that's true.
McLaren, dark-haired, bustles into Umeed. Short pull shot straight to the man at shortish square leg. That leg side field is quite well reinforced for Umeed. There's a fine leg, a pretty short square leg, a short mid-wicket and a mid-on. And on the offside you've got a short cover, an extra cover, a point and two slips next to the short wicket-keeping figure of Alex Davis. Davis has just got big white wicket-keeping gloves. He's such a short fella that he almost looks like he's borrowed his kit off his dad. McLaren bustles into Umeed. Outside the off-stump, there's an appeal for LBW. Shouldered arms. I don't think that's hitting. Also, there was a throw from slip from James Anderson, who was... He's actually uprooted the middle stump and then appealed for what would be a run out, but that's been turned down as well. Appeals all over the place. Andrew Umeed survives. He's 16 not out off a whopping 110 deliveries. Sam Hain yet to get off the mark for 3 in response to Lancashire's 273.
When Hasib Hamid first broke into the Lancashire team, this is not a scoreboard that was too dissimilar, you know, kind of not so many runs off a massive amount of balls faced. But this, forget the 16 runs that Umeed scored, the 110 balls in which he faced have been really gritty stuff, hasn't it, by Umeed? I mean, it was tough last night. He didn't face a great deal from Jimmy Anderson. He faced a few balls. It was Trott that I think was on strike for the majority of that Anderson spell last night. But the way he's worked last night and this morning, I think will give him great encouragement.
See those those red lights that have now come on top of the Radisson Hotel, the BT Tower, and the crane to the left of the BT Tower. You see those red lights?
Which one is it? Oh, so the big tall ones are Radisson. Yeah, I've spotted that. Here's Clark to Hayne. Hayne works it off his hip down to long leg, probably for just one. Yeah, he's off the mark with that. 78 for 3.
Funnily enough, the BT Tower is the one that says BT.
I've got that one.
They only just come on because it's gone dark.
Oh, I don't know.
And if they have come on, the only thing I can think of is that to stop things flying into them.
Well, it's got to be, hasn't it? Actually, there's some cranes out.
They've got lights on. And there's one over there. You see on top of that building to the left? That's got one on as well.
I guess so. Yeah. It has got quite a bit darker, hasn't it, in the last 45 minutes or so, as Clark bowls and Umeed defends. And plays it out to point. If you know why red lights appear on the top of tall buildings and cranes, hashtag BBC Cricket, please let us know. It must be to
stop things flying into them. Almost like a lighthouse.
Yeah, so there's like helicopters. I presume some of these big fancy buildings in the city centre will have helipads on the top of them, so maybe it's just for those purposes. I'm not quite sure. Here's Clark. Double breakthrough, Jordan Clark for Lancashire. Bowls it short, and Umeed plays a nice shot, just deliberately steered down to third man, and there are 3 chasing after it down towards the boundary, including the keeper. The 2 slips and the keeper, all running down towards the third man boundary. Davis has tossed his glove away, even though actually it was always going to be McLaren that got to the ball first. And Umeed's run a couple. Moves to 18, 80 for 3.
Just busy, aren't they, wicketkeepers? In the game all the time. Awkward, annoying, chirpy, ugly batsman.
That's harsh.
I keep wicket.
Oh, right, fair enough. We were saying before, there is a real, at the minute, continuation or production of young wicket-keeper batsmen in this country. There's lots of very good young wicket-keeper batsmen. He's one of them, Alex Davis. There's Clark to Umeed, who just dabs the ball down into the offside, and there is no run.
Am I right in thinking that Davis was a batsman first, and I'm talking when he was very young, and developed himself? I think he was a Northern League boy. And the reason I say that is because when you talk about lots of good young wicketkeeper batsmen, a lot of them almost batting is the first string to their bow. I think Josh Butler would probably admit he was a batsman first and the wicket-keeping came later. Same with probably Sam Billings. They're both excellent fielders.
Clark over the wicket, and Umeed takes it on, and 1 or 2 think that he's just got to feather through to Davis there, but the wicket-keeper and the bowler are the 2 most important people in that appeal, and neither did. Umeed survives, 18 and 80 for 3.
The reason I say that is because I'm of the opinion that you could turn a lot of cricketers into quite good wicketkeepers if they've got certain skills.
Yeah,
I wouldn't try and turn Monty Panesar into a wicketkeeper, for example.
Could be good fun.
It could be good fun.
Phil Tufnell.
Yeah, the cat.
There's Clark in just back of the length, and Umeed defends. Alright, back to the ball. It's the end of the over. 80 for 3. Umeed 18 and Hayne on 1.
What did you get up to this morning? How did you feel your time? Were you slightly discombobulated?
I was all over the place. Yeah, I didn't know what to do for the best. I didn't know what to do, because you can't. I've still got here at like 12:30. Actually, a bit before, like about 12:15. So there's not a great deal you can do in that period of time. I went for a swim.
Nice.
I had a late breakfast after a swim, but breakfast was only until 9:30, so I got down at 9:27.
Tricky.
Yeah, and then just dragged it out uncomfortably. They were cleaning up around me,
hoovering up around your feet.
Yeah, basically. And then I watched Holmes Under the Hammer.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was going on? Where were they?
They
get to Stoke-on-Trent a lot. I know that because that's where I'm from.
They were in Barry,
Yeah.
in Wales.
Oh yeah, like Gavin and Stacey.
Yes, they were. They were somewhere in the Midlands, and I can't remember where the last place was. But I remember the place in Barry in Wales. Absolute mess.
Was it Dion Dublin?
It was Dion's house, yeah. And he said, "Don't go anywhere near it. Don't touch it." These two guys did. Transformed it.
Shows what Dion knows.
It does. So yeah, it was a funny old morning. I didn't quite know what to do for the best.
As Scott Reed was describing the episode of Homes Under the Hammer which he watched this morning, you missed nothing because there was quite a conflab between the Lancashire fielders over what is about to happen. What is about to happen is a bowling change. Tom Bailey has replaced Ryan McLaren underneath our commentary position, so he's going to be running away from us. There's a slip in place, a short mid-off and a short mid-wicket for Sam Hain, who's faced only 3 deliveries. That's onto the hip of Hain and just turned into the leg side where James Anderson does the fielding. I'll tell you what, I hadn't even spotted the fact that Hasib Hamid is fielding a very short straight mid-on. I think that's because he was almost standing right in front of Andrew Umeed, the non-striker. So we've got this very odd field of a slip, silly mid-off, silly mid-on, short mid-wicket. And it's been employed by both sides, which says to me that this surface is on the slow side because they don't think that slips are much in play. Bailey again, straight delivery, driven, and Hasib Hamid at silly mid-on is fielding so close to the surface that when Tom Bailey, the bowler, dived to his right and he missed it, Hasib Hamid dived to his left and did the fielding.
Yeah, Lancashire looked at, I think, how Warwickshire bowled on this pitch, and I think you're dead right, Stefan, that early on in that Lancashire innings, Warwickshire had at least 2, and if not 3, and of course Hamid was the first man out, and he drove to Bailey, who was at that very short, straight mid-off, and they kept pretty much 2 or 3 close in almost identical positions as this.
Bailey's got 8 on his back. That's a short delivery that Hain just stands up tall and plays back to the bowler. No run, 80 for 3 Warwickshire. If you're just joining us, they began the day 23 for 1. Jonathan Trott made 56 before being pinned LBW by Jordan Clark. Next over, Ian Bell caught behind without scoring. Andrew Umeed remains 18 not out from 115 deliveries. Sam Hain has just 1. As Bailey, who I think is wearing black socks underneath his cricket trousers, in again, and Hain just defends up to Hasib Hamid at silly mid-on. Are they black socks or... Oh, we've gone.
Yeah, I don't know the number, but if you hold to dial and press redial, that should redial us straight back in. That didn't work. I don't have Richard's number either.
You'd only
continues to drop pancakes, currently 18, 115 deliveries, and he's got just the 1 boundary to his name. Sam Hain is on. Let's go round, lads! Thank you.
Do you want Lancaster in to the web feed?
Don't know.
No problem.
Oh, sorry, Paul.
It was alright, yeah.
Quite nice area, isn't it?
Well, I didn't go out last night, but I believe so. Yeah, it was alright. Oh, it's only 15 minutes. It's worth to go in. Nice in at Coventry and.
Good, buddy.
So I can do other ISDNs. So okay, cheers, Jeff. Well, I have to try and stick with this solution because otherwise I lose my ability to do any reports. Because all my reports for 2 stations go down this line.
Ah, I see. These things happen. I was sick. Hello. Yes, I've passed the information on, so I shall let you know if that needs to be the case. Oh, right. Well, Yeah, it might be needed, but they're working. It might not. They're working to solve the issues. Yeah, it was just well, there's only 10 minutes until tea or whatever we're going. So actually, yeah, we could carry on a medium wave an hour kick. Actually, yeah, I can just carry on a medium wave on that one. Yeah, go on. I might as well do that while we get it set up.
Yeah, I'll just go back onto my other kit and then you can.
Hi. Cheers, thank you. Welcome back to those of you listening online with the BBC. We have now solved our temporary little technical glitch. They do happen periodically, and we're delighted to get back to you with about 3 minutes to go until the interval. At the end of this first session, Warwickshire have painstakingly moved on to 88 for 3, having lost Trott for 56 and Bell for 0. Jordan Clark has turned out to be the key bowler for Lancashire, taking 2 for 18. 2 quality wickets for him. Andy Umeed has batted throughout the session. He's been batting for nearly 41 overs now for 21 not out. Sam Hain with him on 6. These two have added 11. That's the 28th over of this first session. Apologies that we lost the line for a short while. But we are now back on air as Umeed clips Clark through mid-wickets. Should just be a single out to the boundary rider out there. And takes the score to 89 for 3. Lancashire yesterday 273 all out. It has been murky. We had the floodlights on since 5 to 3 today as a result of the difficulties with the light. Pink ball though very visible from up here. How well the batsmen are picking it up. I think it's difficult to start, that'd be fair to say, as Hayne is relatively fresh to the crease, receives a ball going down the leg side from Clark, and there's no run. It's a slow wicket, and that's reflected by the fact that there's a short mid-on, only 15-16 yards away from the bat, almost with his left foot on the cut strip. There's a short mid-wicket who's on a matted track just 3 to the left of as we look down behind batsman Sam Hayne, and a short extra cover as well. Anderson is in that position as Clark bowls just back of a length. Has that taken an edge? There's a huge appeal from Clark. He's almost standing on Hayne's toes as it's turned down, and he's frustrated, but I think the body language of Alex Davis suggests that he's not too surprised that it wasn't given. I think the contact might have been between bat and pad, and therefore Hayne is given not out. Lancashire's session with those 2 wickets, given that Warwickshire certainly haven't got away with the bat. Just 66 runs scored in this morning session in these 28 overs. We'll sneak one more in before the interval. And it'll be Tom Bailey to continue. It'll be his 14th over. He's been very economical so far. He conceded 23 runs. Did drop a couple of balls short in his first spell of the session, which Jonathan Trott was able to latch onto. And here Umeed clips him off his pads for at least 1. It'll be chased down by Parry. They're going to come through for 2, and Hayne has judged that well as he was going to the danger end, the non-striker's end, and runs his bat in. And it's 91 for 3. Umeed up to 24. Majority of the crowd are again in the members area, down to our right. And this one outside off stump is left well alone by Andy Umeed. Therefore no run. Maximum of 4 balls left in the session. And it'll be quite a feather in the cap in a way of Umeed to get through a session, batting in these difficult circumstances, as he defends resolutely, very straight bat. And there's no run. He's curbed his aggressive side of his game throughout this session. Putting in the hard yards. Opportunity to cement down a position at the top of the order for Warwickshire with the retirement yesterday of Ian Westwood, who we were hearing from earlier. So again, he's forward defensively and he plays it straight down into the ground, so by the time it reaches Hasib Hamid, there's no danger whatsoever. All batsmen have little concentration ticks. In his case, he circles about 5 yards down the leg side and then walks back into position as Bailey returns to his mark, and he's in his stance well before Bailey turns. And he comes in once more, back of a length and defended into the offside by Umeed, which leaves us just 1 ball away. There'll be an update for BBC WM coming very shortly as well. Bailey has to do his shoelace up for the final ball of the session. Just one ball left in the session. Warwickshire 91 for 3. That double blow struck by Jordan Clark, the key. Trott for 56 and Bell for 0 going in quick succession. Andy Umid is still there on 24 not out. He's been batting for all 42 overs. Sam Hain with him on 6. Warwickshire on 91 for 3, trailing by 182 runs. Bailey's left shoelace is now intact. And he'll make his way up towards Umid once more. He's driving into the offside. Hasn't timed that perfectly, but he should get 2 more at least. They won't take a third on the arm of Jimmy Anderson because it's a very good one. And we get to the end of what has been an intriguing session, to be fair. Played under the lights, despite the fact it's the first session of the day. Because of the fact that it is a grey day, we've avoided any inclement weather in terms of rain. And Warwickshire have added 70 runs for the loss of Jonathan Trott, who made 56. He was spilt on 20. Tom Bailey will be frustrated. Jimmy Anderson putting it down at second slip. He moved from 20 to 56 before he was trapped LBW by Jordan Clark, a ball that just nipped back a wee bit. And then in Clark's next over, Ian Bell got a nick behind, taken neatly to his right, low down by wicketkeeper Alex Davis. So he was gone for 0. Bell still short of form in the Championship. Andy Umid has taken Watchful to new levels, really. He's at 26 not out off 132 balls. He's only added 18 runs in that 2-hour session. Sam Hain with him has made a cautious start. He's on 6. The duo have added 16 since that double breakthrough. So it means that Warwickshire will take lunch or tea or whatever you want to describe this first interval of the day as, on 93 for 3, trailing by 180 runs. We will be back for the resumption at around 20 to 5, and we look forward to joining then, hopefully without any further technical problems. Warwickshire 93 for 3, trailing Lancashire by 180. We're about to resume after the interval in about 10 minutes time. Warwickshire on 93 for 3. It's been sticky going on a murky day. The lights were switched on by 5 to 3, which hasn't made it easy for the batsmen. They're 180 runs behind Lancashire. Jonathan Trott had a bright knock. He made 56. He was spilt on 20 and made Lancashire pay for a while. But when he went to Jordan Clark, Ian Bell followed shortly afterwards without scoring. Andy Urmid has shown great resistance. He's batted throughout this innings for 26 not out. Another youngster, Sam Hain, with him on 6. When Warwickshire resume, they'll do so on 93 for 3. It's been slow progress in the first session. They went into the interval, Warwickshire on 93 for 3, still 180 runs behind. Jonathan Trott played the best hand. He made 56, although he was spilt at second slip when he was on 20. Eventually trapped LBW by Jordan Clark, who very swiftly afterwards got a little nick from Ian Bell, who was out for a duck caught behind. Andy Urmid has managed to bat for fully 42 overs for 26 not out. Very few shots in terms of aggression, but he's playing a good hand for the team as they try to bat as long as possible in these unusual conditions under the lights with the pink ball. The lights on by 5 to 3 today. Warwickshire, when they resume in around 5 minutes time, will be on 93 for 3. Welcome back to Edgbaston, where the players are emerging. I think a few moments late by my watch anyway, for the second session, the early evening session, shall we call it, of day 2 of this Specsavers County Championship Division 1 game. Warwickshire 93 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 273 all out. Very tight session, 70 runs added and 2 wickets taken. Very shortly after 5, Scott Reid will be here from BBC Lancashire and BBC Manchester, and Phil Britt from Warwickshire County Cricket Club. Alongside me currently is Stefan Schemilt from the BBC, and I'm Richard Wilford here for BBC WM and BBC Commentary in Warwickshire. That's got them all done. That's a long list to rattle off. You're listening to us live on the BBC Cricket website. All 9 matches from this round of pink ball games live for you throughout the week. I know there hasn't been a lot of play at a couple of grounds. I think yet to start today at Headingley, Chelmsford and Hove, but the match at Headingley will be underway in around 20 minutes time. Stefan, really attritional session apart from Jonathan Trott, a little brighter for him, he's 56, but Andy Umeed hanging around and doing a job for his team.
I thought it was a really good morning first session of cricket. It was pretty even, to be honest. Warwickshire had the better of the first hour. Like you say, Umi dropping anchor, Jonathan Trott playing the aggressor. You don't often get to say that. And then Lancashire came into it in the second hour. Jordan Clark, he trapped Trott LBW for 56. In Clark's next over, he had Ian Bell caught behind for a duck. So Warwickshire went from 77 for 1 to 77 for 3. At 93 for 3, it really feels like the game's in the balance. Lancashire made 273 yesterday, which we felt was kind of around par, really, considering that we thought that the pink ball might misbehave a little bit more than the red ball. Certainly there was a time around about the twilight time, which will probably be entering towards the end of this session and the beginning of the next one, when it seemed like batting would get a little bit more difficult. So 273 felt about par, and Warwickshire 93 for 3. You'd say that it's a very nicely, evenly poised game.
Although the fragility of the Warwickshire batting order makes you wonder whether Lancashire are a bit on the front foot.
I was ignoring that.
Well, I mean, I even raised it to Ian Westwood. I was concerned whether they'd avoid the follow-on target of 124. They need to avoid that. I think "hush now" was exactly the quote from him.
You feel like it's a crucial little half hour, don't you, after this session, that James Anderson's got the ball in his hand at the moment. Stick 2 wickets on that 100 for 5. It doesn't look too clever for Warwickshire.
And that would be a bit grisly.
So Anderson's coming in towards us now, bowling to Sam Hain. It's a straight delivery that Hain just forces up towards mid-on. Hello, Alex Davis has just nearly taken one in the face there as the ball was returned to him. The wicketkeeper almost seemed to lose it. Tom Bailey's return. There's all sorts of trouble there, Alex Davis, waving around to make sure he didn't get sconned on the head. And before that happened, I was about to talk about the field, which is interesting. We've seen these umbrella fields for most of the first 2 days. There's just a slip and a gully in place catching behind the bat, catches on either side in front of the bat. Anderson, that familiar run up in towards the game, and Hain defends on the front foot. There's oohs and ahs. I'm not really sure why, because Hain looked fairly certain in the way he defended that ball. So to finish the field, there's a point a short extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and a squarish long leg. It's been gloomy for most of the day, overcast, grey. Rain has threatened but not arrived, but the floodlights are on. We knew the floodlights would be on at some point. It's a day-night match, but they've been on for pretty much most of the day. Anderson, Hayne driving nicely past Hasib Hamid at short extra cover. There's a chase. Warwickshire will take a couple and no more because the outfield is pretty slow. Score moves on to 95 for 3. Sam Hayne has 8.
Well, the interesting thing is we're now getting towards the stage where Boyd Rankin was telling me last night this ball gets soft. He reckons the last 30 overs, so for overs 51 to 80, were with a pretty soft ball. So if Warwickshire can get to that point, it might be that they can bat with a little bit more safety. It might be at that point that Stephen Parry gets involved in the game for the first time.
Anderson just tosses himself a catch, right hand to left. Then he kicks in with the city centre behind him. Hayne again defending around his front pad. Anderson will be interested there. Hayne's almost taking quite a large pace across his stumps. That'll certainly interest a swing bowler like Anderson, who'll see that big front pad as something of a target. Yesterday the crowd was reasonable. There was certainly plenty in the members area and a few populating the Wyatt stand, which is ahead of us. Anderson in past the umpire. Hayne defending on the front foot, inside edge onto pad, fielded by Dane Vilas at slip. No run, 1 delivery of the over remaining. There was some chat to say there was around 1,300 spectators inside Edgbaston yesterday. Certainly fewer than that today. We wondered if the crowd would be boosted by the after work walk up. That certainly wasn't the case. You never thought it would be, did you, Richard?
No, it does feel like a red herring to me.
Another fielder in at short mid-on. Anderson to complete the over. Hayne defends from the crease. So the end of the first over of this second session of day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match. Warwickshire 95 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 273. Plenty of cricket going on around the country. You know by now that every delivery of county cricket is covered on the BBC Sport website. Also, England women playing their second Women's World Cup match. They reached 377 for 7 against Pakistan. Centuries for Nat Siver and Heather Knight. In reply, Pakistan are 107 for 3, but rain has arrived at Grace Road, so that game has been delayed. They're in the 30th over of the Pakistan innings. You can listen on 5 Live Sports Extra and see clips on the BBC Sport website.
I'll be a bit disappointed if they don't defend 377.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
That would be frustrating. It's been a good tournament so far, though.
Pakistan, I mean, I thought England's defeat on Saturday was actually pretty good for the tournament. When I heard that India were batting first on a grey day, I was like, oh dear, they could get skittled. But I thought India winning was good for the tournament, and Pakistan probably ideal opponents for England after losing that first game.
Tom Bailey's going to continue. This will be his 15th over already. Bowling to Andy Umid, who's on 26, and he drives this up towards the short mid-on Hasib Hamid, who was fielding with his left foot just about on the cut strip. That's how tight he is to being straight on the drive. There is a more orthodox mid-on in position as well behind him and to the right, Jordan Clark.
At one point, just before the interval, Hamid did some fielding and almost dived into Tom Bailey. He's that close to the bowler.
Yeah. He dived straight across, didn't he, in front of the stumps. Bailey, and again very full, and he's driven, and this time he gets in the gap between the bowler and the mid-off, and that's a nice drive for 4. So Andy Umid, having done the hard yards for fully 43 overs, gets a rare boundary, and that will take him up into the 30s. 99 for 3 Warwickshire.
It's an even better stroke because from our position right behind the bowler's arm, you could see that Bailey had actually got some quite exaggerated and late in-swing, but Umid was still up to the task of driving through the vacant mid-off region.
This 30 is worth a bit more, actually, in terms of the type of bowling he's had to face in 3 hours at the crease. This one's just back of a length on an off-stump line, and he chops down onto it out into the offside. Croft comes around for a point to do the fielding. My suspicion crowd-wise would be there's about half the attendance today. And they won't get a late roll-up because the weather again is is not brilliant. Although the forecast has improved, the suggestion is we might even get through intact tonight, which would be quite something. You can never trust the weather forecast too strongly, can you? Because showers can miss you, and they have tended to do so today. This is very full, and Umeed bangs it down into the ground and brings Croft into play again. Couple of slips, point, extra cover. Short mid-off is Anderson. There's a mid-on as well, short mid-wicket, and there's short mid-on and a deep backward square leg. We're just being warned that we may get a brief dip out as they try and sort out a couple of technical problems at the station that's hosting us this week. As this down the leg side has come off pad, there was a noise there, and Alex Davis, when he took it, he wasn't terribly interested. There were one or two yells and yelps, but that wasn't a threat to the wicket of Andy Umeed.
Is Tom Bailey wearing black socks?
That's an interesting question. You often see cricketers in grey socks, don't you? I'm going to have a look now.
Black socks wouldn't be on, would it?
It'd be an unusual choice. They're certainly dark as he paces in now, and that certainly got a little bit of in-dip again. Very similar to the one earlier in the over that Umeed drove. This time he clips it towards mid-wicket. Can't beat the field. End of the over. 44 gone. So they're going exactly 2 1/4 and over here, Warwickshire. 99 for 3, and they still trail by 174 runs.
I think he's definitely wearing black socks. Steve Waugh used to wear black socks.
Did he?
Yeah. Did you ever used to watch Father Ted?
Yeah.
It's only priests who wear black socks.
Only priests.
Anyone else is just wearing very, very, very dark blue socks.
He's good. He's good. Right, that's what we expected.
We've just gone off air.
Let's keep on trying it until it comes through again. Welcome back to Edgbaston. You only missed one delivery during that. Jimmy Anderson just back of a length, and it was blocked by Sam Hain. We were warned that we'd have a brief outage while some technicals were just being sorted. Steph will pick up the remainder of the over.
Just trying to have a little look around the country about where there might be rain. I certainly think there's rain at Hove.
Yeah, I haven't played at Hove or Chelmsford today, so down south they've got the worst of it. About to start at Headingley for the first time today. So we've done quite well here in the middle of it all.
It's an incredible field that's been set now for Sam Hain from Jimmy Anderson. We said that Hain was walking across his stumps and that Anderson might want to use the in-swing to target those pads. There's 3 catches on the leg side. Here comes Anderson again, and those catches almost in play as Hain works a delivery that was, I think that was outside the off stump, and Hain still wristily flicked it towards mid-on. There's a blue helmet and a box being run out for Hasib Hamid, who before was at a shortish square leg, and I think he's going into a genuine short leg position.
It is, not for the first time in this match, the sort of field that you wouldn't normally see anywhere other than an under-9s match.
No. It takes me, well, it doesn't take me back to Bodyline, because I'm far too young, but it reminds me of sort of leg theory, where you would see batsman just looking over his left shoulder and seeing half of the fielding side because he knew he was going to get peppered by Larwood and Vose. So this field at the moment is Hasib Hamid under the helmet, who's at short leg, being beckoned closer by James Anderson. There's a short mid-wicket and a silly mid-on. Anderson targets that big front pad of Sam Hain. Again, it's turned on the leg side. That's a better stroke by Hain. He's going to go for a single down to long leg, and the applause is for the Warwickshire 100. They're 100 for 3.
The position that Hamid was in there for Sam Hain, I would suggest, is even a short square leg. It's not a forward short leg. He's got his right foot almost on the crease there. It's quite an unusual position. He's still got that short mid-wicket in. The short mid-on is almost close enough now to be a genuine silly mid-on, which again you don't see in the senior game very often.
It's the same field for Andrew. Umeed leaves the ball outside the off. That's a good leave. Coat of varnish away. There are only two types of leave, good ones and bad ones. But Umeed, who's now prodding at the surface with his bat, will probably think that was a little bit too close for comfort. They're calling for more protection, Dane Villas and Alex Davis. Probably some pads that Hamid can put on. Yesterday we were talking about that sort of deepish short leg position. I like to call it the James Taylor. Anderson hurries in again to Umeed, full and straight, defended to that silly mid-on.
But he's unusually square here, isn't he?
Yeah, like you said, he's almost got his right foot on the line of the popping crease. The rest of the field is a slip and a gully, an extra cover and a mid-off. There's only 4 men on the offside, which in itself is unusual for Anderson or any pace bowler, as he comes in now to complete the over inside half of the bat for Umeed. An unconvincing drive up to the fielder at short mid-wicket to end the over. 45 gone. Warwickshire 100 for 3. They are 173 runs behind Lancashire.
It's a slow wicket, it's hard to score on it, it's potentially going to be a reasonably low scoring game. If Warwickshire can get anywhere close to this score that Lancashire posted, that would not be a bad thing. Having brought those shin pads on effectively for Hamid, I think he's run off the pitch in order to put them on, so they might have the 12th man. Aaron Lilly's going to field for an over here. Warwickshire do much the same thing when Sam Haynes popping his pads on to field short, so Bailey won't have the benefit of a short leg.
Not going to miss Aaron Lilly in those spikes, are you? He's just trotted on those luminous orange and yellow spikes.
Yeah, he's in a way I suspect they're almost an old pair of boots. He tend not to this season. That's not back on trend, is it? The ones that have got the big orange heels. Bailey to continue, 100 for 3. Hayne on strike, comes a long way forward and is firm in defence. Hayne on 9, Umeed on 30. And these two are part of the future for Warwickshire County Cricket Club. We were talking about that with Ian Westwood, who was accepting that the criticism of Warwickshire in recent years is a fair one, that they haven't brought through enough players. You know, he's a good example. He a lad who joined the county as a 9-year-old. Ian Bell, Chris Wokes, good examples of that. But that generation, all in their 30s, with Wokes accepted. This is full and carved into the offside. Running round from point is Croft. Nice pick up on the bounce. And floats the throw to Davis because there was no danger of a run. Must be getting cold in the box next door because Scott's putting his cardigan on. Very good. Yeah, he's chilly. He hasn't got an open window in there either. Somebody needs to tell him how to work the aircon.
I'll have to turn it off.
Yeah. You can turn it into a heater if he wants. Bailey approaches once more, and a little bit of in-dip again, but at the sort of speed that the batsman's got time to watch it onto the middle of the bat, Hayne defensively.
At least Lancashire are making the ball do something. Like you said, that there were reports that around about this time yesterday, up and down the country, the ball started to go soft, and Shivnarine Chandapal even mentioned it in his close-up play interview yesterday. But Lancashire, even if the ball has gone soft, they are at least getting it to do something. They're getting a little bit of something out of this ball, which is now 46 overs old.
Yeah, I don't think we saw Warwickshire getting much when it was this old. I think Panayi in his second spell on his debut did get a little bit, just a little bit of in-dip, but not as much as Bailey's getting. They're putting a man a little bit deeper at square leg now. Still several fielders in close catching positions in front of the bat, including a silly mid-on. A very short mid-wicket. This is down the leg side though. That's the waste of a ball from Bailey, who shortens his follow-through and turns on his heels and brushes his fringe away a couple of times. I speak of it as a man who's very jealous of fringes.
The thing I want to know, how close, and we spoke about this yesterday, if this was a normal game that started at 11 o'clock, how close are we or how close would we be to going off a bad light at the moment? Probably not that close.
Well, I think the lights are having quite an effect, because you can see the shadows following Bailey as he comes in, and he's clipped off his pads by Hayne through mid-wicket, wide of the short fielder Parry for his 10th run, 101 for 3. It's actually, if anything, it's a bit brighter now than it was before the interval.
I guess the point I'm getting at is that if bad light is not a thing in day-night first-class cricket with a pink ball and floodlights, could therefore, and from a spectator's point of view, could it be eliminated entirely if you played with a pink ball no matter what time you start?
Ooh. It's an interesting thought. As this is again dragged down the leg side by Bailey, so Hamid will help himself to a single through mid-wicket. End of Bailey's over. 102 for 3. Very shortly there'll be a bit of a double change in the box after Scott and I have done our respective reports. Steph will be back in half an hour. Phil Britt's going to move in before I make way for Scott after I've updated listeners to BBC WM. What's going on? BBC Cricket website, your service throughout for all of these matches. Also England's game against Pakistan in the Women's World Cup, which is live on 5 Live Sports Extra just now. And it's been very intense cricket today. I can't entirely decide what to make of what we've seen over the course of today. As Anderson will continue, Umeed is on strike and he plays defensively into the leg side. Phil Britt from Warwickshire County Cricket Club alongside me. Phil, whatever else, Andy Umeed here is getting some great time in the middle. He's batted for 46 overs now in pretty testing conditions.
Yeah, he's hasn't offered too many shots in attacking shots, but he's doing the job, isn't he? 31. It's been solid.
As he clips Anderson behind square on the leg side, it bounced well before it went past Hamid, so he'll go up to 32. 103 for 3, 170 the difference between the two sides.
Very watchful, I think it's been.
Yeah.
Well, when Trotty was going along, he did the right thing. He didn't need to be trying to outscore Trotty. Trotty was scoring quickly, and he gave a good support there. And just needed to steady the ship again, having lost those 2 quick wickets, losing the captain and Jonathan Trott.
Anderson driven by Hayne. Oh, he's caught him in a follow-through. That's a stunning catch by Anderson. That's quite remarkable. That was a full-blooded off-drive by Sam Hayne, and Anderson has caught it at shin height, going down on his knees. Well, he has always been a fine fielder, James Anderson, but that's extraordinary. Hayne gone for 10, 103 for 4.
Yeah, he hit it so hard. He came down, drove it. You're looking behind normally past Anderson, but he got to it, and terrific catch. Really wonderful reaction. Sam Hayne will feel there at the moment. Things just cannot go right for him as he walks off the field. And that another breakthrough for Lancashire. 4th wicket down for Warwickshire, 103 for 4. Still trailing by 170, and it's beginning. We said yesterday that the Lancashire score might be quite a useful one. Warwickshire got to have to be a bit careful here now that they don't go down in the clatter.
Yep. He'll trudge off disconsolate, and rightly so, because he'd actually looked in really good order in making those 10 runs. Made a good half-century in the second innings at Chelmsford in very testing conditions against the spin of Harmer on what was a very much a turning wicket by that stage. And there's not a lot wrong with that shot, except that it's off the ground and within reach of the bowler. But there aren't too many fast bowlers who would have been able to grab hold of that. Anderson, of course, put Jonathan Trott down earlier today at second slip, which was a far more routine catch.
Yep.
But he's gone a long way towards making amends with that one.
Well, his mum and dad are here watching him, Sam Hayne. They're over from Australia. I was talking to them at the lunch interval, and they were hoping to see him go on and make a big score today. But I think you're quite right. He played the shot well enough. He'd looked pretty solid, but terrific reactions from the bowler.
Tim Ambrose comes in. Still a lot of fielders on the drive on the leg side, and he guides this round the corner. There are oohs and ahs, but it was heading down the leg side, that delivery. So Ambrose can get himself off the mark with 104 for 4. Just do a piece for BBCWM very shortly. And then get to the sport part of their news bulletin. And then Scott Reed in his cardigan is on the prowl. He's nippy, he's cold. We've got the window open in here, but he was cold next door.
He's... he was out swimming this morning, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
Some open air swimming.
Yeah, in the lakes.
Yeah.
That's true. I say lakes, it was a pond.
It was in the Cannon Hill, wasn't it?
Yeah, came in with a Canadian goose on his shoulder. As Umeed chops down on a ball that was just back of a length and angled in from outside off stump towards middle. And he just has another scratch at his crease to set his guard again. Now we'll update BBCWM listeners with 1 ball left in the over. And they're 104 for 4. They've just lost Sam Hain. Very unfortunate. He's gone to a brilliant piece of fielding by James Anderson, who caught him in front of his shins on the follow-through. It was a full-blooded off-drive from Hain, and he was gone for 10. Andy Umeed is still there, having opened the innings. He's on 32. Tim Ambrose has joined him. He scored a single off his first ball. He's 1 not out. Warwickshire 104 for 4.
Big round of applause for James Anderson, who picked up his second wicket. It's now 2 for 34, 104 for 4 Warwickshire as Richard leaves us and Scott Reed moves in beside me, and we are going to see, continuing here is Tom Bailey. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. It's a very good piece of filming by Jimmy Anderson, wasn't it? Sharp work from Jimmy.
Yeah, terrific work. He got down there, it was hit well. Sam Hain will think, well, I've hit that ball right out the middle. And, he scored. Does make you wonder how he dropped the one earlier on today, which was infinitely easier. But anyway, it's Bailey looking for his first wicket, and if Lancashire were to get another one now, they would really be on top. A little bit of extra pressure coming on as the pads are being brought out for the close-in field.
Yeah, it's Aaron Lilly's got the pads and the helmets, and who's he looking for? Who's he trying to pinpoint? Oh, it's the captain, Stephen Croft, who's been he's been handed the pads and the helmet. He wasn't really for moving there, wasn't Stephen Croft. I think he was quite keen on the idea of strapping on the pads, but he's doing so.
Who's off the field then? If Lily's on, Chanderpaul is down at...
I think it is Hamid.
Okay.
Yes, it is, yeah. Because Chanderpaul, yes.
Yes, he's down in front of the score books, isn't he? Anyway, Bailey is in for his first ball, and this one is cut away behind square by Ambrose and down to the backward point boundary. A shot he likes, anything short outside the off stump. It's one of Ambrose's favourite shots. Leans back and cuts backward of square on the offside. Types it well, gets a lot of his runs through that arc, that sort of 90-degree arc between cover point and slip, mostly sort of through the gully and backward point area, but he moves on to 5 and 108 for 4. 2 slips waiting as Bailey into Ambrose, who runs this one away to cover point, and there's no run.
Yeah, I've not seen anywhere near as much of Tim Ambrose as you have, for example, but I would probably have guessed his strength would have been behind point. There's enough of him to see him play that type of shot quite a lot against Lancashire in the last 2 or 3 years.
He's played against everybody, I think. And still they bowled just a little bit short outside the off stump. It's almost like that was such a nice shot, I'd like to see it again. There's Bailey in and bowls, and this is bringing Ambrose forward and defensively runs it away into the offside. And there's no run, just Butler doing the fielding there. See, they've changed the mats around today on the pitch. We talked yesterday about the sandy mat being out, but they've decided that they'll give it a run on the other one.
And here was me thinking that particular sandy mat did a special job. It was performing a special role. It was a different colour for a reason. Clearly not.
obviously, just to keep us interested. Bailey and Ambrose is again just running it out to Butler, and again there's no run. Butler then throws the ball back. I'm not sure to whom actually, because Alex Davis, the wicketkeeper, had to go diving across in front of second slip to retrieve the ball, and it was in the end fielded by one of the slip cordon, and probably not the tidiest piece of play there from Joss Butler, who, if he'd have been the wicketkeeper, probably would have given somebody a pretty hard stare. Here's Bailey in, and this one is run out into the offside. There is no run.
It's an interesting session, wasn't it? The opening session. Lancashire obviously having prized out not just 2 wickets, but the wickets of Trott and Bell, would have been really pleased with it.
Yes, yeah.
I'm not quite sure how to assess that first session.
It was. I think Warwickshire struggled. They tried to consolidate. Trott played some nice shots, but I think you've got to give it just to Lancashire as back goes Ambrose and cuts this one away through the third slip area down to the boundary, and again just late on it, chopping it away, getting plenty of bat on it, runs away. His second boundary of the over, 112 for 4. Ambrose quickly on to 9. Yeah, I'd edge it just to Lancashire, mainly for the fact that the 2 names they got out, Trott and Bell. The dismissal of Ian Bell was, I think from a Warwickshire point of view, it was a disappointing sort of innings. It was a nothing shot really from Ian. It sort of a little sort of dab at the ball as it went outside the off stump, and just got a little nick on through to the keeper. It was, again, it wasn't like you'd gone for a full-blooded drive and got a nick and you'd gone down. It was almost like, well, let's see what I was going to do. It wasn't, you're not really sure what even the shot was going to do, to be honest.
Has he been in much form of late? Oh, right.
He's had the odd, but again, by the Bell standards, we've had in the Championship just the one real big innings.
As Anderson to Umeed, it's a run here, worked in through the onside, a pick up and throw by Butler at the stumps, trying to run Ambrose out, but he missed, and Umeed gets a single, takes him to 33, 113 for 4.
Yeah, he's got a number of half centuries in the last couple of seasons, but only in the last 2 years in the Championship turned 1, and that was the very first match he came after he'd taken on the captaincy when we were down at the Aegeus Bowl. The first match of last season was the only 100 he's got.
Anderson from the Birmingham end bowling, and Ambrose gets forward and pushes the ball through the offside, just in front of square for 1, moves to 10, 114 for 4.
It was also a little dab shot, that, wasn't it? Ambrose just waited and just dabbed it away. Yeah, so by his standards, you know, I think everybody's waiting for him to sort of get that big innings, but it's been a while coming.
I wonder if Ambrose is a busy player, isn't he? You know, he bats with a bit of purpose as Anderson bowls, and Umeed looks to have a play. I mean, he's dropped his hands, but I suspect he's had a little nibble at that, just outside the off stump. Almost found the edge, Jimmy Anderson, and gathered by the wicket keeper.
Should be really kind and say that he actually just dropped them in the last minute, but yeah, it would be hard pushed to say he didn't play it.
It was borderline, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit of a marathon stint this from Andy Umeed as Anderson balls to him and he's defending for the umpteenth time. Arrow straight, back past or back towards the bowler for no run. I wonder if Ambrose might try to see if he can try and push it on a little bit here, because I felt that Warwickshire weren't going anywhere particularly in that opening session, even though Lancashire didn't find a wicket in the first hour or so. We've lost a couple since that resumption. He's driven, full length ball by Anderson, back down the pitch, stopped off his own bowling, and there's no run.
He's sort of, that's the 150th ball that Andrew Umeed's faced for his 33. It's difficult to be particularly critical as a Warwickshire spectator of it, because the batting has been, you know, so frail at times this season, and to see you actually grafting away
Anderson to Umeed, who's defending off stump again. And there's no run. Yeah, I agree absolutely entirely with you.
But you are right. Where is it going? And I think you're right that Ambrose is coming. He's got to give a lift, because should they lose another wicket at this stage, 114 for 5 would really be put them in a lot of trouble. Still a lot of runs behind Lancashire.
I mean, it would be hard, you would think, for Umeed at this point to try and change it. I mean, he's so well set on doing what he's doing, which is great, and it was terrific last night, and it's been superb today again. And he's, for the team, this is a terrific knock by Andy Umeed. I think it just needs somebody else at the other end, doesn't it, to try and... Yeah,
Trott did it earlier on.
He did.
Then they sort of they got back in. Sam Hain was looking to do it. I think Ambrose is the man. If he's there for any length of time, Ambrose will score quickly. He's not a man who sits on the bat and he gets on with it, and actually has a pretty good return. It's, gets a good return from Tim Ambrose. Ryan McLaren has replaced into the attack at the pavilion end, and his first ball is full and driven by Tim Ambrose, but straight up to Aaron Lilly, who's on the field substitute fielding at extra cover, and there's no run. 114 for 4. Did you have lunch?
I've got some.
You got some
to come to eat a little bit later.
Oh right, you went down and got some, or
yeah.
you pinched some from the breakfast table. This one is pushed into the offside by Ambrose. You're not one of those who snaffles the rolls at the breakfast rolls at the hotel underneath a serviette and then shuffles them into your bag, which is down by you, and then picks a bit of ham as well. This will do for later.
I've not been storing food away in my pockets. I went downstairs to the members' lounge. I got a nice tuna salad, which I'll have a little bit later. I'm still not particularly hungry.
Well, I should have thought after you swim you wouldn't you? McLaren in full. Ambrose steers it away nicely into the offside, but can't beat the infield. Another dot ball. You must have known you were going to go swimming. I was thinking about this afterwards, actually. I decided, I didn't know what to do, so I thought I'd go for a swim. No, you must have brought your swimming stuff with you, knowing that it got a pool and that you were going to swim.
Well, yeah, I brought it with me.
It wasn't quite as casual and on the spur of the moment as you're making it sound here, Scott.
Fair enough.
McLaren in, bowls, Ambrose there. He's tucked up a little bit and in the end has to push down the line and plays it back for another dot ball.
No, there's a degree of pre-planning in it. I appreciate that. In fact, I had to pack some swim shorts. Yeah.
Which you always do when you go on a cricket commentary.
Well, depending on what hotel.
The first thing you put in your bag, of course, when you go off to commentate on the cricket is your swimming shorts. Yeah.
It's me microphone and then the swimming shorts.
McLaren in, bowls down the leg side. Ambrose can't get anything onto it, and Davis whips across and does the tidying up. And there's no run. 114 for 4. And they say that this commentary business is hard work.
I don't know who says that.
So you're all for this then, right? The early morning stuff.
No, I don't know. It still leaves you a little bit uncertain what to do in the morning.
In McLaren, this is driven nicely by Tim Ambrose, but can't beat the dive of Stephen Parry at mid-wicket, who gets down low goalkeeper style, gets both hands to the ball, prevents the run. A maiden over from Ryan McLaren, the fourth of his 8 overs. It stays on 114 for 4.
It'll be tomorrow. I need to try and find a replacement headlight. The bulb has gone, not in the main headlight, in like the little side headlight. So I'm thinking of a trip to a particular department store that we mentioned before play started. That's tomorrow morning's job, I think.
They're pretty good, actually. They fix it for you.
Well, I hope so. I wouldn't have a clue.
No, I wouldn't either.
Anderson over the wicket to Umeed, who's right in behind.
But if they don't, it's not your car, is it?
Well,
we could have a go at it from the lunch break.
Get the hammer onto it.
It's not yours. It's not my car. I don't mind having a go.
114 for 4. 152 balls faced by Andy Umeed, and he has been immaculate in defence. He's tapping his bat, his powers of concentration, terrific. He faces Jimmy Anderson again, who's over the wicket to him. He jabs his bat down, comes off a thickish inside edge, and squirts out to backward square leg, and he's called Ambrose to, or back for 2, and that's good. That's a bit of intent, that's nice running, and that's appreciated too by the Warwickshire fans.
Yeah, and I like that, because it would have been very easy to have taken 1 there and say, right, I'll stay away from James Anderson, but he wants to get back, and he moves on to 35. Made a century on debut, in his debut last season, Andrew Umeed, but then found it difficult.
There's Anderson over the wicket to him. He's defending back down the pitch. There's one of 3 players on the onside, all within barely 10 yards of the batsman. He's picked out the short straight mid-on, no run.
He's got some big runs in the second team this season as well, and has skippered the second team, so been opening in the second. He's got runs opening now in the first team, which is, I think, exactly the way it should happen.
Anderson towards us, bowls forward, presses the ball down into the offside, bounces twice before reaching Aaron Lilly, and there's no run.
Also been developing him as a spin option as well.
Oh, right,
again, he's come on and got a few wickets in the 2s.
Presumably with a retirement this week, there's an opportunity for him to try and maybe play even, a bit more regularly and running the tide.
Would think, pretty much so.
And Anderson to him, he's having to defend a ball that just creeps up a little bit, kind of rib cage height, steers it safely right on top of the bounds, pushed it out towards mid wicket, no run.
Yeah, you would have to say that he's probably, if all things continue to go okay for him, Varun Chopra having left during the winter, now Ian retiring, that's the 2 regular opening pair.
As Anderson completes his over, and Umeed shuffles across the stumps and again just pops the ball out into the offside, and he's negotiated another Jimmy Anderson over, and he's still there. He's 35 not out, 116 for 4.
Yeah, I would think he's got a very good chance. William Porterfield, obviously, it opens up as well for him when he's available, but the problem they have with William is, of course, obviously he can play, and he's but he's away with Ireland quite a lot. I'm not sure what their programme looks like for the rest of the summer, in all honesty, so I don't know how much we'll see of him or how much he'll be away. But there aren't a string of natural opening batsmen coming through. Sam Hain opens in white ball cricket, and maybe if he's struggling a bit at 5, that might be something they think about. Ryan McLaren in bowls, that ball just has a little bit of a wobble, and Ryan McLaren decides that, and in fact, so does Joss Butler. Ryan McLaren actually looked quite good with his footwork. From foot to foot, he got the ball up about 5 or 6 times. Then went over to Joss Butler, who tried, who clearly failed the trick. He wasn't quite as good. I think we'll give him 3 out of 10 for his ball control, and Ryan McLaren about 8. McLaren again is in and bowls, and it's down the leg side and clipped away nicely by Ambrose, but straight to mid wicket.
Have I imagined that Sam Hain has previously opened the batting in the county championship for Warwickshire? I may have made that up.
I think he has.
Right.
Somebody's going to correct me, I'm sure, but I don't think he's
always been middle order.
He's always been. They moved him because he didn't play white ball cricket at all until last season. They just went opening with him. McLaren in. This is cut away. Just Ambrose moving towards the ball, then just opens the face and runs it down, but straight to 3rd slip, and there's no run. I don't think he's opened in the county championship.
Right.
But certainly he's had a terrific success. One of the things which is so difficult to actually equate, and this is one of the, always makes you wonder about these things with cricket. He couldn't buy a run with a red ball game, but he was scoring runs for fun with the white ball. McLaren in, bowls, wraps Tim Ambrose on the leg, in fact perhaps just above the leg, and he goes down clutching his lower abdomen.
That came back in, didn't it?
Yes, it certainly came in. It didn't get up much, but then for Tim it didn't need to, really. Nobody's really gives any. There's no sympathy, I think. He's bent over double. There's a little bit of pain, I'm sure. But, Andy Umeed's come down to see if he's all right, but he's not offering any assistance. But, yeah, Ambrose is okay. A couple of deep breaths, taps the wicket, he'll be fine.
But it is a little encouraging, isn't it? Looking ahead to the future with Umeed batting here, and he might get a chance to play a bit more regularly this season. Sam Hain still in the side. Noticing this young bowler making his debut in this game as well. There's perhaps elements. That there's some of the fresher faces coming through.
Yep. This next one is Ambrose, still not entirely comfortable, I think it's fair to say, as he gingerly walks out towards square leg. He's got through that next one. He's certainly not walking comfortably at the moment. He'll take a few minutes just to get back in. I think there are some green shoots, let's put it like that. But again, hugely inexperienced, really, all of them, of course. This next one is better from Ambrose. He comes forward and punches it out the butler. So end of another over, maiden over.
But look at last night and then first thing this morning. Umeed, who's got so little experience, but what he would have gleaned, I'm sure, and learnt from the way he got through last night, batting with trot.
Yep.
And then same thing again this morning. I mean, that's got to be invaluable for him, hasn't it? He can only be, you'd like to hope, a better player for the way he's gone about it today, and maybe just having that guidance. And that other guy at the other end were joking last night that Trott was like keen to give him the last over, from Jimmy Anderson, you face it, I've done my bit, I'm the senior guy, but it's those types of experiences that have got to be really good for his development.
Oh, I think you're absolutely right. You look at the Warwickshire side, and the side that started the season well, there were only really Sam Hain in there, who was what you'd call a young player.
Anderson continues to Umeed, little inside edge he's defending from the crease, but the ball squirts off that inside edge beyond the short leg fielder and down to bat with square leg. He's got himself a run. He moves to 36, 117 for 4.
And then what's clearly happened with injuries, what they've done is brought in some of the younger ones, given them an opportunity to have some first team cricket with varying successes, which you're always going to get, but at least they're now trying them and saying, look, and so they are looking to the future. Now, whether that future for a year maybe in Division 2, who knows? They'll still obviously think that they can escape.
Yes, Ambrose plays at this ball from Anderson, just back of the length, wide of off stump, just pushes forward. It almost looked a little bit of a lazy push from Ambrose, in truth. He's missed it, crucially for him, albeit he looked round with a bit of concern as the ball nestled into the gloves of his wicket-keeping counterpart, Alex Davis.
Yeah, until it's mathematically impossible, they'll believe that the side can escape. But one thing they have to do is blood some of the younger players.
Over the wicket, Anderson bowls onto the pads of Ambrose. That's a nice shot. He puts that back down the ground. And he's managed to squirt himself up towards the non-striker's end for a run. Moves to 11, 118 for 4.
That's the sort of fielding I go for, Chanderpaul. Right boot. None of this throwing yourself down.
No.
Nearly 43, he decides his right boot will do perfectly, just the same as a long dive.
Anderson towards us and Umeed defending out into the onside. There's 4 fielders and very close in on the leg side. There's Croft under the helmet, kind of a leg slip, fly slip. And there's 2 short mid wickets, Butler and Anderson, maybe 6 or 7 yards apart. And then there's short straight mid on, which is Jordan Clark. Anderson towards us and bowls, and it's driven. Oh, it's a beautiful shot by Ambrose. He can straight back down the pitch and stopped by Chanderpaul, who comes round from mid off. And again, he's used his right boot, stops the ball and picks it up. Gives it a bit of a polish.
Yeah. It's a good old long spell, this, from Anderson, isn't it? He's certainly testing him whether his fitness here. getting himself ready for it's still going to be a very busy balance of the summer. I'm going to go at the end of this over because Richard has to get in and do his updates.
It's Anderson to Umi, just pushes him back and he defends out to point, and Aaron Lilly, the 12th man, picks up and throws at the stumps, but makes no contact with the stumps. And that's the end of Anderson's 19th over. Collects his cap from the umpire. Umeed has 37. Ambrose has 11. And Warwickshire 119 for 4. And that's the end of the 53rd over of the Warwickshire first innings.
Have you not got an urgent appointment of your own at 5:30?
I have. I need to run relatively quickly.
Steph is poised. There will also, I am led to believe, be some news for Warwickshire supporters in the next couple of minutes as well, which will be of some interest. So we'll let you know about that, hopefully during the bulletins that are coming up on BBC Commentary Warwickshire and BBC WM. 119 for 4. Warwickshire still 154 runs behind. Lancashire have kept things very tight. They've made it hard to score. Done a very good job of that. Anderson has bowled well. Bailey has bowled without any real fortune. I don't think it'll be too long before we see Jordan Clark again. So breaking news is coming in now from Warwickshire as a new over is begun by McLaren, and Umeed hits it down into the ground and it loops up and it's fielded in his follow through by McLaren. Warwickshire have announced that the Yorkshire all-rounder Will Rhodes is joining them on a 2-year contract. So 22-year-old all-rounder Will Rhodes joining Warwickshire on a 2-year contract which will start at the end of this season. So for the moment he's not coming to Edgbaston just yet. Whether that changes or not I don't know, but we'll let listeners to our 2 local stations let them know about that in this area, as Umeed looks to guide McLaren down towards third man, but can't breach the field there. Stefan Schmilt alongside me. It's been a day that's really for the purist in terms of the way this game's panning out.
It is wonderfully poised, though. We said at the end of the interval that we thought this would be a really crucial session for the match.
McLaren to Umeed, who defends out into the offside. No run as it's fielded at short mid-off by Joss Butler. A few vigorous warm-ups being done at the moment by Jordan Clark, so I think Jimmy Anderson's spell may be over. He's got through 19 of these 53.5 overs. 2 wickets, the second courtesy of a brilliant caught and bowled. So BBC Commentary Warwickshire will be the first of the 2 stations to come across with their reports. Well, with a couple of runs coming up to Andy Umeed here, they'll go up to 121 for 4, still 152 runs behind. It's been quite an innings from Umeed. Been batting for nearly 54 overs now for his 39. He's really stuck in and trying to prove his point. Tim Ambrose with him has 11. He's looked quite bright so far since coming in to replace Sam Hain. He was very, very unlucky to be out caught and bowled by Jimmy Anderson. An amazing catch in his follow-through by Anderson. Hain was gone for 10. And news in the last couple of minutes that Warwickshire have signed the Yorkshire all-rounder Will Rhodes for the next 2 seasons. The 22-year-old due to join the county at the end of the current campaign. Warwickshire 121 for 4. So that update done as McLaren is driven into the offside for no run.
Still reigning in the Women's World Cup match between England and Pakistan.
There's enough overs for England to claim it on DLS, isn't it?
That's right, yeah. Means that the cricket's no longer on 5 Live Sports Extra. Commentary of England under-21s against Germany under-21s. Big semi-final.
Oh yeah, of course, that game, I think it's 0-0 last time I looked at that. This one just back of a length from McLaren, defended back down the track, and there's no run. It remains 121 for 4. We'll get BBC WM out the way in just a few moments' time, and then we'll be able to give you our full considered attention and let you know what else is going on around the country, actually, because Steph has got an eye on that on his computer. Jordan Clark is indeed going to come back into the attack now, as we suspected, but Anderson did have the one success along the way. And still, Andy Umeed holds up one end, which has been an impressive effort. 167 deliveries for his run so far. It might be 38 rather than 39. I do have a bit of fun with that scoreboard at the far end.
It's 39.
Oh, I was right. So I didn't mislead the good burghers of Warwickshire. That's always a relief. They'll never forgive me if I do.
Good burgers?
The good burghers.
Yeah. That's what you said.
Burghers. Burghers. The burghers of Warwickshire. No. It's the fine people who live there.
Is that right?
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with a bit of archaic English. Every day's a school day, see?
It is, yes. First new one on me, that is.
Well, BBC WM are just about to link now. They're giving out the news about Will Rhodes' acquisition. It's been a real grafting day from Warwickshire. They're 121 for 4, so they're still 152 runs behind. Andy Umeed has demonstrated a real desire to stick around at the crease. 39 not out he is, having batted for 54 overs. Not too many shots in anger. His current partner Tim Ambrose has just tickled one off his pads for 4 runs, so Warwickshire have officially avoided the follow-on, which is something you can't take for granted this season. Jonathan Trott's bright 56, the pick of the innings so far. Sam Hain, the most recent departure, caught and bowled by Jimmy Anderson for 10. That was a stunning catch. Warwickshire 125 for 4.
That was the good burgers of
Birmingham and the Black Country.
Yeah. Here comes Jordan Clark. Tim Ambrose just driving up to mid-off, and there's no run. 125 for 4, Warwickshire. They're replying to Lancashire's 273. After this, there'll be 54 overs remaining in the day. So what does that mean? 18 overs remaining in the session?
No, 22.
22 overs remaining in the session.
So we're looking at another 7 o'clock-ish interval tonight, I'm afraid.
32 in the last session, that's right.
32 in the last session, yeah.
Clark's got a straight run up, tattoos on both arms, in now to the short. Ambrose again, that's a drive, just one bounce back to the bowler. If there was a little bit more pudding on that one from Ambrose, Clark may have been in the caught and bowled territory. A little bit earlier on, it just seemed that the rain may have been threatening. The clouds just seem a touch higher than they were. It looks like we're going to get through another little while at least unscathed. Dane Villas has just been doing the sort of stretching at first slip that would maim a normal man, but he's now crouching as Clark is in down the leg side. Ambrose misses out, and the tumbling Alex Davis gathers the ball. 125 for 4, Warwickshire.
I think Lancashire have done a really, really good job of keeping on top of this throughout. They've kept the pressure on the batsmen. They've not made it easy to score at any point.
Yeah, it's something that Scott Reed said, that even though Lancashire haven't always been taking wickets, they've kept a lid on the scoring. Clark again past the umpire, straight delivery to Ambrose, who defends from the crease back up towards the bowler. And also from Warwickshire's point of view, they're not unhappy to be occupying the crease. The situation that they're in, where runs have been hard to come by throughout the summer, maybe there's been a little bit of fragility around that top order. A little bit of grit and stoicism certainly not going amiss here.
No, exactly, and for especially a young player like Andy Umeed, who's struggled for runs so far this season.
Clark to complete the over. Ambrose defends with a straight bat. So Clark back into the attack with a decent over. He's got 2 for 23 from the 9 that he's bowled. Warwickshire are 125 for 4 in response to Lancashire's 273. Earlier on they began the day 23 for 1. Jonathan Trott made 56 before he was LBW to Clark. Ian Bell went a couple of overs later for a duck. That was 77 for 3. Sam Hain made 10 before being brilliantly caught and bowled by 3 for 4. And since then Ambrose has joined the stickable, adhesive, stoic Andrew Umeed, who is at 39 not out from 167 deliveries.
Just to put a bit of flesh on the bones, incidentally, of Will Rhodes, new signing for Warwickshire, left-hand bat, right medium fast bowler, born in Nottingham, grew up though in what used to be the East Riding, just outside Hull. Made his Yorkshire debut in the first-class game in 2015. As McLaren begins a new over, Umeed thinks about pulling in and gets out of the way of it and lets it go through the wicket-keeper. List A debut for Rhodes back in 2013 when he was still a teenager, averaging nearly 27 in the championship with the bat, with a high score of 95 and 33 with the ball, which isn't too bad, and respectable performances in List A and T20 cricket. Former captain of the England under-19s, led them to the World Cup semi-final in 2014, where they lost to Pakistan despite an unbeaten 76 from Rhodes. So a young player, sort of age group that they need to recruit and bring through, as this is left alone, full ball from McLaren. But there is a need. Now, whether there's any possibility of getting him here this season, but it's a 2-year contract from the end of this season as things stand. I'm sure they'd love Yorkshire to release him a bit sooner if he's not playing any cricket, but we'll see what happens there.
It's becoming increasingly fluid, isn't it, the transfer market between counties?
It is, yeah, and it makes sense if it means players get the opportunity to play more than anything else. But we see a lot of fluidity and movement of overseas players, don't you? I mean, Shiv Chanderpaul has played for a few different counties, Sangakkara has played for a few different counties. There's plenty of that around. McLaren, another good example of that, just back of a length and guided up towards mid-on by Umeed.
This match is one of only 2 in Division 1 that has play at the moment. No play in Southampton, where Hampshire taking on Somerset. The leaders Essex also being frustrated in their match against Middlesex. At Headingley, Surrey have moved on to 436 for 6. Probably no prizes for guessing who's got the runs there.
As that one beats, well, I say beats, it beats off stump. Umeed's left it. He's shown prodigious ability to leave the ball. Who's got the runs?
It's Kumar Sangakkara.
Oh yeah, he's decent, that kid. He's decent.
Just the 1,000 first-class runs for the season so far, and he's giving it all up at the end of the year.
Somebody needs to persuade him not to.
Division 2, no play at Hove between Sussex and Gloucestershire. Same at Wantage Road between Northampton and Leicestershire.
McLaren back of a length, clipped off the hip by Umeed, through square leg for a single. He's up to 40. 126 for 5.
Nottinghamshire, who look pretty nailed on to be back in Division 1 next year. They've got a lead of 128 over Kent with 6 first innings wickets remaining. Runs for Stephen Mullaney and Alex.
Mullaney's in a bit of nick, isn't he?
Derbyshire made 288 against Glamorgan. Glamorgan are 125 for 4. And Worcestershire have made 367 in reply to Durham's 197 all out at Chester Street.
And a bit of rain up there, I think, is delaying the Durham second innings. I don't know whether we're the only ground that's avoided any rain all day, but must be close to it. Has deflected down towards third man. That's a heck of a stop there. Is that Velas who's flung himself to the left?
Yes, no, it's Tom Bailey.
Tom Bailey. What was it? It was a tall unit that got down there when Ambrose thought he was going to be running 2 or 3 down to third man. 126 for 4 at the end of the over. 147 the gap between the two sides. Ambrose has come in with an air to keeping the scoreboard moving. These two have added 23 so far since the unfortunate loss of Sam Hain. And
just to finish our little glance around the country, the England women's game between the England women's World Cup match against Pakistan still delayed, and it's getting to the stage where that game, I think, will be in danger of being abandoned. The cut-off time is 6:40. I saw that said they probably would need an hour to clean up. Well, we're getting close to that hour. In fact, we're past that now, so I think England closing in probably on a DLS victory to get their campaign. As speaking of up and running, here's Jordan Clark into Andrew Umeed for the umpteenth time today, defends into the offside.
Yeah, so 5 Live Sports Extra have got the England under-21s against Germany under-21s in the semi-final of the European Championships. Germany took the lead there about 7 or 8 minutes ago, but England have equalised. There's one apiece. Dimmy Gray, former Birmingham City player, has scored. There you go. People are saying, oh, don't talk about football when the cricket's on, but I dragged it back to a local reference for people around here. Warwickshire fans, big proportion of Blue Noses, Birmingham City fans.
Clark, it's straight ball to Umeed, who somehow forces it onto the onside. Look like that, just cutting off the seam. Single to Andrew Umeed. He moves on to 41, 127 for 4. These Lancashire fielders are not without animation. There's oohs and ahs. Dane Villas at the moment's got his cap off, both hands on his hips, just sort of contemplating the injustice of the world. He then throws his cap into the air twice in his right hand. Yeah. Now right hand to left.
But it's what you call the good ball grown. It's a good ball. It's cut back. It's a very tidy ball. But he's played it really well. Umeed down and through mid wicket for a single.
Clark onto the hip of Ambrose. This is turned to deep square leg for a pretty comfortable single. He goes on to 16, 128 for 4. Yeah, a batsman is allowed to keep out a good ball. A good ball doesn't have to take a wicket.
No, it's imperative that the batsman does so, in fact.
Otherwise it'd be a rather short game.
And the next ball to Ambrose was a very similar shape. He just started it down a slightly straighter line, so as a result he was able to turn it away on the leg side.
The floodlights continue to illuminate the arena, as they have done for most of the day, although I'd say that they're probably as unneeded now as they have been at any point. Clark short to Umeed, who gets up onto his toes and just plays the ball back to the bowler. It was certainly quite dark either side of the interval. The fact that would bad light even become an issue, although one would hope that that isn't even a thing anymore in day-night cricket. The crowd, it's hard for us to tell exactly how many spectators are inside the ground because a lot of the members congregate underneath us, so we can't always see that. But in the Wyatt stand there's a smattering, but you wouldn't say it was busy. Full delivery from Clark, driven by Umeed up to mid-off. There's one delivery of the over remaining. There's certainly fewer inside the ground than there was yesterday. You'd say it's just a normal championship crowd. Slightly hamstrung by the weather, really. It's been... We haven't seen the sunshine, have we, so far in either of these 2 days?
No, not at all. Not at all.
But it's dark enough for the lights on top of those tall buildings in Birmingham city centre to still be visible. Clark, dark-haired, Umeed just chops the ball into the offside. Fielded by Ryan McLaren in the gully. That is the end of the over. Warwickshire 128 for 4 in reply to Lancashire's 273. You're listening online on the BBC Sport website, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, WM, BBC Radio Manchester, medium wave frequencies of BBC Radio Lancashire. My name is Stefan Schemmelt, and he's Richard Wilford.
Are you as charmed by obscure cricketing statistics as I am?
Absolutely.
In 2013, Billy Godleman, having signed for Derbyshire, went back to his first ever county, Middlesex, to play at Lord's. And at the age of 24, he scored a half-century, which he brought up to the 244th ball that he faced. After 5 hours and 23 minutes at the crease.
Okay.
I bring that apropos of nothing to the conversation here. Umeed 41 off 177 balls.
Was that
so
any
far.
sort of record for slow half-centuries?
I think that is the slowest ever in the championship. It was of historic proportions. McLaren bowls full, and playing defensively with the full face of the bat is Ambrose out into the offside. I think it broke a record previously held 20 years earlier by Jamie Hall, then of Sussex. From what I can get from my research so far, I was hoping to find Warwickshire's slowest half-century. Just in case it becomes relevant, you never know. We're not assuming anything, and it could be quite a while yet. Because Umeed is really digging in. Clipped round the corner, ball down the leg side by McLaren. But Chanderpaul is round rapidly enough for a 42-year-old, and gets a good throw in as well to keep them down to a single. Ambrose to 17, 129 for 4.
Linked to that, and the fact that the Women's World Cup is currently underway, I once saw an Ashes test between England and Australia at Wormsley. Laura Marsh faced 304 deliveries for 55.
I'm struggling to know quite what to say to that, as Again down the leg side strays McLaren, and Umid has clipped this rather neatly through a straight mid-wicket. The chase is on for Clark, who gets there about 4/5 of the way to the boundary, and Umid crosses for 2. He's to 43, 131 for 4.
Yeah, she took her 330 minutes to complete a half-century. Her first boundary did not come until she'd faced 225 balls.
That's vaguely magnificent. It is, but not a spectacle. McLaren again down the leg side. That's well taken by Alex Davis. I mean, not quite able to catch up on it to get a little flick round the corner. It's not been the best over yet by McLaren. There is clearly huge value in this innings from Andy Umid. He's a young man trying to make his way in the first division of the county championship. He's been given an opportunity for the last few games to open the innings. Made a century on debut last year, but hasn't got a 50 since, if I remember rightly. I think he's just got that one big score in the championship. But this is an innings of merit, and off a thick outside edge he'll get more runs here down towards third man. The ball will hold up as it approaches the rope, so he'll have to settle for 2 more. 45 now for Umid, 133 for 4. This has been a positively fluent over for him, but the 180 balls he's faced against this attack in these conditions is very admirable.
Yeah, it's easy to rib Andrew Umid. I'm sure he's probably getting a bit of that in the dressing room, but you cannot underplay the hand that he's playing for Warwickshire at the moment. It's been quite excellent against some decent pace bowling in unfriendly conditions.
This is another ball down the leg side. McLaren hasn't got his balance right at all in this over. Taken by Davis, 133 for 4. He's got his run rate up to 25 per 100 balls. There was a time when it was somewhat lower than that. But he's not played with any great deal of freedom. I don't think he'll get any ribbing from the home changing room at all. I'm sure he's getting a fair amount of chat from the Lancashire bowlers and fielders, and that's all part of the game. But right now what he's showing is an extraordinary temperament. I mean, it's the best part of 3 hours ago since we had Ian Westwood in here, but the word he kept on using about Andy Umid is temperament. And he's been batting, I would think it must be 4 hours now in this innings. And he's just dug deep in circumstances that everybody's unfamiliar with.
I think the one thing that Lancashire haven't tried, which I'm surprised, is a bit of spin. We haven't seen Stephen Parry yet. Jordan Clark, right arm over to start a new over. It's a big drive from Ambrose, as oohs and ahs, and Ambrose very lucky not to get a tickle through to Alex Davis.
Yeah, I appreciate that the seamers have all bowled well for them, but particularly given what an obstacle Umid has been, you'd want to know how he was going to play spin, wouldn't you? I think you're absolutely right, and Parry has had a decent season, and even if it was only for 2 or 3 overs to mix things up, I mean, they're 22 overs from the second new ball, and the bowlers have got through, the seamers have got through a lot of work today.
Clark once more straight, lovely stroke by Ambrose through mid-on. They'll pick up at least a couple. There's a chase for Shivnarine Chandapur. As we've said throughout, the outfield is slow, so that doesn't help the ball rattling along to the rope. In the end, Chandapur just retrieves it before it gets to the line. 2 taken, 135 for 4. You're right what you say about the second new ball being due. After this one, there'll be 21 overs available. Time's actually running out for Parry to get a bowl because he's not going to get anywhere near the second new ball.
No.
So you'd think that at some point relatively soon an exploratory few overs of left arm spin would be on the cards. Slip and gully go down as Clark comes in towards us. Yorker from Clark. There's an appeal for LBW. I think he's hit that. He looks at his bat, in fact, yeah. Ambrose. The thing that may have actually had him in more danger was the fact that he ended up out of his crease as he danced to get his toes out of the way, and a throw came in. I don't know if it was from slip or gully.
Was it Velas? I thought it might have been Velas.
Velas at slip, and if it had hit, I don't know if Ambrose was out of his ground. They certainly would have appealed. Lancashire aren't shy of an appeal.
But I got the same impression as you, bottom of the bat for that.
Clark's got the ball in his right hand as he scampers in. That's a short delivery to Ambrose, working off his hip to the man at mid-wicket. No run. So slip and a gully in place. 3 men saving 1 on the offside. 2 men saving 1 on the leg side. A deep square leg and the long leg. It's Josh Butler who's out there at deep square leg. He's been discarded behind him just beyond the boundary. As we talk about Stephen Parry, he's getting loose at fine leg. He's wheeled his arms around. He's removed his cap underneath that long sleeve sweater that he's wearing. Clark again to Ambrose, who again just works the ball into the onside. No great power. Tom Bailey with some simple fielding to do. And now the pink ball begins its journey back to the bowler, from McLaren at gully to Stephen Croft at cover. Croft's got the ball in his left hand and he just shines it on his trousers. We hear that the pink ball is difficult to shine. Well, you certainly see nothing, no stains coming off the ball onto the trousers of the players. Croft has now returned it to Clark, who has it in both hands. Then just the right as he's past the umpire. Outside, caught at slip! It's a big drive from Tim Ambrose, a full delivery from Jordan Clark. It was pretty loose, really, far too wide to be playing that sort of stroke. Clark pushed the ball up, full of length. Ambrose took the bait. He's caught by Dane Villas at first slip off the bowling of Jordan Clark for 19. Warwickshire 135 for 5. And as has been so often during this innings, just as Warwickshire were gaining a little bit of a foothold, they lose a wicket. Lancashire strike, and you'd have to say that they are on top in this game.
Not sure I entirely understand that shot. Having got away with a waft outside off stump earlier in the over, a little bit of movement that Lancashire appear to still be getting. I'm quite surprised that Ambrose has decided to follow that one and have a go at it. And decent take by Villas. You'd expect him to be able to take that one. And 3 wickets for Jordan Clark, who has been the most effective of the Lancashire bowlers today. And it's not a bad list. Trott, Bell and Ambrose, 3 former England Test batsmen in the hutch off the bowling of Clark. Ricky Clark will come in now, so we'll have a pair of Clarks.
It was just loose from Ambrose. Like you said, Richard, earlier on in the over, he'd taken the bait of the wide, full delivery, a play and a miss. And you could say it was actually pretty good bowling from Jordan Clark, who'd bowled straight, it was straight, and then another wide, full one, and Ambrose couldn't resist. It was a thick edge, and Dane Villas did well, actually, because it was travelling very quickly, and Villas just held the ball at shin height. And as he took the catch, he sort of tumbled backwards. And Lancashire just kept a lid on Warwickshire all day. I mean, they started the day, Warwickshire, at 23 for 1. We're now midway through this second session, past midway through, really. And Warwickshire only 135 for 5. So the runs haven't come quickly, and Lancashire have kept chipping away.
So start of a new over. McLaren to bowl to Umeed, who leaves this outside off stump, showing impeccable judgment once again. Might have visions of carrying his bat, as I think it was Daniel Bell Drummond did yesterday. Stephen Mullaney out for Nottinghamshire now against Kent for 168. Notts 146 in front. It's chucking it down at Chester Street. Dave Bradley, who covers Worcestershire, has noted. He's up there with Worcestershire, a first innings lead of 170. They're back on at Northampton though. And the weather forecast suggests we're going to stay dry here right through to close, as Umeed defends back down the track, and there's no run. Warwickshire do have quite a recent history of what I call a reverse split, which is they score more for their second 5 wickets than they do for the first 5 wickets. It's happened so often over the years. Is
it like a club cricket where really you could just pick the batting order out of a hat?
Sadly at times, yes. Yes, I was going to tell you that curious things are unfolding at Headingley, as McLaren bowls full, and another very good leave by Umeed. He gets his bat high. You know how you reported a few moments ago that Kumar Sangakkara had reached his 100? Wasn't long ago, was it?
It wasn't long ago that I reported it, but I think he'd been there for a little while.
Well, the partnership between him and Tom Curran has lasted 20 overs so far, and they've added 131.
Blimey.
Sangakkara is now 166 not out. He's gone a little bit wild on them. McLaren well outside off stump, bit of wobble as it left his hand, and he looked like he might have slipped a little bit. He looked round accusing the umpire. Pretty sure that Jeremy Lloyds didn't try and trip him there. Rashid 16 overs for 107, so he's going at nearly 7 and over. Jack Brooks 18 overs for 109.
Well, Joe Root's in the Yorkshire side, potentially just handing some advice to Gary Balance. Good practice for the New England Test captain.
Yeah, duck. As outside off stump, it's defending to the offside. And there's no run. Tom Curran is on 31 and out, just providing support. Joe Root's bowling right now, and they're past the 110 overs now, so 5 points for Surrey there, and just the 2 for Yorkshire.
Do you think it's got a touch darker?
Yeah, it's gone a bit dark, but I don't think there's anything threatening about it. Rain clouds, for whatever reason, historically, 20 odd years reporting at this ground and even longer watching, always come over your left shoulder. They always get sent up from Worcester. McLaren short, ducking under it is Umeed. Good bounce to that, end of the over. 135 for 5. Warwickshire, they still trail by 138. So what's coming there is light and high enough, the cloud. But the interesting thing, if only Warwickshire could get within 100, or even better, that Lancashire could be batting at a difficult time of the day today. And these are all the things that we're trying to judge. But day 2, pink ball cricket is starting to feel normal.
Yeah. We might never go back. Well, until the next round of championship matches, that is. We now have the rather splendid scenario of Clark to Clark. Clark without an E to Clark with an E. Jordan the bowler, Ricky the new batsman. The tall figure of Ricky Clark is just taking guard and scratching away at the crease with his right boot. There's still only a slip and a gully in place. It's a curious field actually for a new batsman, because we have a ring of 6 fielders, 3 on the leg side, 3 on the off, saving 1. Ryan McLaren, who was at gully, has just been asked to make a second slip, and now mid-wicket Tom Bailey has come in catching. Other than that, we have a long leg. Jordan Clark, 3 for 27, dismissed Tim Ambrose with the last ball of his previous over. Now into Ricky Clark. Has hit high, but that's certainly jagged off the seam from Jordan Clark, hitting Ricky Clark possibly a painful one on the inner part of his front thigh.
Came back too far as well, but we've seen a bit of in dip and a bit of in swing here and there. That did genuinely deserve the verb jag. It jagged.
So Jordan Clark, the jagger, comes scurrying towards us, and Ricky Clark down the leg side, well taken by Alex Davis, who has to skip across and dive to his left. And Jordan Clark begins the trudge back to the top of his mark. He's got 16 on his back, heavily inked right arm. His Lancashire shirt, short sleeved, has got some red trim at the end of the sleeves. Behind him are 4 blue covers, currently dormant, and the sight screen. And he's in again to Ricky Clark, outside the off stump, left alone. That's the sort of delivery that accounted for Tim Ambrose. Those 4 covers, those 4 blue covers that are in front of the sight screen, are they redundant with the old hover cover away to our left?
No, they will do the bowler's footmarks or the bowler's run-ups a bit further afield from where the hover cover goes over.
Nice.
So they're additional covers.
Clark with the pink ball in his hand into Ricky Clark. Nice drive by Ricky Clark up to mid-off, and there's no run. So I presume 2 go at each end of the hover cover. We've got 4 blue covers, so...
Yeah.
It's a long...
They're not always employed for these situations. They've got all sorts of ways. They've got big plastic covers as well.
It'd be a long push to this end for 2 of them, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
They've got to come all the way from down there. Ricky Clark taps the bat once, twice, then raises it. He's got a slightly open stance. Jordan Clark in outside the off stump, through to Alex Davis. No run. 1 delivery of the over remaining. Will we get that delivery before Richard Wilford's next update?
Yeah, you'll be fine.
135 for 5 Warwickshire in reply to Lancashire's 273. Men to fall today. Trott for 56. Bell without scoring. Sam Hain for 10. And just now Tim Ambrose for 19. 3 wickets to Jordan Clark, 1 to James Anderson to go with the 1 that he took last night. Jordan Clark just shines the pink ball on his right thigh and comes in towards us with short steps. Full delivery to Ricky Clark, who's away with a boundary. Full and leggy, almost a leg stump half volley really, and Clark just turned it behind square to the vacant square leg fence. He's on 4. Warwickshire are 139 for 5.
Yeah, I'd be very pleased to be away and off the mark. Well, Ricky Clark, as England are confirmed as victorious in their match against Pakistan. DLS would have had them miles ahead. I think they needed 270 off 20 overs or something when the rain came, Pakistan, so that was never going to be a goer. Just wonder whether we might see some spin for the first time today. We are. Stephen Parry's coming on. Stefan has vacated for Phil Britt to come back into position. And
afternoon, Mr. Wilford.
Afternoon. Still 16 overs to go until tea, which is going to be 7ish. Until tea or supper or dinner. Interval 2, as it's officially, I think, being dubbed. Very soon, Scott Reed will be with us as well, and we'll be doing stuff on BBC Lancashire on FM as well as on medium wave. There you go. We're getting everywhere.
Absolutely.
So Parry coming on for the 62nd over. McLaren was sending down a few dolly mixtures just lately. So we'll see how Umeed handles this. 45 not out off 187 deliveries. He's batted for 61 overs. Digging very, very deep indeed. He'd love to push through to a 50. So again with his one previous championship 100. Parry keeping a very keen eye on the positioning, the very precise positioning of the field. He's got 2 short covers at the moment. And his first delivery is down the leg side, and he gets a leading edge on me. Then he thinks about a single when it evades the infield, which was never on. And it's going to be picked up at mid-off. That was a very eventful first ball, to say the least. Here come BBC WM for their update right now. Any second. Well, the Bears are 139 for 5, still 134 runs behind the most recent departure. Tim Ambrose chasing a wide ball. He edged to Velas at slip off the bowling of Jordan Clark. A 3rd wicket for Clark. Andy Umeed still there. He's batted 61 overs for his 46 not out. Warwickshire 140 for 5. So, job done. We have, of course, in the last half hour reported the news of Will Rhodes signing for Warwickshire for the next 2 years. That was announced at 5:30.
That's an interesting one, isn't it? A young player coming to Warwickshire.
Yeah, no, it's promising.
Yeah,
I think
good for both.
They would love for him to come a bit sooner.
Yeah.
It remains to be seen whether they're going to achieve that. But if he's not playing any cricket for Yorkshire, you wouldn't have thought there'd be a lot of harm in letting him go early, as Parry floats up a full toss, which is driven into the offside by Clark with some care, because I don't think he wants to get out to a ball like that. It was that sort of shot.
It's a nice sort of friendly delivery there from Parry.
It was a bit, wasn't it? He's waited a long time. That's a much better delivery, which drops on a spin bowler's length on middle and leg, and just offers to grip a little bit. We saw Jeetan Patel get the odd delivery to grip, so it's played watchfully by Ricky Clark, who could have a very important role with the bat in this innings, as he defends once more back down the track. See Scott doing his BBC Lancashire report at the moment. He's there's a lot of hand gestures as he does it.
He really
as well.
gets into it, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. Very expressive.
Yeah.
Don't know whether he does a bit of a amdram when he's not swimming. Parry floats this up on leg stump, but Clark resists the temptation to turn it round the corner. Instead he defends it back down the track. And that means we get to the end of 62 overs, 140 for 5. Warwickshire, they trail by 133. They need to get a whole lot closer if they're not going to run the very real risk of getting themselves into trouble in this game. Tomorrow does look like it will be affected by rain. A lot of rain expected overnight, and not clearing it necessarily in time for a prompt start, but you never know.
Well, the forecast, when I spoke to Gary Barwell, I asked him what the radar looked like, because they're pretty knowledgeable in the groundsman. So usually, he said to me, about 4 o'clock today we're expecting rain to come through. He said there's 2 bands, and if we do get it, it could be that we don't get, it doesn't stop. Here's Clark, comes in from the Birmingham end, bowls, and up on his toes is Umeed. Just runs it down to mid-wicket. There's no run. But touch wood, it did, when I walked across to the museum and just before tea, the rain, you could feel it in the air. But it didn't materialise into anything.
For those who also follow the kick foot, England's under-21s are beating Germany 2-1. They've come from behind. Tammy Abraham has scored.
Yeah, they were a goal down. Clark bowls. Umeed is again solid in defence and into the offside, and there's no run.
Pink ball or no pink ball, Surrey have passed 500 against Yorkshire. Bear in mind they've only had 17 overs today. 506 for 6. Sangakkara 175 not out. How does he do it? He's a machine.
When does he become England qualified?
Just in time to retire.
Clark bowls, and this one is turned by Umeed. Looks for the run, but terrific piece of fielding by Joss Butler there in mid-wicket. Prevents the run. That would Umeed thought he'd got it past him, and he was heading halfway up the wicket. Had to scuttle back into his crease.
Well, the one spill by Anderson at slip when Trott was on 20, notwithstanding Lancashire's ground fielding has been exceptional so far.
This one is short and ducks underneath it and goes harmlessly through to Davies behind the stumps. Yeah, it has. They've been very impressive. Their fielding just kept the pressure on Warwickshire, never allowed Warwickshire to get away from them at all.
So I think we're joined BBC Radio Lancashire's FM listeners at this point with 140 for 5 on the board.
Welcome to them again. They were with us yesterday and welcome back today. 140 for 5. That single turned away there by Umeed takes them on to 141, and Umeed moves to 47 off 194 balls he's faced. It's been an obdurate innings from Andrew Umeed, as around him wickets have fallen, but he's stuck there. He's on 47. Jonathan Trott earlier in the day made a half century, but apart from that, which have struggled a bit to get the ball away, as Clark goes for an expansive drive and squirts the ball in the end up to mid-off to Chanderpaul. It's the end of another over. They are still, with 46 overs remaining in the day, it's still a lot of cricket left in the day. We're only just about halfway through the day. We welcome back Scott Reed.
Thank you, Phil. I think that's what Lancashire have done really well today. They've not allowed Warwickshire to get away at any particular kind of rapid pace, and they've just chipped away and taken 4 wickets throughout the course of these of the day's play. I think they could be pretty pleased with how they've gone about it. I think they've done all that they can possibly do. They come up against some really good resistance in Andy Umeed. He's batted really well for his 47. But aside from that, runs have been tough to come by for Warwickshire. Here is Stephen Parry continuing his left-arm spin, and Umeed goes back and cuts the ball off the bottom edge, just out to Batwell Point, and Shivnarine Chanderpaul is there to field for Lancashire, and there is no run. There's a slip and 2 short extra covers in place. Butler, one of them, whirling his arms around as Parry bowls full of ball and punched back down the pitch and stopped by Parry off his own bowling. And there's no run. For those that have just joined us, a couple of wickets for Jordan Clark today, including actually 3 in total.
3, yeah.
There's Parry into Umeed and turns it into the onside, and there's no run. And he dismissed Trott and Bell and Ambrose as well.
That's right. Trott going for 56 off 89 balls, and Ian Bell going for a duck, just 4 balls.
Parry skips in and bowls again, another 4 ball, and Umeed off the toe end of his bat just pokes it back towards the bowler. And Parry turns, drags his sleeve a little higher up on his shoulder, running in towards the city centre from the pavilion end, twirling away, bowling, and then turned out to mid-wicket by Umeed. And Aaron Lilly He's on his 12th man and has been now actually for a wee while. I think it's Hasib Hamid who he's on his 12th man for. Not seen him, I don't think, since the tea interval. As Parry just goes a little short, but Hamid is back and defending and into the offside. That's the end of the over. And Warwickshire 141 for 5.
That brought up Umeed's 200. 200 balls faced in this innings. He's made 47 runs in the 200 balls, but it's been a pretty obdurate innings. He's been at the wicket now for nearly 4.5 hours. They just go through the scorecard for those listeners just joining us. Last night we lost William Porterfield LBW to James Anderson for a single. Today Jonathan Trott completed his half century, and then was LBW to Jordan Clark for 56. Bell followed very quickly behind, caught behind, edging Clark to Davis. He got a duck. Sam Hain was brilliantly caught and bowled by Jimmy Anderson, and then Ambrose edged to Clark to Villas at slip, as this first ball of Clark's new over is just pushed back by Clark. Clark without a knee bowling to Clark with a knee, so it's never easy, is it, when that happens, when you get Clark bowling to Clark, Patel bowling to Patel at Nottingham. We used to get till Nottingham got relegated. Always we ended up saying Sammit and Jeaton. Here's Jordan Clark, he's in and bowls, and Ricky Clark covers up and just evades Jordan Clark's hand as the ball runs back up to Chanderpaul, who's fielding at mid-off. So those were the wickets to fall, and it has been, I think, a day's cricket for the purists today, those who enjoy watching the dour fight. If you're looking for the stroke play, it's not really been here today. There's this one down the leg side, a fairly wild delivery from Jordan Clark, which Ricky Clark didn't make very much movement, except moved his 6'4" frame and tried to sort of squirt it by reaching for it rather than moving towards it or leaving it alone even. Jordan Clark turns and comes in and bowls, and this one is clipped away through the mid-wicket game. There will be, well, it's 144 for 5 here at Edgbaston. Andrew Umeed has batted resolutely 200 balls he's faced today. He's 47 not out, as around him wickets have fallen, as Warwickshire have found it difficult to break the shackles Lancashire have put on them. Jordan Clark's taken 3 wickets, James Anderson 2, as Warwickshire on 144 for 5 are still 129 in arrears to Lancashire on first innings as we approach the evening session. And here it stays on 144 for 5 with Andy Umeed on 47 and Ricky Clark on 7.
That's beautifully done, Phil Brett. Just a little update there for Coventry and Warwick. You just blended it into the commentary.
You see, I don't normally do any of these. That's as you can tell, they don't let me speak on the wireless proper. So that one came out of the blue. That was supposed to have been at 6 o'clock. That one, I think. Here's Clark in bowls, and this is very well stopped down at third slip, and by it was Ryan McLaren, wasn't it? Yeah, who got down low to his right and prevented what probably would have been 4 runs, I think, there, Scott, if it had evaded that outstretched hand.
Yeah, it's a good piece of fielding by McLaren. He's kind of backed up really the fielding that Lancashire have produced throughout the course of the day, and actually on the flip side to that, Warwickshire likewise. I think both teams here have played some really good competitive cricket these last couple of days, and it could be set for a bit of a thriller come Thursday. Yeah,
I'm just hoping that this forecast rain tomorrow, which we've been lucky, touch wood, so far today to evade it. I know it's interfered with a few games around the country, but I agree with you. This could be set up nicely, this one. Just hope it's not spoiled. The other thing which I hope doesn't happen, if the weather is turning, I'll wait till you've done this with Parry.
It's Parry in, starts a fresh over, forward comes Clark and defends, and there's no run.
It's the Royal London Cup final on Saturday, and we've all been saying, why do they play it in September? And wouldn't it be ironic, having brought it to the first week of July, that now it pours down with rain on that day?
Parry left arm around the wicket bowling, and Clark just leans forward. He's maybe a little inside edgy. The ball deviates out into the onside, and there is no run.
We've moaned about it. Warwickshire have been in the final 2 or 3 times in the recent years, and the one against Durham, it was absolutely a dreadful afternoon.
Parry to Ricky Clark, good stride, tall man down the pitch, and defends into the offside, no run.
It was like playing in December, so we also said, well, look, this is silly playing it this late in September. But the forecast isn't great, I don't think.
Let's hope it improves for the weekend. Parry drops short. Clark goes back. Little punch through the covers. And Joss Butler, who's at extra cover. He's not keeping wicket for Lancashire in this game. That's Alex Davis, and he's done well, though, down to his left. Good stop by Butler. Got his body in behind it. Hands the ball back to Parry. Skipping in again and bowling. And Clark is forward and defending once more back towards Stephen Parry. For no run. Ricky Clark on 7, Warwickshire 144 for 5, and Parry from the pavilion end around the wicket, and Clark happy to defend, just pushes it back to the bowler, and that completes Parry's 3rd over. 144 for 5. Umeed has 47, Clark has 7. Lancashire are a little bit behind on their over rate. I think they're -2, which may have helped Stephen Cross' decision to bring Stephen Parry into the attack.
Yeah. What was the score overnight? Was it 31?
23 for 1.
23 for 1. So Warwickshire scored 121 runs today. Lost 4 wickets. It's been hard work for them. Lancashire really have kept the pressure on. It's nothing to do with the pink ball, nothing like that at all. It's just been good bowling, excellent fielding, and I think again Warwickshire demonstrating again that the batsmen haven't got the confidence to go looking for shots and not playing with that sort of nice. When a side's ticking over nicely, as Chanderpaul, he was scoring freely, but there are few of the Warwickshire batsmen are doing that. I thought Trott batted well earlier on. Umeed has been a really resolute innings and he's done very well, but it's been one where he's had to grind every run out, and to that score he's done a terrific job. But it's not been easy for them. Lancashire haven't made it easy. James Anderson back into the attack. Have another go at Andrew Umeed, who is on 47, 144 for 5. So here he comes from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and Umeed goes across his stumps and just drops this one back into the onside. There's no run.
Are we any? I said maybe a tough question to answer, but maybe our listeners might know. Umeed is 47 from 203 balls. What would be the slowest 50 a Warwickshire batsman or a first-class batsman scored?
Well, I would think people like Trevor Bailey would have scored, taken that, but he wouldn't even. He'd have only been warming up by now. There used to be this one from Anderson is played into the onside, and again can't beat the infield. Umeed. There used to be a couple of Australians around, Mackay, who used to take forever. You wouldn't remember him, but he was like watching the paint dry, literally, when he batted. This next one gets Umeed across his stumps and pushes it into the onside. There's no run. Yeah, there were some batsmen who really were, when I met years ago, who really were on the sluggish side, but Trevor Bailey was always renowned for being a very slow scorer, and he would have thoroughly enjoyed it as well. The slower the better, really. Anderson bowls, Umeed again defends.
Well, it's great credit to him. I mean, he's only a young guy, and I said similar things last year about Hasib Hamid, that you see these younger players that are brought up on a kind of a diet of one-day cricket, and hitting the ball to all parts of the ground, to actually be able to bring it all the way back and just to defend and to leave and to be watchful and careful and concentrate.
Next one.
And how many times has he done that?
Yeah. That's solid. He gets his forearm very high when he plays that defensive shot. But he has certainly played that a few times in this innings. 207 deliveries he's up to now for his 47.
It's a great effort.
Anderson turns, has another go. He goes back and cuts and thinks about the run this time, but can't be deceived. Crofton fires it back at the non-striker's end. A maiden over from James Anderson. He's now bowled 20 overs. Good effort from him. He's bowled well. 2 for 41. And Warwickshire remain on 144 for 5. Yeah,
I think it's fair to say that Anderson's groin has recovered sufficiently, and it will be okay for that first Test match against South Africa. He's had a good run out last week against Hampshire. He bowled more than any other bowler in that game, and likewise here in this fixture so far, he's got through, as Phil mentioned, 20 overs. So he's back to full fitness, and the way he's bowled, especially last night, looks like he's right back on top form as well. With Stephen Parry to start a 4th over. Ricky Clark on 7, 144 for 5. And Parry is in and bowls to Clark, who snaps the ball down into the ground. Runs up to Butler at extra cover.
Clark's in a little bit of a difficult position here. Does he play his normal game, which is, this is not, Ricky Clark is an attacking batsman.
As he stands tall at the crease and Parry bowls to him, just trying to nudge it down the leg side, taken by the wicket keeper, no run.
Does he keep sort of playing in this semi-defensive role, and then perhaps gets a nick, and you just wonder whether he wouldn't be better playing more of his natural game.
Goes back and defends again, and there's no run. We see Ambrose tried to get on with it.
Got on with it.
Didn't he?
Quite there. I just wonder whether, because of they know that they've collapsed a few times, whether they're nervous to actually be the one who leads that.
And this next ball from Parry's played off an edge down to Batwell Point, and Shiv Chanderpaul, a centurion for Lancashire, picks the ball up, hands it to Butler, who gives it back to Parry, who walks backwards towards his mark and encourages Chanderpaul just to move in a few paces, a little bit tighter at cover point. And Clark is right forward in defence again to the bowler, and Parry picks it up, turns and walks back to his mark. Floodlights are on, and have been for the majority of the afternoon. I think it was just after 3 o'clock they fight into action, those floodlights. Shape of an E for Edgbaston here in Birmingham, as Parry bowls and Clark again forward, defending once more. And that completes his 4th over. 4 overs, 3 maiden. He's gone for just a 1 run so far as Stephen Parry from his little spell from the pavilion end. And Warwickshire are 144 for 5.
Crowd, what is it now? 6:30. Again, let's make the same comment we did last night. So if you're listening last night, we repeat ourselves. The idea that people are going to roll up isn't happening, is it?
No. The crowd is not swelled for the.
No, definitely not. And it was noticeable last night how many disappeared during that last session quite early. And again tonight, it's pretty thin, I have to say. It's a lot smaller than you would normally get for a second ever championship game. Here's Anderson having a go at Umeed now, bowling round the wicket to him. He's changed the line at Umeed, and this first ball goes past the outside edge of Umeed's bat through to the keeper, and there's no run. 144 for 5. We'll be getting a double change in a minute, won't we? You've got to go and... What time have you got?
No, I think
have you done your updates?
I think I'm okay.
We were very impressed, Richard and I, on the way in which you deliver your updates, with hand movement, and it was as if you were actually in centre stage. Anderson is in. This is cut away by Umeed. Now this might go down. Certainly he's going to get a couple as they turn, and they think about the third, but it's on its way back. I thought for a minute Umeed had got that one away through backward point. It takes him on to 49. Warwickshire on to 146 for 5. Mead now just a single away from what would be very, very hard-worked half-century. 210 balls he's faced so far. As Anderson is in bowls, Umid is back across his stumps and just pushing it in to the ground. I've made way because I think Richard has got an update coming, and I'll get him in here instead.
Thank you, Phil. Anderson walking back towards his mark from the Birmingham end, as it would be a tremendously hard-fought half-century from Andrew Umid, who came out to bat last night and had to face this man, Jimmy Anderson, in very gloomy conditions. Anderson bowls full and off stump. And he's forward and defending into the offside. There's 4 fielders, all within catching positions. There's 3 on the leg side, 2 short mid-wickets and a short backward square leg. There's a short extra cover, a mid-off and a mid-on. There's a slip and a backward point and a fine leg. And Anderson with 2 wickets so far. 1 last night, 1 today. That terrific Colton bowl to dismiss Sam Hain. He's bowling around the wicket to Umid. And he'll defend out towards Lilly, the 12th man. And again, there is no run. Remains on 49. Played that forward defensive so many times, Umid. His defence has not been breached yet. He's 1 shy from a 50. As Anderson, for the last time of his 21st over, is around the wicket to him, and again he's right in behind and defends. And it is an immaculate display of concentration and patience.
It is an innings of strangely epic proportions, isn't it now?
Yeah.
214 deliveries. So his run rate is barely above 20 runs per 100 balls. It's hard to say he's gone into his shell, because he hasn't really cracked the shell. Yet, to some extent, it's what's needed. The problem is, at the moment, they've gone quite defensive at both ends, which isn't making for a spectacle. It's also not getting them very close to Lancashire. Still, the gap's 127. But it is extraordinary cricket. It really is. Stephen Parry, they've barely tried a shot in anger off him so far, as he gets a nice bit of drift on this left arm round the wicket to Ricky Clark, who just strides forward and kills the ball back towards the bowler. Very becalmed innings by Clark standards, 7 off 28 deliveries, and that's now 29, as again he's just forward in defence. If they're playing for the T interval or the second interval or whatever we're calling it, it's still nearly 8 overs away. The scoring rate has gone down to almost nothing in this session. Barely 2 and over all day, but now he comes down the wicket and goes for the lofted drive over the top of mid-off, and it will bounce a couple of times and go for 4. And that is the Warwickshire 150 coming up in the 70th over. And they've been in now for 4 hours and 46 minutes.
You sense that Ricky Clark was just reining in his natural itchiness to get forward and give it a go, and then we just saw him skip down the pitch and hit it over mid-off for 4.
BBC WM will come for their last report of the day very shortly, as Clark comes forward watchfully in defence and pats it back down the track. So 5 runs off the first 4 overs and 4 balls for Parry. He's kept it tight. Warwickshire have just brought up their 150. It's taken them into the 70th over, being bowled by Stephen Parry. It was a lofted off drive by Ricky Clark that got them there. Andy Umid might well be setting a new record very shortly for Warwickshire, because I suspect it might be the slowest ever half-century of the Championship if he gets there. He's on 49, he's batted for more than 4 3/4 hours, and he's faced 214 deliveries. It's been hard work for Warwickshire, but they're sticking at it. They're 150 for 5, trailing by 123.
Yeah, it's been as hard work as it has been for Warwickshire to score runs. It's been fascinating to watch from up in the commentary box. That patience that Umid's had to show, the real doggedness of Jonathan Trott's innings. I mean, that was a real gritty 56, wasn't it? I mean, that took some getting, those 56 runs for Trott. And then of course Bell went quickly, and then we saw Hain tried to move it along a little quicker, and then he was caught brilliantly by Anderson off his own bowling. Then Ambrose tried to play the wide ball, maybe a sign of wanting to try and score and get on with things. He went, and now Clark and Umeed have kind of battened down the hatches again. Anderson over the wicket to Umeed, who leaves a ball that just flicks over the top of off stump, but Anderson turns, hands on his head. Not the only Lancashire player to be stood in that exact position, still with hands in head. Can't believe that missed the top of off stump.
He's left the ball remarkably well in this innings, but that was probably a misjudgment. He has judged it remarkably well, and it'd be galling to have gone this far and then lose your off stick leaving the ball.
Here comes Anderson into Umeed. This is better. This is more classical Andrew Umeed from this innings. Forward defence. Back to the bowler, and there's no run.
He's driven the bowlers to distraction. There's no doubt about that, and I don't know quite what the round of applause from the home supporters will be like when he gets to 50. The visiting players may want to come and throttle him.
It's been just what Warwickshire needed.
Yeah.
But there is a danger to it, as Anderson is over the wicket to Umeed. Is this it? No, it's not. Just turn off the hip. Down to backward square leg, there's no run. Still, Lancashire, they might want to throttle him, but Warwickshire's still not really going anywhere at the minute.
No. They've gone nowhere all day.
Exactly. So
yeah, trotter park, because his innings is brisk compared to anything else that's happened in this Warwickshire innings.
Halfway through the 22nd over that Anderson's bowled, and Umeed off the back foot punches the ball through the offside. Croft picks it up at short cover and hurtles the ball into the gloves of Alex Davis, the wicket keeper, and there's no run. Anderson has turned on his heels quickly. He's marching back towards the Birmingham end of the ground.
I mean, nobody's pretending that ideally both Umeed and Warwickshire would be 30 runs further on than where he is, but the grit and determination is something else.
Anderson to him, and nicely forward in defence once more. Half a step down the pitch, just pushes the ball down to the onside. Three fielders on the leg side, close in. One of them's Aaron Lilly, and he picks the ball up with his left hand and helps it on to the bowler. Anderson's been frustrated. You could tell last night he felt that there was opportunities for him to pick up Andy Umeed's wicket, but he's still there, still going strong. In and bowling, edged and put down, and that's a 50 for Andrew Umeed, and that maybe sums up beautifully the innings. Where he's the one opportunity he's found or created or offered for Lancashire, they've not taken it. 50 off 220 balls and 2 fours. 291 minutes he's batted for to reach a half century, and he gets there with an edge which was put down by Alex Davis.
He gets there on a dropped catch. Oh, which is the first chance he's given.
I think it is.
After 4 hours and 51 minutes. It is one of the slowest half centuries in Championship history. And I'm sure the statisticians are trying to work out whether it's the slowest in Warwickshire's history. And they met in the middle. Ricky Clark congratulated him and probably said, "Don't give it away now."
You've got yourself in.
Yeah, I don't think he has yet. And that's not. I'm not knocking him because
no, not at all.
I tell you what, making runs like this when he's not showing any sort of form, not showing any stroke play, as he plays forward defensively the first ball of a new over from Stephen Parry. He's only passed 50 once in the Championship ever before, which was a century last year. So it's really important for him, and it is part of his development as a player. Short of a length from Parry, guided into the offside for Umeed, up to 51.
I think it's a wonderful display of patience and obviously technical ability to defend and to leave and to judge when not to play out a shot, and to appreciate when all that is called for a team that's lost by an innings 4 times this season is to give it the old-fashioned dig in.
And the groundsman might have prized him off the wicket at midnight tonight as Clark comes forward just to defend. If there was the notion, and I don't believe for a minute that there was, that Championship cricket played under the lights with a pink ball was going to put bums on seats, this batting performance from Warwickshire today as a whole is not there to entertain. It's there. It's situational. It's a good leave from Clark. No turn from Parry.
It is, but you can also glean a great deal of pleasure from it, from the way that he's got his head down and got on with it. I think he's been fantastic to watch.
He's earned it.
He has.
I'm not going to knock it at all. A bit short of a length again from Parry, but Clark can't beat the infield. Croft with a diving stop.
The problem is that it's a great 51 off 200 odd balls, but if Hampshire don't get somewhere near Lancashire, if Warwickshire don't get somewhere near Lancashire, then it's worth nothing.
Parry to Clark, defends. Well, they've beaten the follow-on, which hasn't been
it's improved
there all along. The gap's 121. Barker and Patel still to come. Patel, you know, he's going to want to give it the long handle, whatever the circumstance he comes in. If they got it down to 60, and then had an hour with the new pink ball under the lights, when it's darker, they could drag themselves back into the game.
Well, it's possible, but they need to get a little nearer to Lancashire, don't they, at some stage. Now, maybe it is just a case of trying to just bed down, knowing that, you know, the likes of Barker and Patel will come out and Rankin will come out and give it a bit of a bash late on. Perfect. If that pays off.
Boyd Rankin will be very flattered that you included him in that sentence.
Well,
He'll be delighted.
I didn't want to leave him out.
No, he's a lovely guy, Boyd. I wouldn't want to face him with the ball, that's for sure. He was hostile at times yesterday. And it's not easy to be hostile on this, but it's equally very difficult to score on this.
It's a slow pitch, isn't it? I mean, we can assess that pretty comfortably after 2 days, I think, now, as Anderson balls to Umeed. Having found the outside edge of Umeed's bat in his last over, which was put down by Davis. It was low to his right hand side. He got a glove on it, but it just didn't stick, and that's what got Umeed through for a 50. 51 not out, and Anderson over the wicket to him, and Edge but deliberately steered down to third man. He'll get his third boundary hit. Gets himself 4 runs, just the third boundary for his 55 of 224 balls. He played nicely, steered deliberately into the ground, down to third man. 156 for 5.
So he's making hay now. Jimmy Anderson is not enjoying this. I think he'll admire again how obdurate Umeed has been, but I think he's fed up of it now.
Right arm over the wicket, balls full of ball, off stump. Again, defender just jabs the bat down and pushed into the offside. Croft fields, and there's no run. Yeah, there's still 36 overs to go after this one, so there's a full session to go, and we saw last night how tricky it was under the lights. I mean, and it was a genuine day-night game last night because of the cloud cover. It was tough. Anderson brings another forward defensive from Umeed out to Croft. No run.
So we're looking at another 9:30 finish tonight. The weather forecast suggests we should be able to get there. Let me just see the update. You just be able to get there. It's going to be pretty dark cloud by then. It's very much a just.
Anderson in, bowling. Umeed is so resolute in defence. I think he'll be doing this in his sleep tonight. He'll be just leaning forward, bringing his bat down and defending back to the bowler for the next 24 hours. His body's working entirely off reflex. He's so used to this forward defence, which he has displayed magnificently. There is Anderson towards us and bowls again, and you guessed it, Umeed's forward and defending and plays a ball to mid-off. It's the end of the over. Anderson walks back, gives the batsman a bit of chirp. He will be a tad frustrated, I'm sure, James Anderson. Andrew Umeed looks distinctly unbothered. 55 to him. Ricky Clark has 11, and Warwickshire are 156 for 5.
Heath has sent me a tweet. There's a Bears fan saying, credit to Umeed here, showing patience and discipline on what looks like a dead wicket. Some of the more senior players take note, he says. Well, he's certainly shown those qualities
in abundance.
Of that there can be absolutely no doubt. It's been properly extraordinary, this innings. Strange but extraordinary. Clark to face Parry, And not much sign of turn for Parry in recent overs. Lovely loop and drift. And a ball that starts on off stump and probably would have hit middle is defended back behind square by Ricky Clark with not a great deal of conviction. It's been remarkable, the resurgence of Parry as a championship bowler. And by all accounts, it's, as you'll be well aware, as he's defended again by Clark, it's come as a surprise to him.
Yes, he came out with probably the quote of the season from Lancashire point of view this season, after the Essex game, the first game of the season. I'll come back to it.
Oh, tease us. Round the wicket he bowls to Clark, who defends up towards mid-on. Parry picks it up before his teammate can get there.
So it's well bowled. It's nice to see you in your whites. And he said, well, I was a little bit concerned I might be allergic to them.
Well, he's proved not to be, mercifully. That one was looping towards the leg side, and actually Clark probably could have tickled that for a single, but with 3 overs and 2 balls to go until the second interval, they may have that on their minds here, Warwickshire, as Clark defends again. Just try to look at the score for this session. Launch 93, they've scored 63 runs in 32 overs in this session, 63 for 2. Looped up again and defended by Clark. It's a 2 and over day here. Not so much off Parry. 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 6. Clark has 11 off 43 balls. Umeed 55 off 228 balls. They're going at almost exactly the same scoring rate, extraordinarily. And on we go.
Could be tactically just the most brilliant thing we've ever seen, where basically defend and block and frustrate, and then Barker and Patel come out and put Warwickshire 18 front.
Could happen. Skipper's coming on to bowl now.
Could happen. It's still -2 on their over rate, Lancashire.
Well, the other puzzlement here, it's only a 20-minute interval coming up. By the time they come out the interval, there'll be 3 overs from the new ball, and Anderson's been bowled into the ground, hasn't he? Was he 22 overs now?
Yeah, I was a little surprised.
15 today.
Spell, yeah.
He's not going to be ready for the new ball bang on 80, is he?
No.
Clark and Bailey at that point, maybe?
Yeah.
We'll see. They might even wait. They might want to carry on with the soft ball because runs aren't exactly coming freely off it, are they?
Here comes a bit of off spin then from Stephen Croft from the far end, and Umeed goes back. Oh, he likes this. He's driven it quite nicely off the back foot through the offside. The fielder sweeping on the cover boundary. Aaron Lilly picks it up. Umeed gets a single. He's 56 not out now. 157 for 5, and it brings Ricky Clark on strike. So Croft, the off spinner, has Anderson at slip, short mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and mid on and mid off. Extra cover, a backward point, a long leg, and a deep cover fielder. And Clark is taking guard from the umpire. The floodlights are on. We're approaching the second interval on day 2 of this county championship day-night fixture. And Croft with a very dirty muddy patch below his left knee is bowling, and forward comes Clark, and he taps it back to the bowler. He'll turn and come back in. Croft spinning the ball from one hand to the other. His pink ball. And down comes Ricky Clark, a step down the pitch, and then decides just to block it back towards the bowler. No run.
Strange that the scoring rate's been very slow, but this isn't the moment for heroics for Ricky Clark, is it? Surely.
Clark waits as Croft bowls. He goes back and cuts it nicely square all along the ground. Again, Lilly having some work to do on that cover boundary. Plenty of grass for him to patrol to his right and to his left. Ricky Clark gets 1 run, moves to 12.
Good one-handed take that was by Davis, because that throw was a bit over from Lilly, a bit enthusiastic.
Croft dances his way in again. Much quicker ball. It's a real dart by Stephen Croft, aimed directly at the pads of Umeed.
His arm comes very wide as he's about to bowl, doesn't it, for an off-spinner? I mean, that's what he's trying to bowl, isn't it, at the moment? I've seen him bowl a bit quicker than that in a time.
This one does turn in a fraction towards Umeed, and he'll play it up towards mid-on. That completes Croft's first over. Got a couple to go until the tea interval. 158 for 5. Umeed has 56 and Clark has 12.
Definition of a one-paced innings. I have to go back to my teenage years to recall an innings from a Warwickshire opener quite like this that I've witnessed. In the days that a championship cricket day was 110 overs, opening day of a championship match was a Saturday, and Robin Ian Henry Benbow Dyer was opening for Warwickshire, and he brought up his century just before close. But that was significantly quicker than this. But yeah, just before close on the first day of 3-day championship matches, when you used to get a bit more of a wriggle on to get your bonus points, as Clark just pushes forward defensively to parry.
There was no riddle on that day.
There was no wriggle on.
No.
One of those few examples of a cricketer where there's many initials as he's got letters in his surname.
Brilliant.
Floated up by Parry, looking to get it above the eye line of Ricky Clark, which is no mean feat. He's a tall man, but Clark plays it with slightly more force defensively, but only to Croft at a relatively short extra cover. This one is dragged short, and that's a run for Ricky Clark. I almost wonder whether he just thought, well, I'll have a bowl at Andy Umeed, I think, because that was a poor delivery in the context of what we've seen from Parry. He's been hard to get away. 13 to Clark, 159 for 5.
Well, everyone else has tried and failed.
Well,
maybe Parry can have a go.
Umeed watches him approach, and he'll clip him off his pads for a single. He moves up to 57, 160 for 5. I'm loath to suggest that he's playing with greater freedom since reaching his 50. But, you know, given the dearth of runs he's producing in the championship, it must come as a relief to him that he got there. Albeit with his falsest shot of the entire innings. Clark forward defensively with a very straight bat. Returns it to the bowler.
I think he's been brilliant. I think last night was terrific. The way he batted with Trott. He's just got his head down. He's done what he thinks is the right thing to do for the team, and he's done it very, very well.
And outside edge of the bat really from Clark as he comes forward defensively. The end of Parry's over, the end of his pre-interval spell. 8 overs for 8 runs. 1 over left until the interval. 160 for 5 Warwickshire. Lancashire still lead by 113 runs, but they've come up against one of the more obstinate, unbending innings that they will see all season from Andy Umeed. He's not exactly hit them all over the place, he's barely hit them off the square, but he's batted for 232 deliveries now and closing in on 5 hours for his 57.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, if he's unbeaten on 62 tonight at the close of play, do you interview him or do you wait until tomorrow just in case he can go on? Here is Croft with the last over before the interval, and it's just nudged down into the onside by Umeed, but for no run. I mean, I am only joking. I in all honesty, I think this has been a terrific knock by Umeed. And,
I don't think he'll be any fit condition to talk after this because their concentration levels have been exceptional.
Croft to him, goes back and turns it into the onside. No run.
It's going to have to be a pretty loose ball for him to score a run in this over, because he's now very much got his interval goggles on.
Over the wicket and bowling, and forward comes Umeed with the goggles on, defending out to point, but for no run. 3 balls left. 160 for 5. Then becomes this mysterious evening session where the floodlights take full effect. What will happen is Croft to Umeed off the back foot, defends to mid-wicket, no run. But we see a clatter of wickets. Lancashire 5 down at the close of play, 6 down. Game's advanced unbelievably. Croft to Umeed and just punch the ball into the offside, and it's gathered by Chanderpaul. 1 last delivery left of the second session, kind of the mid to late afternoon session, as Croft bowls and turned by Umeed for a single. He's got himself another run, and he's pinched the strike. It's the end of the over, it's the end of the session, and Andrew Umeed tucks his bat under his left arm and removes his gloves, and he'll leave the field to a round of applause from his teammates, I'm sure, and appreciated by the Warwickshire members as well. For 238 deliveries, he's unbeaten on 58, with Ricky Clark on 13 and Warwickshire 161 for 5.
I don't even know what you say about a session like that. They've scored 68 for 2 in 35 overs. They've barely played a shot in anger. One lofted off drive from Ricky Clark. Tim Ambrose had a few moments where he was positive. James Anderson took one of the best caught and bowls I've seen for years to dismiss Sam Hain. Full-blooded off drive that he caught down in front of his shins. It was a tremendous take. Hain gone for 10 when he was looking in decent order, actually. Ambrose tried to be bright, but then chased 2 wide deliveries from Clark, played and missed at 1 and nicked the other through to Vilas slip. And since then, this partnership at less than 2 and over between Ricky Clark and Andy Umeed. Umeed, whatever else you have to say, the idea of an opener with the pink ball under the floodlights in these unusual conditions, selling his wicket as dearly as that is just terrific, really. A great effort from a young man who's not been in any great form since he got back into the Warwickshire first 11 this season. And to reach 50 was great. Such an inglorious way to do so with a nick that was dropped at slip. Sharp chance, but nonetheless a very worthwhile innings and a massive step on his development. Lancashire have bowled really tightly throughout. A couple of loose overs from Ryan McLaren apart. They've been right on it for 2 entire sessions here, and they will feel that they've got rather meagre rewards under the circumstances. So in reply to Lancashire's 273, Warwickshire 161 for 5, and our commentary via the BBC Cricket homepage will resume in just under 20 minutes from now.
Welcome back to Edgbaston, where the third and final session has just been underway. Stephen Parry bowls to Andrew Umi, just clips the ball off his hips at mid-wicket and there's no run. It's the third session of the second day of this County Championship Division 1 match between Warwickshire and Lancashire under the lights with the pink ball. Warwickshire resuming 161 for 5 in response to Lancashire's 273. Andrew Umeed, 58 not out, and he faces up to Parry, forcing the ball up to mid-on. No run taken. Umeed is in the company of Ricky Clark, who has 13. They've added a 26 for the 6th wicket. It's Warwickshire painstakingly edge towards Lancashire's first innings total. Parry, the left arm spin around the wicket again. Umeed, the right hander, just defends the ball back to the bowler. My name is Stefan Schemmelt. I'm alongside Richard Wilford, who's returned with a pile of biscuits.
I have, yeah, and I can't do anything with him now for half an hour. Never mind, I've had the coffee first.
Parry and Umeed just onto defends on the front foot. Lancashire have got to get through 2 more overs after this one until the second new ball is due. Parry, left arm round the wicket, hop and a skip, and Umeed defends on the front foot. We've said that so many times today. His 58 runs have come from 243 deliveries. It's been such an obdurate but much needed knock for Warwickshire. Parry with dark hair completes the over, and Umeed drives to the cover sweeper. There'll be a comfortable single taken. So at the end of that rapid first over after the second interval, the dinner break I'm calling it, Warwickshire are 162 for 5. It means they are 111 runs behind Lancashire. You're listening online on the BBC Sport website. Commentary from BBC WM, Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC Radio Manchester, and we're also on the medium wave frequencies of BBC Radio Lancashire. Live text commentary also on the BBC Sport website. You can get involved using the hashtag BBC Cricket.
We may, during this session, all things being equal and with the following wind, be joined temporarily by Warwickshire's sporting director, Ashley Giles, who may pop in to have a word about Will Rhodes.
New signing.
I think it's a good signing, right sort of age, 22 years of age, wants to play more cricket, only not playing cricket because of Yorkshire's prodigious strength in depth. Genuine all-rounder, seam bowler. Could bat quite high up the order, I think, given a chance. What I'm curious to know is whether there's any chance of getting him here earlier, because at the moment it's 2 years, 2018-2019, the contract that he's agreed. Jordan Clark is bowled as well as anybody for Lancashire today, 3 for 35, 3 prize wickets as well. Trott for 56, Bell 0, Ambrose 19. And he's going to bowl to Andy Umeed, who's cutting him through the offside. Off the back foot, they'll come through for 2. Aaron Lilly, the 12th man, does the fielding, and that will carry Umeed into the 60s. 164 for 5, and let's see whether he's got a little bit more to show against a tiring attack.
I think that Aaron Lilly is on the field for James Anderson.
Ooh.
I presume he's only probably just taking a little bit longer to prepare to take the second new ball.
Although he's had a heavy workload though, so you'd wonder about that a little bit. Clark into Umeed again outside off stump, and he finds the fielder in the covers this time as he tries to repeat the dose of cutting it through the offside.
Have you seen that there are spectators appearing underneath the scoreboard? They haven't been there all day, have they?
They may have been sitting in another part of the ground. They may be enjoying the artificial light that creates the impression that they're sunbathing.
It's Hasib Hamid who's off the field, not James Anderson. And I've just spotted Anderson at mid-wicket.
Oh, yeah. You can see from the slope of his shoulders now that it's him, actually. Clark powers in, again it's short, and once more, no timing about the attempted cut shot from Andy Umeed.
The reason I bring up the fact that those spectators are sitting in front of the scorebox, and then there are a few more to their left. What's that stand called with the yellow seats?
Well, it always used to be known as the press box stand.
Okay.
Even though it was only adjacent to the press box.
And then there are a few more in the Holly stand, and then the Wyatt stand is the one that's most populated, as it normally is. I'll pose a question after this delivery.
Oh, hello. Clark, better length, angled in towards middle and leg, defended back down the track by Andy Umeed.
My question is this. We were in agreement earlier on that in a smaller ground, a smaller crowd can seem that the atmosphere is greater. So why not just only open one stand so everyone has to sit together, and therefore that would potentially create more atmosphere?
Well, people like to sit in different places.
You never mind that. It's sit where we tell you.
No, well, it's not like that. You've got all these seats you can use. Full and driving through point or towards point is Andy Umeed. Good tumbling stop from Aaron Lilly, prevents any run. I mean, they don't use the big tall stand away to the left of the pavilion for these matches, so they keep people away from there. But otherwise, part of the charm is having your own favourite place to sit. It might be the Eric Hollis stand. There's a chap who always sits towards the back of the middle of the Eric Hollis stand, even if the match is being played right over on the far side. He always sits there. Even when it's raining for 4 hours, he sits there. Umeed forward in defence. In the offside. These two have now been together for 20 overs for a 6th wicket stand worth 29.
Is that the chap you're talking about there?
Yeah. He's always there.
Sometimes
sits a few rows further back. He's towards the back. He's about 6 rows from the back of the stand.
Yeah, I can see him.
Right in the middle. It's probably him. It's not the best light to judge these things.
When I've been here before, if it's the same chap, he sat right at the back. Even when the game against Yorkshire earlier on this season was played much further over to the other side of the ground than this game has been played. If it is him, I mean, he mustn't be listening, because I think he'd have waved by now.
Under the special regulations for the day-night round of games with the pink ball, he just has to sit 5 rows further forward than normal.
Just so he can see the ball a little bit better. James Anderson's at slip for Parry, and he's getting loose with the new ball due in 6 deliveries time. Parry to Ricky Clark, who plays a defensive shot with the deadest of dead bats. The field has spread for Clark, actually. We've got a deep backward square leg, a deep mid-wicket, a long on, a long off 3/4 of the way back, and an offside sweeper. So only 3 fielders saving 1, and the aforementioned Anderson at slip. Parry again, that's wide of the offside. Gradually pushes the ball into the offside, up to the cover boundary for a single, which he has enough time to walk. Score moves on to 165 for 5. Clark has 14. You can tell that it's getting dark, because our TV colleague beneath us, he now needs a light to illuminate himself as he broadcasts live to the nation Field comes up for Andrew Umeed. Parry again, that's quicker and straighter. And Umeed defends on the front foot. He's passed 250 deliveries, Umeed. That was his 251st. Lancashire have done a good job of keeping a lid on the scoring rate. They've even pushed their over 8 into credit as well. Parry, 4 on his back, shirt untucked. Umeed defends on the front foot. Really feels like twilight now. It's quite dark. That darkness covered by a blanket of grey cloud that's been here most of the day. The floodlights taking quite an effect. Parry casting shadows in 5 directions. Delivery that Umeed just jabs out.
No, yeah, I think Andy Umeed has done a good job of keeping a lid on the scoring rate. But you know, if he hasn't got the shots in him, he's had to do what he can do to play through modest form.
Parry asks cover to come close and delivers this ball straight, and Umeed defends around his front pad. So that is the completion of the 80th over. Warwickshire in reply to Lancashire's 273 are 165 for 5, and the second new ball is available should Lancashire wish to take it. And to be honest, I'd be very surprised if they don't.
And the point I would make is the Lancashire innings, in which they scored 108 runs more than this, lasted 80 overs and 3 balls. And this has already lasted 80 overs. And at the moment, it doesn't look like they're taking the new ball. Stephen Croft has said something to umpire Cook, but Jordan Clark would appear still to have the old ball, which is currently being shined, such as the pink ball can be shined by Shiv Chanderpaul. The ice cream van in the distance is showing more optimism than expectation.
Yeah, very optimistic. Although, I'll be honest, if the ice cream man pulled up to Edgbaston, I'd probably have one.
Would you?
Yeah.
Stop me and buy one. Clark to Clark, Jordan to Ricky, full on off stump and played with a nice straight bat by Ricky Clark, who's digging in for the long haul as well.
Ice Cream Man's tunes have never evolved, have they?
No, you still hear a lot of Match of the Day, bit of Green Sleeves every now and then.
Match of the Day?
Yeah, well, Match of the Day is quite a popular one in these parts.
Really?
Match of the Day theme on ice cream vans, yeah. Yeah. You don't get a lot of Drake. This is full and driven by Ricky Clark, fielded at mid-on. So I took that in a direction you weren't expecting then, didn't I?
Oh, well, I certainly wasn't expecting you to mention Drake.
That's good, isn't it? I was quite pleased with that myself.
Yeah. He's obviously a regular on the WM playlist, isn't he, Drake?
Well, yeah. He's not quite on my daughter's playlist yet either. She's not quite old enough for Drake. 165 for 5. Jordan Clark short to Ricky Clark. That did just cut back a little bit, and he thought that Ricky Clark had of playing it through the offside. He checked his shot and defended it to extra cover where Croft fields. At home I have to suffer the Little Mix.
Yeah, really.
One Direction stuff.
Shout out to my man. No, shout out to my ex.
I was going to say, I mean, if you do want to send a message to somebody significant, Stefan, that's entirely up to you. So driving is Clark, and it bounces over the head of Jordan Clark, but Chanderpaul awaits it. It was very, very odd. I mean, it's got nothing to do with cricket, but a very, very odd period for us that 4 days before the incident, I took my daughter to see Ariana Grande.
Oh, really?
And you can't help but go through a little bit of what if when that happens. It was an extraordinary thing, but out of such tragedy she emerged as a bit of a star with what she did subsequently in Manchester, up at Old Trafford, of course. As a delivery back of a length on leg stump is turned to the leg side by Clark, who wanted to get it rather squarer than that. Instead he's picked out Jimmy Anderson at a relatively short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I'm going to see Green Day next week.
You see, you're a lot more rocky than me.
Yeah?
Green Day.
Not a Green Day man?
They're good. I wouldn't go and see them necessarily, but great. But very good.
First band I saw live, Green Day.
Yeah, that's a lot more hip than what I saw. This is short outside off stump, and Ricky Clark is cutting that beautifully behind square for 4. He's been waiting for a loose ball, and Jordan Clark presented him with one there. Ricky Clark to 18, Warwickshire to 169 for 5.
Yeah, short and wide for Jordan Clark, and Ricky Clark wasn't going to miss out, although before that delivery he only had 14 from 58 balls. It's a bit of a long, a short, wide, long hop really, and Ricky Clark stood tall, belted it behind point for 4.
I do feel that Lancashire have slightly worked their way into a hole here in terms of the arrival of the second new ball and the amount of workload that the bowling attack has had, that the seamers have had.
It still must be 40 minutes since James Anderson bowled, though.
He will be quite a while, but in terms of
the work
whether he's on a limit as well, I don't know. You tend not to get any official word on that these days, but with the Test series coming up and he's out there proving his fitness.
Parry to start a new over to Umeed, who once again just prods onto the front foot in defence, a shot that he will be playing in his sleep this evening. Tonight.
Bowled 7 overs yesterday, Anderson, and he's bowled 16 more today. 23 overs, 2 for 48.
The way that he's swaying from side to side at slip, he looks like a man who may soon have the ball in hand. Here comes the hopping, skipping Parry. Short delivery that Umeed works through mid-wicket. There'll be a comfortable single as Jordan Clark does the fielding at mid-on. 170 for 5. So Warwickshire close to getting the deficit down to double figures. The tall figure of Ricky Clark is now at the striker's end. He adjusts his box. The floodlights reflect off the stickers of his bat as he raises it as Parry is in. And the bright pink luminous cricket ball is defended into the onside for no run. Field is scattered again for Clark, so once more there are only 3 men saving 1, and Anderson at slip. Parry round the wicket. Clark again prods forward in defence. Hasib Hamid remains off the field. Jordan Lilly, the substitute fielder, is still down there at deep mid-wicket. So if that remains the case for much longer, we'll ask the question as to where Hasib Hamid might be. Parry, quicker ball that Clark punches into the cover ring, but he can't get past the extra cover fielder, and there's no run. 1 delivery remaining of the 82nd over. Stephen Parry rattling through them, doing wonders for Lancashire's over rate. Here he comes once more. That's a full delivery that Clark defends. End of the over, 170 for 5. If you're just joining us, Warwickshire began the day 23 for 1. They lost Jonathan Trott for 56, Ian Bell for a duck, Sam Hain for 10, and Tim Ambrose for 19. 3 wickets for Jordan Clark, 1 wicket for James Anderson to go with the one that he took last evening. Andrew Umeed has moved on to 62. He's had lives on 19 and 49, both times put down by the wicketkeeper Alex Davis, once off Jordan Clark, once off James Anderson, and Ricky Clark is on 18.
We've had some fortune with the weather today, given that there have been 2 total washouts today. No play at all today at Chelmsford, so they'll resume tomorrow with Essex 140 runs behind Middlesex. No play today at all at Hove, and very little play where they're already called off as well at Southampton. Tiny amount of play. I think Somerset probably 12 for 1 on the day, 43 for 1 overall. Long delay continues at Chester the Street as well. Jordan Clark in to bowl to Umeed, who again leaves the ball with remarkable judgment. His 258th delivery. Yorkshire and Surrey are on their break now, so the score has disappeared from the website, which we noticed was happening yesterday as well.
Did you see the big catering news?
Oh no.
During the second interval.
Yeah.
Well, we discussed yesterday, didn't we, how the members' lounge had run out of food in what was described as teething problems, because they weren't exactly sure when people wanted to eat their main meal of the day.
Or if they wanted to eat it, by the sound of it. Down the leg side and clipped off his pads by Umeed, and if he's got bat on that, that will take him into the mid-60s, up to 66, neatly turned off his hip as Jordan Clark strayed down the leg side. 174 for 5.
Well, now, to combat the problem of food running out, you can get hot dogs.
Good
during the evening.
Hey.
And I had one, obviously.
Was it good?
Amazing. Just what I wanted, actually.
Clark comes into bowl, just back of a length, and defended out into the offside. I shall relay back your pleasure to the company.
I mean, I'm sure that they will be delighted to have my seal of approval.
Yeah,
I think that's what matters most to them.
Well, I'm very pleased to know. I'll explain that to you later. Scott knows. Scott's kind of, he knows. Anyway, 174 for 5. Light is quite difficult at the moment as Umid is driving. Hard to time it to get beyond quite a deep lying mid-on. Butler, I think it is up there.
I wonder if here at Edgbaston we have had the most day-nighty of all the day-night matches taking place up and down the country. You know, you saw some pictures from Chelmsford last evening, and it didn't go dark until after play had finished. They basically played a day-day game, where it was very much day-night here last night, and it's the same again today.
Clark just back of a length. That's a great diving stop left-handed by McLaren as Umid guided it into the ground and down towards third man, and that was a tremendous stop. So I thought day-nighty was something that a woman wears on a day off.
Are you having that though, that this match has been particularly day-nighty when it could have been quite day-day?
Day-day. It's been murky, I'll give you that, if that helps.
Yeah.
It has been quite murky, but these the current conditions are a bit in between. And these two batsmen have both been in for quite a while. Clark into Umid, resolute in defence, plays it into the turf, fielded on the hop, jumping in the air one-handed by Jordan Clark, who's got through 17 overs of work today. 174 for 5. The deficit is down into double digits at 99. So the hard work is producing some value, and this partnership now worth 39 in 24 overs.
Well, it looks like we're going to continue our wait for the second new ball, because Stephen Parry is going to remove his sweater, although Tom Bailey, Lancashire's new ball bowler, is just wheeling his arms around like a man who may soon be into the action. We talked about how spectators have spread to different parts of Edgbaston. There's two very brave souls on top of the at the top of the press box stand, sitting right on the front row, just a little bit along from the scoreboard. And someone else actually. There's three of them up there.
I don't think it's that brave. It's not that cold, is it?
I don't know. Parry round the wicket to Clark. Defends on the front foot. Warwickshire resolutely refusing to play shots against Stephen Parry here. He's only conceded 11 runs from his 11 overs and 1 delivery. I mean, you could say that Andrew Umid has been resolutely refusing to play shots against all the bowling in his 262 ball 66. Ricky Clark is just distracted by something flying around his face. He's taken 2 right-handed swipes, now a third one. It's almost like he's been caught in a cobweb. Now he raises his bat and waits for Parry. It's a straight delivery, and once again there's a front-footed defence with the bat out in front of the pad. Yeah. Say it's not that cold. I've had my jacket on all day, even indoors.
Yeah, we've got the window open and probably the air conditioning on as well at one and the same time.
Parry hops, skips once more. Clark defends on the front foot. 174 for 5. Deficit remains 99 runs. The scoreboard brightly illuminated. We referred yesterday, it's got to that stage where it's so brightly illuminated it might even become hard to see. Once again Parry, on this time on the pads, and Clark can work off the back foot through the vacant mid-wicket region. Dane Villas scampers back to do the fielding, just one take, and 175 for 5. Clark on to 19. Who's that getting loose down the bottom end? That's Ryan McLaren. I think you might be right, you know. So if Tom Bailey's getting loose and Ryan McLaren's getting loose, then maybe those are the two men that are going to take the new ball.
So it'll be a change of ends for one of them as well.
Catcher comes in at short extra cover for Umid, but it's on the leg side from Parry. Umid can't get it past the mid-wicket field. Aaron Lilly, the substitute on for Hasib Hamid. There's a chap over to the right-hand side who's currently walking around the stand. He's making his way from the scoreboard towards the Hollies stand. It's Parry into completely over. Umid's shouldered arms as an appeal. That looks never like it's going to go on to hit the stumps. Umid's almost done the splits, kicking that one away. Turned down. Stephen Parry asks the question of umpire Jeremy Lloyds, but I'm with the umpire. I do not think that would have gone on to hit the stumps. End of the over, 175 for 5.
There would be something slightly fitting if he was to get out not playing a shot, as he's deep into his 6th hour of his innings here. Now, are we seeing the second new ball at this point? I wonder. The umpire, Nick Cook, is unhappy at the volume of sweaterage that he's currently being given, so somebody's been told they've got to have it back. Jordan Clark is having his back.
James Anderson is going to bowl.
He is. So, is he taking the new ball?
Hello?
Have we seen it? We haven't seen a new... And... yes.
It's about to be taken.
By the look of it.
Yeah, new ball has been thrown to James Anderson. Noticeably brighter in pink colour, isn't it?
What, the ball or Jimmy Anderson? Oh, it is. It is. Nick Cook has held the ball triumphantly aloft to indicate that it is that time. So Anderson's work rate is going to be pretty heavy in this match. He's bowled well, and Warwickshire have largely defended him well. The second wicket he took was an astonishing caught and bowled.
Just wonder if Andrew Umeed, when he was fending Anderson off in the gloom last night, wondered if he'd be doing exactly the same thing with another new ball this evening.
He might have done, but probably not still in the first innings. Might have been. The game could have moved on considerably more than this, as the first ball with the new ball bounces a lot higher than the old one, but passes well outside Ricky Clark's off stump. And you're right, it is considerably brighter on its way down. You can tell that it's the new, not cherry, not really orange, because we're not allowed to call it orange. It's the new
peach. That
fruit that is pink thing. There must be one. Physalis, is it? That's yellowy. Anderson into Ricky Clark, who chops down on this late and will guide it down towards third man. Should only be a single there on this slow outfield. Sliding stop by Aaron Lilly that leaves some marks on the turf that would suggest there might be a little bit of dew around as well. I feel like a very dewy day, mind you, does it? Really?
What about an orange pippin?
You've got to keep away from the word orange.
Yeah, but that's what it's called. The apple is called an orange pippin, and it's a pink colour.
Yeah. What colour's a royal gala? I don't know.
What about pink lady?
Isn't that a flower?
It's an apple, isn't it?
Is it?
I don't know. Royal gala apple. What's that mean? No, that's very red.
Down the leg side from Anderson. Wasted delivery of that. Umeed gives it short shrift. 20 to Ricky Clark, 66 to Umeed, 176 for 5. A resolute 41 partnership. Pink rhubarb. Pink rhubarb.
He's taken the new rhubarb.
He's taken... That might move off the seam. Yeah, it does need to be something round. You're making a very valid point there. That's left alone outside off stump.
All you need is Geoffrey Boycott batting. You've got rhubarb to rhubarb.
Yeah. Isn't it? It is Gran who bats with rhubarb. Yeah, it's something round and pink. It's a worrying thought, but there must be something.
Penalties in the football.
It's gone to England and Germany goes to penalty shot. 2-2 was it?
Was 2-2
after extra time. Anderson to Umeed, good leave outside off stump. That one went a bit further away off the seam. Seam movement rather than swing. No sign of this ball swinging just yet, but it's only 5 deliveries old. So I'm just finally making a note on my piece of paper that the new ball was after 84 overs. Listening to live cricket on the BBC website, courtesy of BBC Lancashire and BBC Manchester. Scott Reed here from there. BBC WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Richard Wilford representing those. Anderson bowls way outside off stump and Umeed leaves it alone. Stephen Shemilt from the BBC as well. Phil Britt from Warwickshire County Cricket Club. Phil and Scott Reed will be with you in about 5 minutes' time, in about an over or so. It's gone down really well because he's just got himself a cup of tea and some biscuits.
Yeah, that first over with the new ball from Anderson, if there was any movement, and there certainly was a small bit, more than what we saw with the old ball, it was just wide from James Anderson. There was nothing in there that would trouble either of this pair of right-handers. Tom Bailey, Anderson's new ball partner in this match, he's come towards us. He's going to be bowling from underneath us in the press box. The 12th man has just run something on for, is that Aaron Lilly, who's just taken a drink.
Painkiller, I think.
Yeah. So the 12th man has taken something, and now he's jogging towards his position. Still no Hasib Hamid.
So I'm assuming painkiller, because it could be any sort of pill whatsoever, but it was a pill that he swallowed with some water. Could be hay fever tablet.
It could be.
Could be anything.
I'm looking towards Scott Reed to see if we've had any word on why Hasib Hamid is off the field. He's 2 slips and a gully in place for Bailey, who's going to be bowling to Ricky Clark. Be a point to cover a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a long leg. Bailey, fair-haired, he's got his shirt untucked, tall man, quite slender, hurries in towards Clark, outside the off-stump, touch of movement off the seam, but nothing threatening enough to make Ricky Clark play at the ball. But cloud continues to settle over Edgbaston. In the distance, looks quite bright over the city. At least I say at least brighter. We've got a lovely view of the Cube and the BT Tower and the Radisson Hotel. If you know those buildings, if you know Birmingham city centre, I think I can count at least 8 cranes that stand dormant. As Bailey goes in once more to Clark, well wide of the off stump, and at the moment Lancashire are wasting this second new ball. They're not making Warwickshire play.
I'm going for 11.
11.
Oh
yeah, if you go a bit further
12.
around, 12, yeah.
12 cranes.
Lots going on in Birmingham in terms of construction. Well, I'm not sure I've seen any of those cranes move all day.
They wouldn't move very quickly, to be fair, would they?
True. But you can see lots of high-rise buildings, sort of the undulations of the high-rise buildings. As you look over towards the city, and further round, there's 2 tower blocks. Bailey and again to Clark. That's a straighter. That's better. Clark has to play. The ball takes the outside half of the bat, goes all on the ground to Gully. No run. 176 for 5. Are we looking directly north?
Pretty much. Yeah. Pretty much. This is a north-south ground.
So we're looking, that's the city centre. What's over to our right? What's north-east?
We're looking up towards East Birmingham, so you'd be heading up, you've got the Blues ground over in that direction, so you'd be going up towards Bordesley Green and Small Heath.
See 3 tower blocks in that direction. Bailey, and again, that's straight! Oh, lovely delivery from Tom Bailey. That's beaten Clark.
See now, Scott's suggesting that north is over in that direction towards Small Heath, which would be very curious. It's either that or he's trying to change us with the remote control.
I think
his movements are robotic. Okay, so it's not, we're not quite due north.
I think he's got a dodgy compass. He's basically saying that north is the direction of the scoreboard.
Yeah, he's like an Italian traffic cop with his signals at the moment.
Bailey stomps into Ricky Clark. Better again from Bailey, but still not straight enough to require Clark to play. Definite shape. Suggests as much by making that arcing signal with his right hand, the universal symbol of cricketers, to suggest that the ball has moved. And now Clark adjusts his blue helmet. He has his bat in his left hand. He's doing a little bit of gardening around about the popping crease. He taps the bat twice, raises it, not quite straight back, it's pointing towards first slip, wafting in the breeze as Bailey's in, full delivery that Clark half drives up to the cover fielder. That's the end of the over. Tom Bailey's first with the second new ball. Warwickshire are 176 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's 273, and the Orienteer, Scott Reed, comes into the chair to my right.
I think maybe it's a dodgy compass. I mean, I'm prepared to say local knowledge wins, but the compass is pointing north a different direction.
Obviously, Germany have beaten
England
on penalties.
That's a given, yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. Nobody really expected anything else. Jimmy Anderson from the Birmingham end, running towards us from a northish direction. Bowls, it's wide and it's left by Umeed and gathered by Alex Davis, and there is no run. I see he's taken the biscuits. There are 4 biscuits stacked up here.
Literally taken the biscuits.
He had, hadn't he? I was quite looking forward to having a little nibble on those when you were commentating when you're over. I was quite happy to have a little tuck into those biscuits. There's 2 biscuit barrels doing the rounds at Edgbaston too. As Anderson balls to Amid, another wide one, left alone. There's a big glass barrel that was here yesterday.
I know it well.
we know it's been a part of the press box for years. It's gone.
What?
It's been replaced by a smaller glass barrel.
Oh, we're not talking about this big glass barrel that's up in the media lounge.
The one that's up there now is smaller.
There used to be a bigger one than that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like his little baby brother's there now.
So, I mean, this is obviously grounds for some sort of full-scale inquiry. Where is the bigger biscuit barrel? Hashtag BBC Cricket.
Yeah. Right. Just can't fit as the same number of custard creams in it. Anderson's
he just pulled up in his run-up. Yeah. He tried to bowl one delivery, stopped, walked to the back of his run, had a stretch.
Let's see how he goes here. There's Anderson over the wicket and bowling, and Umid is defending into the offside. There's no run. He seems okay now. It was a stretch, wasn't it? It was a bit of a lunge from Jimmy Anderson,
but it was definitely a groin stretch.
Oh, yes. It was a.
And now Ryan McLaren at second slip is getting loose, as a man who may soon be called to bowl.
Anderson towards us again, bowling, and Umid, I thought he'd edged. He certainly had a little nibble, and when he brought the bat away, but it already played, and was fortunate that he'd not found the outside edge. And Anderson just
holding that. Yeah. Did he have his hand in? Did he have his hand in his pocket, or was he holding his left groin?
No, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure had it been anything that would feel like a twinge or a recurrence, he would just stop bowling, wouldn't he? He wouldn't continue. He's got 2 balls left of this over. Might be his last if he's feeling something. He's in and bowling. That's a beautiful delivery. Whether he's feeling a bit of a groin twinge or not, he's just produced a tremendous ball to Andrew Umid. Shape away from the batsman, bowling right on over the wicket, and somehow it missed the outside edge.
Yeah, James Anderson is definitely stretching something. I mean, that was arguably the ball of the day. Andrew Umid's faced 273 deliveries, and he's still not going to play that. He need a bat twice as wide. That's pitched, that's angled in, pitched middle and off, and moved away to beat the outside edge.
Anderson to complete the over bowling. Umid forward and defends out to point, and there's no run. 176 for 5. An over which has included a beautiful delivery from James Anderson, and we'll see whether or not this will see a change in bowling, and whether or not Jimmy Anderson will leave the field or not. A bit of a drink's been brought out for him.
He's taking something, isn't he? I'm going to go off onto Anderson watch and Biscuit Barrel watch.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And Phil Britt's going to replace me.
Thank you, Stefan. Yeah, I'm sure had it been anything really sinister, I can't believe that he would have then gone and bowled 3 more balls. So he's not going off the field. He's marching up to mid-off and mopping his brow with his sweat brand. And he's on his left wrist, and quite a thick sweat band that Anderson's got. Bailey will continue. 176 for 5. Ricky Clark on 20. Bailey over the wicket bowling, and Clark going back. Tall man, stands tall at the crease and defends comfortably into the onside, and parries at mid-wicket, stops the ball, and there is no run. Phil Britt, good evening.
Good evening. Sorry I was late. Just listening to the penalty shootout in the England under-21 semi-final against Germany. And guess what? Germany won.
Yes, all a bit pretty predictable. Bailey in, and Clark goes back. Nice shot actually, just tucked away off the back foot, steered the ball down to third man. There's a lunge at a gully position from Butler. May have just got a touch on that to take the pace off the ball. Clark has come back for 2. He moves to 22. 178 for 5.
It's a bit dull again tonight, isn't it? It's gloomy, grey skies. At least we've, so far, touch wood, we've got through the day without any breaks.
Bailey over the wicket. and whipped off the pads. That's 4 for Ricky Clark. Not quite got his line right in this spell, Tom Bailey, with the new ball. It's been a little bit wide outside the off stump, and then he's overcompensated by slanting onto the pads of Ricky Clark, and he's put that away pretty emphatically. Now through deep mid-wicket, moves to 26, 182 for 5.
Yeah, he picked that one up nicely, Ricky Clark. He's didn't have any trouble seeing that. Raining at Headingley, delayed there.
As Bailey's in and bowls, it's a wide ball, left alone by Ricky Clark, and through to Alex Davison. There is no run as we welcome listeners on 5 Live Sports Extra to Edgbaston, with Warwickshire 182 for 5, and Ricky Clark on 26, and Andrew Umeed on one of the most patient what knocks you're likely to see. He's 66 not out from 270 balls faced. It's Tom Bailey from the pavilion end, bowling to Clark, who's forward in defence, plays it up to mid-on where Jordan Clark feels is no run. I'm Scott Reed alongside Phil Britt.
He's actually accelerated since he got his 50, Umeed. He got his 50 off 222 balls, so he scored 16 off the next 50, so that's he put his foot on the gas, so to speak.
Well, with Warwickshire struggling for runs and on the back of a couple of heavy defeats, this is just what the doctor ordered for Warwickshire. A batsman who's stuck at it. He's at the non-strikers end as Ricky Clark. He's brought forward into a drive, or at least an attempted drive, and he's beaten. Bailey turns on his heels. He's not quite got it right. Lancashire have taken this second new ball, and Bailey not quite got his line right, but that was a good delivery. The end of the over, 182 for 5.
Yeah, right through Ricky Clark there. Clark looking to try and force the ball, but beautiful delivery. This is the sort of time where you would expect the ball to start doing a little bit of wobbling. We didn't see too much last night when Lancashire came out with the new ball and had 13 overs at Warwickshire before the close last night. There was a little bit from Anderson which you'd expect, but nothing exaggerated. It'll be interesting to see tonight how that goes as he comes running in from the Birmingham end to bowl to Umeed, who is pushing forward rather tentatively at that one, and it runs off out the outside edge down into the gully.
Well, the good news here is that Anderson's continuing, because you rejoined us. He seemed to just to pull up a little bit. Of course, he's back from a groin injury, played last week. He bowled a lot of overs last week, in fact more than any other bowler for Lancashire against Hampshire, and there was just a fraction of a moment where he stopped to stretch his groin at the halfway through his previous over, but the fact he's back bowling, great news.
Anderson to Umeed again, who has nothing to do with this one, watches it go through harmlessly outside the off stump, and covers, has bat held well out of the way. It's been a terrific innings from Umeed. He's half century, his first of the season, and he's been again, as you quite rightly said, Scott, it's what Warwickshire, who had some real batting collapses this season, they needed somebody at the top of the order to get their head down. It's not been, let's be honest, from the spectators, it's not had them on the edge of their seats, but by any means, as Anderson in and Umeed pushes this one out into the upside. If they'd gone on the edge of their seat, they might have fallen off, one or two of them nodding off, but in real terms it's been a terrific job for Warwickshire, because it would have been very easy if Umeed had gone after the ball or got out early, that Warwickshire may even have been batting again. But they've seen them pass the follow-on score, and it's still got 5 wickets in hand. As Anderson in again to Umeed, who this time is again, his left up hand gets very high, his elbow really high when he plays that forward defensive shot, which he's practiced and practiced throughout the day, so he's had plenty of time to play it. He's been batting all day so far, and we've seen that shot a few times.
Yes, his natural instinct now when he gets back home, when he goes to make a cup of tea, will be a forward defensive.
Forward eye. Yeah. Anderson in and bowls, and he turns this one away through mid-wicket. Gets certainly he's going to get a couple of runs. They're going to be pulled up just inside the boundary, and that's a settle for the 2. Umeed moves on to 68, 184 for 5. Yes, it will do everything he does. He'll be, when he's driving home tonight, he'll have to just look round it.
He'll have a high left elbow all the way home.
It's been frustrating, I think, for Lancashire, because they did see the opportunity of bowling Warwickshire out relatively cheaply, as this one, Umeed, is right behind again. And there's a certain amount of frustration one feels, I think, with James Anderson here, that he's had a lot of bowling at Umeed, and he's chirping away at him several times as he goes past. But hasn't been able to get him. He had a life, of course, when he was on 49. Outside edge was put down by Alex Davis, but he took advantage of that, went on and got his half century, and now he's still there on 68. I suppose the answer is get me out and you can celebrate. But Anderson certainly has he's played him pretty well throughout the day.
Yes, he's been immaculate, hasn't he? In defence, his concentration, his desire not to give anything away. He's been superb as Umeed for Warwickshire. This is driven by Ricky Clark as Tom Bailey continues. Ball's full and off stump and hit firmly back down the pitch. Stopped by the bowler, and there is no run. Warwickshire are 89 runs behind Lancashire. Lancashire made 273. We're into the final session, the evening session on the second day. Floodlights have been on since about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and a little like last night, this does actually feel like a genuine day-night game. The cloud cover ahead is increasing, I think, as Bailey brings another forward defensive from Ricky Clark. He may have just got down a fraction late on that.
Yeah, I think
the ball out.
I think you're right there, because the slipcord and wicketkeeper all let out this great groan as they thought that had got through him, and Clark was late jump bringing the bat down on it.
Lancashire made 273 in their first innings. Shivnarine Chanderpaul unbeaten on 117. But they were 55 for 4 at one point and recovered. There's Bailey in, balls. He's cleaned up Ricky Clark. He's clipped his off stump, trying to work the ball through mid wicket, just played all around it. And Bailey celebrates his first wicket. And Ricky Clark has gone for 26. Wickets have been a rarity since the tea interval, but Lancashire have picked up the 6th of the Warwickshire innings. 184 for 6. Clark out for 26.
Yeah, looking to force it away through the onside. He'd been late on the previous ball. He had a little word there as he walked off with the umpire, and I just wonder whether he said just didn't see it or something like that, because there was a definite look as Clark walks across there that yes, he was comprehensively bowled, but I just wonder whether that ball he did pick it up. And as he went past Jeremy Lloyd, there was definitely a word, it wouldn't have been about the decision, because there was no decision to make. So anyway, he's gone. Warwickshire have lost their 6th wicket. Another bonus point secured for Lancashire, of course. That's their 2nd bowling bonus point, to go with a couple of batting points. And the new batsman coming out is Keith Barker, as we have Ashley Giles has just arrived. I think he's going to talk with Richard Wilford. So we're going to do a double change here. If Ashley moves in where you are, Scott, and Richard will move in where I am. So I'll get Ashley sat in. The timing not exactly perfect for Warwickshire's Director of Sport as we lose a wicket. Good evening, Ashley. I shall be leaving you in a second, so I'll say good evening and goodbye.
Evening. Thank you, I missed that one. Glad I came up now.
Yeah, good evening, Ashley.
Rich, how you doing?
Not too bad. It's been extraordinary day's play. We'll discuss that amongst other things, and the new signing that you've announced today. But I've got to have a word about Andy Umeed, who's showing resistance and resilience beyond the call of duty, and best part of 6 hours now for his 68. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
It is. It's a pretty tough challenge out there. You've got one of the world's greatest bowlers ever, giving him a pretty good going over.
As Bailey, does he get a nick from Barker? And Barker is to go first ball. He's got a thin edge through to Davis, the wicket keeper. And Barker has made good runs down the order for Warwickshire this season. Unable to make a start in these conditions, which this might be one of the harder times to come out. And he's gone first ball, 2 in 2 deliveries. Come up on the scoreboard as LBW. I've got a feeling it might have been a nick, we'll see. But 184 for 7 now.
Can I go back downstairs?
How do you time it that way? 2 in 2 balls since
incredible.
You appeared?
Yeah, it's been this has been the tough periods about. Certainly yesterday the ball did more after tea in this sort of light, and well, I mean when you go in first up it's always tricky anyway, but Keith Barker, who's played pretty well for us this year, has not managed to get past that first one.
So just saying about Andy Umid then, I mean, we know he's not been in a huge amount of form. He's trying to make his way in the game. He'll be learning a lot from this experience.
Absolutely, and great credit to him. He's battled through this innings. Messages downstairs from the coaches, and when I've seen him, have been consistent. Just keep batting. The longer you're out there, the easier it should get, and you don't accumulate runs in here. So this experience on its own, I believe he can be a far more fluid player than this, Andy, but he's playing to conditions. They're bowled pretty well. It's not easy to score quickly out there, and with this ball it gets soft quite quickly. Boundaries are difficult to come by. We're pretty happy with the job he's done for us.
And in terms of the match situation, it's quite hard to judge, isn't it, in the conditions that we've been playing with the pink ball. We've had the floodlights on since 5 to 3 today, and quite a slow used track, isn't it, for this match?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not that slow. Again, the ball gets soft. It doesn't cut. It doesn't make that same hard sound off the bat that the red ball does. So if you bowl and hold lengths, it is difficult to score quite quickly. The stage of the game, I think we killed for a little cameo from Jeaton here.
Well, and Tom Bailey, of course, would love to complete a hat-trick. He's got 3 slips and a gully in, having removed Clark and Barker, and he steams in and forward, resolute in defence is Jeaton Patel. There might just have been a single in that, but after a bit of a stop-start, they decided not to go for one. He played a very good hand in the first innings at Chelmsford last week, Jeaton Patel, when he made 72. He's got that in him.
He has, yeah. Jeats has played a number of valuable innings down the order in his time at the Bears. He plays a certain way, and I don't think there's any point in trying to change that, and actually in this situation he might as well play his way and play a few shots. We could do with certainly getting to that 200 start off with and getting a point, and getting as close to Lancashire as we can.
Bailey and again short of a length, and Patel ducks under it. End of the over, 184 for 7. BBC website and 5 live sports extra with us at Edgbaston with 19 overs left in the day's play. The big news today at Warwickshire that Will Rhodes is going to be coming from Yorkshire for the next 2 seasons, so 2018 and 2019. A talented young player, only 22. Yeah,
absolutely. We talked a lot about we are going to go through a period of change and transition, and recruitment as well as internal development is going to be important in that, and Will was someone we had identified who's perhaps not had the opportunities he would have liked at Yorkshire. We believe he can get those opportunities here. He's an all-rounder, he has leadership experience, and we think he's of quality, so we're delighted that we've brought him here to the Bears.
Jimmy Anderson starting a new over. Pushing forward is Umid, still resolute in defence. Is there any prospect of trying to get hold of him this season, or is that off the table?
Not at the moment. I think that Yorkshire would like to keep him as cover at the moment. If that situation changes, it could change very quickly, then look, we'd have him as soon as we can, because the sooner he embeds at our club, in our culture, with our team, the better really for us, because it just helps him settle. As I say, we're looking forward to having him here. He came to the ground yesterday and completed a medical, met the boys. We informed them the day before this was going to happen, and I think it's a really good addition to our ranks.
How high up the order do you think he might be capable of batting? Because clearly opening batsman is a bit of a shortage. Ian Westwood announcing his retirement yesterday. Umeed and Porterfield batting in this match. Alex Mellor has batted at the top of the order this season as Anderson comes in once more to Umeed, who clips him round the corner behind square. There'll certainly be one. They run hard. Andy Umeed determined to come back for 2, and he does. So he'll move up to 70, 186 for 7. Is he somebody who might be a prospect for the top of the order?
Well, he could be, and that's another thing we liked about him. He's very versatile. He could bat from anywhere in that top 7. He also bowls. So he could play in a side with 2 spinners as a 4th seamer, or could play as an extra seamer in a normal balanced attack. So with red ball, with white ball, and a left-hander always gives you something different as well.
Anderson clipped off his pads by Umeed again, just straying in line. Anderson again, he's pushing for 2, and the throw goes to the bowler's end. The suspicion being that Jeetan Patel may be the slower of the 2, but he gets home, and Umeed to 72. 188 for 7. Certainly mentioning Ian Westwood there. I mean, after being here since he was 9 years of age, he's going to leave quite a hole, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. And not just at the top of the order. Westy's been a great servant to Warwickshire cricket. I very much enjoyed my time working with him as a player, but also as captain. And I think we shouldn't forget the 2 years he did as captain, which were a bit like we're going through now, really tough years. 2010 particularly, although we won a trophy, was a really tough year in the championship. But those 2 years sort of set up what's come since. So we owe Westy a lot for his dedication to our cricket.
Anderson into Umeed again, who defends him up towards mid-on. The end of Anderson's over. 188 for 7. Warwickshire trailing Lancashire by 85 runs. First Division cricket, for me, appears to be getting more and more competitive. You look at what Essex have done, not least with a very confident batting lineup, which I think is part of what they've achieved. You look at this Lancashire side, since you got them back into the First Division, there's no hiding place, is there?
No, there certainly isn't. And with I keep talking about it, but 25% of the division getting relegated, there is going to be an element of swings and roundabouts, and someone's going to take a turn to go down. I'm not saying that we are just accepting that we could face a drop. We're certainly not. We're going to try and do everything we can to stay in Division 1. But cricket does work in cycles. We've been through a really successful cycle, and we are going to go through a period of change, which in parts could be quite painful. It's certainly painful at times at the moment for you watching, I'm sure, Rich, and for us as managers and coaches and for supporters. But it does work like that. I was
Bailey to Patel, who guides him down towards gully where the fielding is done.
I was talking earlier about even the 90s, so that period of success we had through the 90s. Even that period didn't end that well, because when you have a group of senior players who want to hang on to careers and salaries and livelihoods, of course, when that comes to an end, it is painful, and it's difficult to replace those senior players in one go.
Bailey, 2 wickets in his last over, of course, into bowler Jeetan Patel. Full Patel comes forward and plays it defensively up towards mid-off. The very telling thing with this Warwickshire squad, and we'll talk a bit about Lancashire in a bit as well with your experience of working up there, is the lack of players in that age group from 20 to 30 who were playing regularly going into the start of this season. The group had grown old together.
Yeah, and that's, if we've missed any trick, it's perhaps that. Just being able to create opportunities either externally or internally for people to come into the team and, if you like, be blooded in this top flight.
Bailey driven by Patel, may go off the mark, a shot at the stumps from Anderson. It's a direct hit, there's an appeal. That may have been quite close. Jeremy Lloyds turns down the appeal. Patel gets a single. 189 for 7.
I think always, particularly around a group of experienced players, I think that's the best time to blood youngsters, and that's one of the reasons we've put George Penney into this team. I felt, and Jim felt, it was important that we had a look at someone else. In this position, we need to find out, and even if they're not ready right now, well, we could pull them back. But if we don't play them, we're not going to find out. And maybe, given his performances in that first innings, we found someone who is capable at this level.
He's very physically mature for 19. That was the thing that struck me. And bowled very nicely in his 3 spells. His third one was quite brief because he took 2 wickets in successive balls. He'll be on a hat-trick when he bowls next, as Bailey's next delivery is played defensively by Umeed back down the track. I'm also interested that you were talking about the balance of the team next year when Will Rhodes is here, that he could be the 4th seamer to play with 2 spinners. The reason that's interesting is the performance of Sunny Singh in the 2 championship games. He looks to have a good temperament, bowling slow left arm as you did here.
Yeah, and that gives us hope as well. Jeetan's been our standout performer for a number of years, but we have to start looking beyond that at some point. I'm not saying we're going to lose Jeets, but if we could find ourselves in a position where
a quick single for Umeed up towards mid-on, he's the 73,
where we play 2 spinners, that'd be great. Given it's been a really tough year, and I'm really trying to look for positives here. You know that.
Yeah.
Sunny Singh's one of them. The way Andy's played here, we've got an opportunity to give him a real run in the team. And now George Panay coming in. Grant Thornton played times earlier in the year.
Sam Hain in the white ball game
Sam
again.
Hain in the white ball game.
And starting to show signs in the championship in the last couple of matches. Well, he's very unlucky today as Patel is driving. That's one of the better return catches you're going to see for a while that Jimmy Anderson took today.
Yeah, it is. But there are some, there's some glimmers there, and there's, further back even, you look at Henry Brooks, who we've signed from our academy, who has played England under-19s, looks a great prospect to me, has a really good head on his shoulders. Liam Banks there in the second team. There's guys there, but we haven't created opportunities for them, but that is very difficult when you're being successful. And you've got, let's not forget, a lot of these players have had very successful careers here and have done a lot for Warwickshire cricket, won a lot of trophies, and we have to respect that. But there's a time, and part of my job is now making sure we can introduce some young blood, some new blood, and make sure our development systems are working as well.
Change of bowling at the Birmingham end. Ryan McLaren is coming on to replace James Anderson, who seemed to feel a bit of tightness in his groin during that spell. We hope that from England's point of view that there's nothing too much of a problem there. He's bowled with real good rhythm during this game so far. McLaren yet to take a wicket, bowling to Andy Umeed. That's wide of off stump, and he'll guide it through the offside, and that'll be quite a chase. They should be able to come back for 3. Jeetan Patel turning now, and the fielders with the relay certainly make that comfortable for 3. And Umeed starting to score a little bit more rapidly. He's up to 76 now and 193 for 7. It's inevitable this conversation leads us on to Lancashire, because Lancashire, under your stewardship, went through a similar situation.
Yeah. Went
to Division 2, had to regroup, and young players like Hasib Hamid, like Tom Bailey, got their opportunity to push through.
Yeah, that's right, and perhaps I took some flack there for it. We're introducing Hasib, Livingston, Rob Jones, who's not playing in this game, Davis. I think it's important
it's a very short bouncer, clears Patel. That was nearly a wide.
You have to find out in any environment, and they've got a lot of good young players, Lancashire, definitely. Now we perhaps aren't blessed with those numbers of that quality of young players at the moment, but I think we've got guys bubbling under who perhaps can fill those roles in time, and you have to be prepared to bite the bullet at some point. You can't, there is a danger over the next couple of years. There's going to be another influx of Colpack cricketers, and if you continue to do that, you never really cross that line, if you like, of perhaps accepting that you've got to go back a little bit to come forward again strongly, and we did that in 2008, 9, 10, and led to this period of success, and we're going to have to do that again.
I mean, it's interesting because Lancashire are a mix of young and Colpack, but the ones you mentioned, Hamid, Livingston, Davis, we're seeing Bailey in this match as well. That's quite a strike rate to get that many players through one county, coming through as young players at the same time and making regular contributions. And once more, McLaren short, and Jeetan Patel does remarkably well there, having not gone back to keep that ball down with his hands high up in front of his face. But
Lancs have got a very good academy system, but let's also remember they have a huge reach, huge market in number of clubs, number of schools compared to Warwickshire. But they do it very well. And they have got a mix. I mean, look at this game. What did Shiv get? Shiv Chandapal got 117. You take that out of their total, and yes, he is one of their players, but he's their Colpack, overseas, whatever you want to call it. It's a pretty even Stevens game, And I guess that's the modern pressures. I've said this at the beginning of the season that coaches face is this Division 1 structure. Is the likes of Glen Chappell coming in and Jim Troughton for us. What is the importance of staying in Division 1? Look, we know it's important, but is it everything? Are we prepared at some point to go back? We don't like it at all, but sometimes you have to regroup and come back stronger.
McLaren's been trying to give Patel a real going over in this over. There have been 3 very short balls, and that one outside off stump heel uppercut. So he gets the last laugh in that over. The uppercut will go down for 4. That takes Jeetan Patel to 5, and significantly Warwickshire closing in on a batting bonus point here on 197 for 7, trailing by 76. And there must be part of you that's wondering here whether it might not be a bad idea to have 5 or 6 overs at Lancashire this evening as well.
Yeah, I mean, with Jeets there, it's, he can gain some momentum, and even we've seen with Andy already with Jeets there, they're running between the wickets, and Andy's played a couple more shots, and that can you just pick up that impetus. This sort of period, bowling short Jeets, it's no surprise because Jeets doesn't play the short ball very well, but it can also give you stuff to hit. Yep. He's going to throw his hands at it, and he's either going to get away with it or not. But if we can just get a bit going here, the closer we can get to Lancs, it's important because there's likely to be a bit of weather around the next couple of days, and it's up to Lancs then whether they try and win the game.
Bailey from wide of the crease has got off the inside edge of Umeed there, and that's going to scuttle through for 4, and that does get the batting bonus point on the board. 201 for 7. And that's probably only the second bit of fortune that Umeed's had. He was put down a sharp chance at slip on the ball that got him to 50, and that boundary now takes him to 80, having been out there for 6 hours and 11 minutes so far. I think it would be fair to say at this point he's earned that bit of fortune.
I think so, yeah. I mean, good on him. We're delighted for him. Jimmy's put him right through the ringer, not just with the ball, but I think verbally, and that's the way Jimmy goes about things. He tests young players, he gets in their head. But Andy's handled it incredibly well.
Bailey once more. Oh, that one's gone through. There's a big appeal, and the umpire's not interested. Nothing on it, but 2 deliveries in a row have gone through him. And Umeed, who's been utterly unflappable for most of this innings, goes on a wander as he does periodically, about 5 or 6 yards to the leg side. And he'll try and reset himself, and he's having a good dig at his guard, almost Jonathan Trott style. That might be a bit of received behaviour.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times, haven't we? I don't think they were convinced.
No, I think the sort of state of the appeal, the strength of the appeal was partly down to the frustration of having looked at the back of Andy Umeed for the last 93 and a bit overs. But Bailey bowling a good spell with his second new ball, but Umeed is back and across and behind this one and gets a bit more chippiness from the bowler on the follow-through. We had Ian Westwood up here earlier talking about his retirement, but mentioned Andy Umeed, and he said if there's one thing you would not question about him at all at this point in his career, it's his temperament.
Yeah, I like his calmness. He's got a good head on him. Look, I think we're all it's not just out of hope, but we all want success for him because he will get a run. He scored 100 previously in the championship last year. Was it beginning of last year?
It was his debut, I think he made it.
Yeah, and he clearly has some ability. And from what I've seen this year, there's a lot of times it looks easy. He does not rush by pace, but he just needs to get a start. Now, he spent a lot of time at the crease here. It would be fantastic if he could get over the 3-figure mark again, because I really think that would give him a boost and a launch pad to work from.
Yeah, all players need that bit of confidence as he turns this next ball up towards mid-on. Won't be able to beat the field there. Jordan Clark across, who actually left out the list of young players that Lancashire have brought through in recent years, but he's bowled very well today. Quite a heavy workload as well.
He's had a good season this year. In my time, a little bit inconsistent. I don't mean that harshly, but he seems to have found his method now. He's got some important runs for them. They look a good outfit. They've going here. They bat deep, good all-rounders, and some youngsters who are going to be around for quite some time.
Full from Bailey, defensively played out into the offside by Umeed. One of the things this stresses to me, I'm not being old romantic about it, and I'm enjoying the fact that we're having this experiment, but the importance of the county championship, it can't afford to be diluted too much, because this is the breeding ground for players. And you look at the quality of the current England Test side, which is strong, and there are players who have performed well in the first division of the championship.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great experiment, and both sides, and I think every side in the country has taken it on, because whatever you say about the light and the conditions and when the ball starts to move, it's the same for both sides ultimately. But this is, I think, our championship cricket's as strong as I've probably known it. And that's great. I do have concerns about the divisional structure as it is, because of the pressure of the big clubs maintaining Division 1 status and the short-term decision-making that could lead to. Look, there's no doubt that, to a degree, having some of these players playing strengthens the division and improves cricket, because you bowl against Shiv Chanderpaul, you've got to work out how to get him out, because he's not going to give anything away. Dane Villiers has been a very good addition to Lanc's team, but ultimately it is about us preparing cricketers to play for England, to have success for England, and to do that they need opportunities.
McLaren's first ball was defended by Patel. Now Fuller, and Patel looking to drive, thick inside edge, will get it up towards mid-on. Yeah, we might call it the Tom Alsop enigma at the moment, and Alsop can't get in the Hampshire team, which seems unfortunate when he was, looking towards England Lions and pressing on from there, and he finds himself behind, say, an out-of-form Riley Russo, and it's not just about Russo, it's the whole issue. But
and look, I know Giles White down there really well, and you can't blame them. They've struggled for a couple of years near the bottom end of that championship, and they go, well, look, we need a quick fix here. We need guys who are going to give us some stability and security.
McLaren driven through the offside by Patel. He beats the infield with that. They'll run just in case because the outfield's slow, but that's going to beat everybody. Patel to 9, 205 for 7.
That's a collector's piece. A 4 square of the wicket today. It's Cheats does time the ball beautifully, actually. I've often compared his cover drive to Damien Martin's. I know that's a strange comparison, but doesn't move his feet like times the ball as well as anyone in our side, actually, when he's going.
That's the gift of natural hand-eye coordination, isn't it?
Yeah, and you say again, he's played some unbelievable knocks for the club down the order. Early on in his career, he got 100, didn't he? I think he batted with Trotty here against Yorkshire, I think.
Well, he's on to 9 now. You were right, you could do with a cameo, and he's going to hit this in the offside, and it's been dropped at point. It was a sharp chance, and Croft looks like that might have hurt as well. He's wringing out his hands. It was struck pretty firmly by Jeetan Patel, and Croft spilt it and looks a wee bit rueful just at the moment. He's a very good fielder generally as well, Stephen Croft.
Yeah, he's got very good hands, and he's a very tough character as well. You don't see him rolling around on the floor very often, so it's
might have hit him on the wrist actually.
Obviously stung.
Base of the thumb.
And it's one of the things with this ball. It does appear to be a bit trickier to pick up.
Patel survives for now. Shorter ball gets the bat inside the line of that and lets it through to the wicketkeeper. Was in the New Zealand squad for the Champions Trophy, Jeetan Patel. Bizarrely, given the English conditions and how often he's played here, didn't get picked for their group games. Suggestion that he might be ready again to say, well, that's it for international cricket. Is he somebody who could become a Colpat player? Would that what you'd encourage him to do?
He can't, I don't think.
Can he not?
We've looked at those options a long time ago. I even suggested I adopt him at one point. He was that important to us. Because there's also a time when with work visas you have to have had so much experience in international cricket, etc. Luckily he continued playing here, so he naturally ticked over. But it looked like Jeetan Giles at one point. Never came to fruition.
You told Trina that? Was she happy with that? Stina, sorry.
Well, look, I mean, I think he'd have fit into our family quite nicely. He's about as tall as my daughter now, and she's only 15. So, but no, look, I mean, we've explored those options. It's not possible in his case, but he's been a wonderful overseas player for us, just brilliant. And he was a bit of a left field pick. You remember when we picked him up the first time, but a real team player, aggressive cricketer.
Yeah, in all forms of the game.
In all forms. Yeah.
Let's do one more over, and then we'll get Scott and Steph back in as Umeed continues his attritional but very, very valuable innings. He defends into the leg side. You know, I've been watching Warwickshire for a very, very long time. I was comparing it a while ago with an innings I saw years ago when it was 3-day championship cricket, and on a Saturday you'd start a match, you get, I think it was about 110 overs in a day. And I remember seeing Robin Dyer here.
Oh right, yeah.
Opening the batting and getting to his 100 just before the close on the first day, when you were chasing bonus points largely, just short of a length, and defended by Umeed. It was an almost shotless century that he played. And this has been of a similar ilk.
I'm sure. Thank you for those kind words, Rich.
But the point is that the value of the 100 was still there, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
a lost art nowadays to bat this. I think I should do a bit with Scott, really, shouldn't I?
Hey, that'd be really good,
for old time's sake.
Yeah.
Really. Where I'll time up at Lancashire together.
I'll relinquish after this ball because
I can't move now anyway, because we've not lost a wicket for a while. There's a bit of
that's also a good point.
Cricketer's superstition.
Bailey just back of a length, guided into the leg side by Andy Umeed in a way that Ashley Giles will now describe in flowery prose.
Well, we've seen it a few times today, haven't we? That back foot prod, very solid in defence. Andy Umeed today, doing a great job for our team.
Good evening.
Hey, Scott.
Are you well?
Yeah, good. Well, yeah. Okay.
Just in yourself, I mean.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, it feels like a long day. I don't know about you, but I was in for a meeting I was in at the ground at 8 o'clock. It's makes it a long old day. If my boss is listening.
It's Tom Bailey in and balls, and Umeed tries to keep this one out. It just deflects down to second slip, and there is no run. Umeed survives on 8205 for 7. Jeeton Giles, I like that. That made me chuckle.
It's got a good ring to it.
It has. It's got a good ring to it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he'd have to pay for his keep, obviously. I'm not sure we extend to buy him a new car and things like that we're having to go through at the moment with our son.
It is Umeed on 80, and it's Bailey from the pavilion end in and balls to him. He whips the ball through the onside, and Parry does really well at short mid-wicket to stop it. Low down to his right hand side, gets a firm hand on that.
He's been a revelation this year, Paz.
He has, hasn't he? Yeah. He's had a fantastic season. Yeah, yeah. I mean, he was picked ahead of obviously of Kerrigan in that opening championship game down at Essex. And
Parkinson injured as well.
Parkinson injured, yeah. Hasn't looked back since.
Yeah, well, look, he's a fantastic bloke, fantastic cricket. Offers you a lot, bats as well, fields. Loves a chat, as you know. Probably can't get him off the microphone when you've got him.
But Bailey in balls full, driven by Jeeton Patel to the right of Anderson at mid-off and down towards the boundary below us for 4 runs, and that takes Jeeton Patel into double figures. Moves to 13, 210 for 7 at the end of the 98th over.
If he keeps playing shots like that, we can call him Jeeton Giles all the way through. If you like. Great off drive from Giles. The longer the better. It's been a good year for Lancs.
It has, yeah. I was listening to your chat with Richard and about the nature of Division 1, and you could make a case, I think, couldn't you, for pretty much any side to do really well or any side to struggle, just because of the fact it's so congested.
Yeah, and momentum's really important. We started poorly. I do think any side can beat any other side. People might not think that about us at the moment we've been playing, but I think they can. I mean, we got really fairly beaten down at Essex this last week, which actually other sides have done to each other, and the toss was really important. Harmer bowled beautifully on a wicket that spun a lot, but
if McLaren in and balls, it's wide and left by Umeed through to Davis, no run.
I guess because we did play poorly, really poorly in a couple of games earlier in the season, that this whole thing's compounded and it just builds the pressure on what we're doing. But there's some very good teams in this division, very good teams. There's certainly no soft matches or soft sides we're going to play against. So it's competitive, and it's breeding some tough cricketers.
Is the standard, as McLaren comes in, he's got the city of Birmingham behind him. We're under floodlights here. It's wide. It's left alone by Umeed and through to Davis, and there's no run. Is the standard in Division 1 getting better and better year in, year out for you?
I think this is as competitive as it's been. Now, we've got some very good homegrown players. But I will say again, I've just said the standard is really high. It's competitive, but we are seeing again more and more non-qualified players coming into the division, which will naturally strengthen it. With Shiv's playing in the team, and Ryan McLaren, Dane Villas, it is going to strengthen the cricket. Kyle Abbott at Hampshire, Riley Rousseau.
As McLaren bowls left by Umeed, not too far wide of off stump.
The standard, can I say, artificially goes up because it's a quick fix, and I think we just have to be careful that again it doesn't over time lead us to a place of sort of unintended consequences where we've got half a team again being unqualified in Division 1, because ultimately, as I said earlier, it's about us producing cricketers ready to play Test cricket for England.
Here is McLaren into Umeed, but down the leg side he claims, and Davis claims, that there's a little feather on that, but really the bowler wasn't entirely convinced, and the wicket-keeper neither, and Umeed still there, 81 not out, 210 for 7. Is it about getting the right blend for you? I mean, you look at, for example, because you mentioned Chanderpaul and McLaren and Villas in this game.
They got all the runs, didn't they?
They did, but conversely, Lancashire have still got Davis and Hamid and Butler and is about that. Here's McLaren into Umeed, just
this
the ball off his hip.
This isn't an attack on.
No, I just meant in general, just the blend.
Lancashire have some of the best young players in the country. I just think, it's important to. I said earlier, it will teach you a lot bowling at Shiv Chanderpaul, no doubt at all. But it is the balance. How far does that tip? Given the Brexit situation, whatever happens with that, whether it's a soft hard, I don't know what that means, but what will happen after that with non-qualified or cold pack cricketers, we're not quite sure, but the likelihood is it will stop. So you could see a place where over the next couple of years there's going to be an influx. Now,
with lengthy contracts.
Yeah, quite possibly. Now, I'm not saying that we might not look down that angle, and I don't think that's being hypocritical. I do think that whether it's 2 guys a team is a pretty good mix. In the old days, it was a couple of overseas players that added to our cricket, and it has to be the right one as well. I think the age profile is important, and someone who adds to the environment, not just through runs and wickets. And looking, Lancs looks like someone like Dane Villas, particularly. Just watching him operate is someone who does that. He's young enough to make a good career. Looks a good player, and watching him around the group looks a pretty good bloke as well. So that sort of pick's a really good one.
Mm-hmm. It's about getting the good ones that offer more than just what they do out there.
Yeah, we know Shiv will do that. Because he's brilliant with young players. But it is just, I think it's about having balance.
Here's Tom Bailey into Jeetan Patel, whips a ball through the offside. It's not what he was aiming for. Taking the leading edge actually over the top of Anderson, who's at mid-off, who's shaping to play it through mid-wicket, squirts over Jimmy Anderson, and Jeetan Patel comes back for 2, moves to 15, 212 for 7. With Warwickshire just trying to close in on Lancashire here. In terms of this pink ball and the floodlights, what's been the messages from downstairs in the dressing room? Is it tougher to see? Is it harder at this stage of the game to pick up the pink ball? Or?
Yeah, I think the lights are taking over a bit more now. It's just that first.
As this is cracked by Jeetan Patel, but didn't quite time it.
That first period when it just starts, we keep talking about dusk. It just starts to turn a little bit murky. The lights haven't quite kicked in properly. I think they have now. Last night, actually, I thought it was its best when it was dark. When it finished late, but when it was properly dark, it looked like a normal sort of day-night match, but with a pink ball. The ball certainly behaves slightly differently during that period.
What does it do differently?
It just moves a bit more.
Right, okay.
I can't explain it, okay. But I went to watch. I stayed out in Abu Dhabi actually to watch the Champions game, the day-night game out there, just to have a look for a couple of days, and the same thing happened there.
As Bailey's in over the wicket to Jeetan Patel, punch the ball uppish, and Jimmy Anderson at mid-off, just slightly deeper at mid-off, he's there to field. Patel gets 1, moves to 16, 213 for 7.
And it was particularly weird out there because the pitch is so flat. I mean, it looked flat as anything for the majority, and then just when it started to turn, it was going around everywhere. and it did that for a while, and it stopped, and then when it got really dark, perhaps it did it again when the new ball came round. I can't explain it, but again, look, I think it's a great experiment, and it's something that really is, you can try and be smart with declarations and stuff, but it's going to be the same for both teams.
We did see that, didn't we, yesterday? A couple of sides declared 9 down in this final session, this evening session.
Yeah.
I think Hampshire declared, and somebody else declared 9 down.
Yeah, and it's worth thinking about. Down the line, if you kept doing it, would sides come out the blocks really hard and try and score at 5 and over all the way through for 80 overs, then have 16 at the end of the day, or 14 or whatever it is at the end of the day? I don't know, but...
There is Bailey into Umeed, whips it through mid-wicket, nice shot, full of length, and it was driven all along the ground by Andrew Umeed. He might want a third, no, just settles for 2. No, we're going to come back for 3. There's a slip in the deep. I think that might be Jordan Clark, it is. He just lost his footing, slipped, hit the deck pretty hard, and gingerly picking himself up. He's a big strapping lad, Jordan Clark, and
he is. He didn't move that well chasing it. He looks a little bit stiff, Jordan. Bowled a few overs. It's late in the day, it's almost bedtime as well, isn't it?
I'm all over the place.
25 to 9.
I didn't know what to do this morning. It was a loss. I didn't know what to do.
Really?
Yeah. How do you feel your morning when I didn't know what to do?
You could have been at my senior management team meeting at 8:30.
It's all right. I get that one a miss. 216 for 7. Jeetan Patel on 16. I can't let you go without at least reflecting a little bit on your 2 years with Lancashire. As Bailey's to complete his over the wicket and bowling, and it's driven. Oh yeah, just over the top of short cover. One bounce into the ground from Jeetan Patel and stopped by the fingertips of Aaron Lilly. End of the over, 216 for 7. Do you look back with a sense of pride? You came into Lancashire in Division 2, you got them promoted, you won the T20, you kept them up. Is that a good couple of years? Or?
Yeah, I think so. There were certain corners that took a bit of flack, and I think it's a hard job anyway, coming into Lancs as an outsider and taking that role on. There's a lot of expectation, but I love my time at Lancs. Great bunch here. And we were able to blood a lot of youngsters. We made some tough decisions in some cases, and had some success. And I always thought last year would be, if we could stay up, a bit of a turning point, because these guys would be a year on in experience. They'd know what it was all about. There's a long way to go in this season yet, but look, I think I did my bit. I'm proud of that. I like to go in and do things as I see them. That I'm big on giving young players opportunity and building long term for the future. And I wish I'd been able to see that out, but my personal circumstances really just didn't allow that. I'm very grateful to Lancs for that opportunity, and it will always be part of my my history.
Jordan Clark is into the attack from the Birmingham end with Andrew Umeed on 84 not out. He balls to him, and it's right up onto his tiptoes and fends it off out towards mid-wicket for a single. 217 for 7. Is that Saturday evening, when was it, 2015? August, end of August here for T20 finals day. That you'll remember that one for a while.
Yeah, it's one of the best days of my cricketing life. I always say that. Very special day. With any competition, you don't know you've won it till you get that final ball, that final wicket run, whatever it is. They're always tough years. There's always some tight spots you have to get out of, but the whole day here there was a feeling about us. I mean, we talked about Edgbaston that day. I know that was around a lot, and we turned it red, and the team played brilliantly all day, and they celebrated pretty well all night, as well as I remember. But I was very proud of the team, all this lot that got us through that, and many other scrapes during my time. But now, we pretty much stand 22 yards away from each other. Still get on with these guys, but as like anything, we're now in competition.
This place is your home. Obviously, this place, Warwickshire, is your home. But when Lancashire were coming down for this, I appreciate Lancashire being here for the one-day game earlier this year, but when they came down for this county championship game, is it always slightly a little bit awkward when you're seeing former players you coached and coaches you worked with?
Yeah, it was when I came back with Lancs, and it was exciting. The Lancs boys coming back here.
As Clark balls, he's defended by Umeed, no run.
I know it's going to be a tough challenge. It's actually funny. I came back the night before the game, came home, and my daughter's sitting at the island in the kitchen wearing her Lancashire Lightning top.
Should you be sailors?
And I said, that's not a good omen, Tilly. And she went straight upstairs and put a Birmingham Bears one.
And you went, that's better.
That's better. But yeah, look, they as well enjoyed their time with Lancashire. So yeah, Warwickshire's always been my home. Edgbaston, I've been here since I was 19, and my family live 20 miles away, and it does feel very much like home. But again, really enjoyed my time at Lancashire. You guys looked after me really well, and I'll always remember those 2 years very fondly.
Good stuff. Really appreciate that. I thoroughly enjoyed your conversation with Richard. Really good insight into what's going on here at Warwickshire and how the club is trying to move forward, and we wish you all the very best.
Thanks, Scott. Good to see you.
Cheers,
see you
Ash. Thank you very much. Ashley Giles with us here at Edgbaston, ball-by-ball commentary on BBC Sport. We're on 5 Live Sports Extra, and we're on medium wave on BBC Radio Lancashire and online with BBC Radio Manchester and other various Midland stations. 220 for 7. We've got a potential remarkable century, albeit Andrew Umeed will not be rushed towards 3 figures. He's not been rushed towards 86 runs. They've taken 311 deliveries to get there. So I'm sure he's happy to bide his time and be even more patient. He's got Jeetan Patel with him for support, and Warwickshire closing the gap down to 53, the difference between these two sides. Jordan Clark is bowling out in the gloom on the far end of Edgbaston, and he's running in towards us and bowls a wide ball, and the first time really a slightly tired looking shot from Umeed. Plays over the top of it, reaching for it wide of off stump, and gathered by Alex Davis, the wicketkeeper. 220 for 7, and Stefan Schemont's back alongside me. Good evening.
At the end of his chat there, Ashley Giles with you, he sort of turned to me and sort of made the signal, one more question from you, as if to say he was sorry that he was keeping me off the air. I said to him as he left, you can stay and talk here all night if you like. People would much rather listen to you talk than they would me, and it's true, because I was fascinating stuff listening, especially when he's saying his daughter's wearing a Lancashire top when he's now coaching Warwickshire. Great stuff from Ashley Giles on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. If you're just joining us, this County Championship Division 1 game is deep into the final session on day 2. Lancashire, batting first yesterday, made 273, a wonderful 117 not out from Shivnarine Chandapal. Warwickshire's reply, currently standing at 220 for 7, has been underpinned by a painstaking, stoic, defiant 86 not out from Andrew Umeed, the opener, who has eaten up 312 deliveries. He's now in the company of Jeetan Patel, who is 18 not out. The second new ball is about 15 overs old. I say about 15 overs old. It's exactly 15 overs old. It is in the hand of Ryan McLaren. As Scott Reed said, my name is Stefan Shelmont. You listen on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, maybe online through the BBC Sport website. We're with BBC WM Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC Radio Manchester, and of BBC Radio Lancashire, as McLaren, right arm over, goes scurrying in towards Jeetan Patel. It's a short ball that Patel ducks underneath, and it's called no ball. The score move on to 220 for 7. I think there was ironic cheers there from some of the members, as if to say that McLaren's been bowling these all day and you haven't been calling them. I've got no idea how they'd know, because they're right behind him.
he bowled a spell from the far end, didn't he, to Jeetan Patel, and tried to give him a bit of a working over, so it looks like he's going to try and continue again from this end.
Slip, gully, short extra cover. McLaren past the umpire. Patel driving, aiming through the offside, but a big thick inside edge ends up at mid-on, and there's no run. The rest of the field is third man, a point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. It's properly dark. I mean, at this time of day and at this time of year, you would still expect it to be normal daylight, but this match has been played under a blanket of cloud throughout, and therefore it feels quite dark and gloomy. McLaren again, short delivery that Patel angles through just behind point for a single. The score moves on to 223 for 7. Patel has 19. The reason I bring up that it is properly dark is because this is obviously a day-night match, but we were worried maybe at the start there would actually just be a day-day match. But what we've actually had, because of the conditions, because of the cloud that this match has been played underneath, throughout it's actually felt like we started in the daylight and we are ending at night time.
Yeah, I think some of the other games in this round of day-night fixtures have been, as you say, more day-day really. They've been quite pleasant evenings around about this time, but last night and tonight genuinely does feel like a day-night game. The floodlights are in full effect and it just brings that little extra magic about it, I think.
McLaren to Umeed on the pads. Umeed turns it towards long leg. Shivnarine Chandapal, that unmistakable loping run, comes in from the boundary to ensure that it's only a single that's taken. 224 for 7. Umeed has 87. The deficit now is only 59 runs, and it means that we are being set up for what will be a cracking, well, last 9 overs after this one, and 2 days still to come here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, it could be for a really intriguing finish, couldn't we? I mean, Warwickshire now closing in on that Lancashire total, so we could be set up for a fascinating couple of days.
McLaren, number 35, scores in full delivery that Patel misses completely. I don't know if it was an attempted slower ball from McLaren, yeah, but it definitely turned into a full bunger that Patel just got nowhere near, and it went past the off stump on its way through to Alex Davis.
It's interesting what Ashley Giles said with regards to actually the pink ball, and at a particular time during the course of this third session, as we've been kind of suggesting from up here in the commentary box, we were looking at it from a distance and behind glass. The word from the dressing rooms is that actually there is a period where it is quite difficult to pick up.
McLaren in past the umpire. Patel just defends from the crease up to mid-on, no run, 224 for 7. And we even spoke about it yesterday. It wasn't quite as noticeable today, but there was certainly a period around 6 o'clock in the evening,
yeah,
when the light was beginning to fade. Again, ordinarily the light wouldn't be beginning to fade, but because of the murky conditions, it was going dark. The floodlights hadn't quite taken hold, where we even said we're having trouble picking the ball up when it goes along the turf. That was from our high commentary position. McLaren to finish the over, short outside the off stump, just over the edge of extra cover. Patel picks up 4 through the offside. I'm not sure if he played the ball into the ground or if it was a catching opportunity for James Anderson at short extra cover. It didn't matter because he didn't get a hand on the ball, and at the end of the over, Warwickshire are 228 for 7. Andrew Umeed has 87, Jeetan Patel 23.
And this innings from Jeetan Patel is perfect, isn't it, for Warwickshire? It's just what's been required. It's been so steady and patient and disciplined by Warwickshire throughout the course of the day. Even with Trott, who found it difficult to score, Bell didn't get a run, Hayne tried to press on, got out, Ambrose tried to press on, got out, Clark came in and just blocked up with Umeed. Patel has actually managed to find a little bit of rhythm here. 23 from 30 has just put Warwickshire a little further down the line.
We've talked so much about the ball and how difficult that might make scoring. We've talked very little about the pitch, and it's actually quite a slow surface. Yeah. We know it's a slow surface because both sides throughout have employed catchers in front of the bat, just as Lancashire are about to now. It looks like there will be at least a short extra cover perhaps in place. Very rarely have you seen more than a slip and a gully, 2 slips, just because there's been a feeling that maybe the edges wouldn't even carry.
Yeah, it's been slightly umbrella feel to it, hasn't it? Close in to the batsman. It's what I actually did for Hasib Hamid early on yesterday, on the first day, that drive to short cover. It's Clark in and bowling to Umeed. A wide ball left alone, gathered by the keeper. There's no run. He's picked up 3 wickets today, Jordan Clark. Trott, Bell and Ambrose.
Speaking of Hasib Hamid, not seen since the second interval. Aaron Lilly, substitute fielder, is still on the ground fielding for Lancashire, and we don't know why Hasib Hamid is off the pitch.
No. Try and find out at the close of play. I can't recall a chance he tried to take and hurt a finger or something like that. It's off the back foot by Hamid, driven into the offside. Parry is at short cover, and he's there to stop the ball. No run. So no sign of Hamid for the last session and a half, really. Aaron Lilly's on his 12th man. He's down at long leg below us here. Jordan Clark bowling from the Birmingham end. There's 1 slip and a gully and a deep backward point, a short cover, a mid-off, a mid-on and a mid-wicket. And this brilliant knock of 87 from 315 balls continues, and there's more runs here for Umid. Just worked off the pad, steering it along the ground to long leg for a single. He's edging towards a 90. He's 88 not out. 229 for 7. He came out to bat actually around about this time last night. 13 overs remaining when Andy Umid came out to open the batting. A very horrible 13 overs in really dark, gloomy conditions. The light was in full effect. Anderson was bowling beautifully. He survived, he got through, and he's battered all day. And he has defended magnificently all day. He'll be playing his forward defensive on his drive back home tonight. Anderson's going in as a gully. There's actually a third man dropping down towards the boundary below us, and a deep backward point. Here is Jordan Clark bustling in and bowling short ball, and Jeetan Patel on strike, bends his knees, ignores it, and gathered by the keeper, and there's no run.
Didn't even need to bend his knees, did he there, Jeetan Patel? He'd have needed a step ladder and maybe a tennis racket to overarm smash that one.
It's been a bright and breezy 23 from Jeetan Patel. Clark has made something happen for Lancashire in this game, and today when they were striving for a breakthrough, he got Trott and Bell in quick succession. And here he's in again, shirt sleeves over the wicket, bowling to Patel, pushed through the offside out towards point, and calls Umid through for a single. Patel moves to 24, 230 for 7, so Warwickshire trail by 43 runs.
Short sleeves called shirt sleeves?
I'm not sure.
Because even if it's a long sleeve, it's still a sleeve of your shirt.
Isn't it? Yeah. That's, maybe it's just me that calls them that, which is distinctly possible. Making things up as I go along, not for the first time. Here is Clark back in towards us. It's Umid on strike, up onto his toes, and works a shortish ball off his hip, behind square leg for just a 1. Takes him to 89, not out. 231 for 7. Then a throw comes in, or it's a misfield, it's a pull throw, and then it's a fumble, and that's allowed Warwickshire to get through for another, and that's the end of the over. 231 for 7. Umid has 88 and Patel has 24. In fact, Umid now has 90. That extra throw has gone on to his score, so 90 to Andrew Umid and 24 to Jeetan Patel.
Lots of live sport on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra today. England's women won in the Women's World Cup. They beat Pakistan after some rain at Grace Road. They racked up a huge score, 377 for 7. Hundreds for Nat Siver and Heather Knight. Pakistan were 107 for 3 when the rain came in the 30th over. England women won by 107 runs on the DLS method. Then under 21s European Championship football. England beaten by Germany on penalties, obviously. After that, you might have expected to hear Yorkshire's game against Surrey. Well, it was rain at Headingley. Surrey made 516 for 7 declared. Kumar Sangakkara, who else? 6th championship century of the season. Yorkshire were 27 for 1 when the rain came. This match, in fact, is the only game still going on in Division 1. Hampshire, 211 for 9 declared against Somerset, who were 43 for 1. No more play in Southampton. No play at all on Tuesday at Chelmsford for Essex against Middlesex. Essex 106 without loss in reply to Middlesex's 246 all out. I'll continue going through the scores during this over, which will be bowled by Stephen Parry, the Lancashire left arm spinner. He's bowling to Jeetan Patel with just a slip in place, hop and a skip in, and it's a straight delivery to Patel, who turns it onto the onside. Division 2, again no play at Hove on Tuesday. Sussex 358 for 9 declared against Gloucestershire, who are 31 without loss in reply. Still playing at Wantage Road. They started late. Still playing at Trent Bridge rather. Nottinghamshire against Kent. Kent on 180 all out and 64 for 4. Nottinghamshire made 371 runs for Stephen Mullaney and Alex Hales. Here comes Parry again to Patel, defends on the front foot. Rain at Northampton. Northampton 261 and 60 for 3 against Leicestershire, who made 150 for 7. Sorry, 157 all out. Glamorgan 233 for 8 in reply to Derbyshire's 288. Parry to Patel, sweeping for what will probably be a single. Patel's not interested in taking 2. He just walks his 1 run. 233 for 7 Warwickshire. And finally, the close at Chester Street, Durham 197 all out. Worcestershire in reply 367. 5 wickets for England pace bowler Mark Wood. Timely boost for him with the first test match against South Africa on the horizon, and you were to suspect that Wood is the man most likely to take the place of Chris Wokes, who is of this parish and sidelined with a side strain. Field converges for Umeed, who plays off the back foot. That's almost got through. Instead he forces it into the offside. 234 for 7. The applause is for the 50 partnership.
I bet this has come at a decent pace. It has 50 off 73 balls in 50 minutes. Now that, in the context of the Warwickshire innings, is rapid. That's T20 stuff from what we've seen from these two, but it's just what has been required. I think it's been helped massively by the way that Jeetan Patel's come out and batted. He's kind of also, pushed Umeed on as well.
Parry round the wicket to Patel, firm drive through the 2 offside ring fielders. The man has to come in from the cover boundary. Just a single taken. So the score moves on to 235 for 7. I just wondered if I was ahead of the scoreboard or not. I'm not. 235 for 7. Jeetan Patel has 26 from 36, rocketing along in the context of this game. And Andrew Umeed into the 90s. He waits for Stephen Parry down the track. Umeed over mid-on. Where's this come from? He's going to take a couple of runs. It's Jordan Clark who has to go back and do the fielding. I can only assume that Andrew Umeed has just temporarily lost his mind, because he's done nothing of the sort all day. He's pushed the ball back, and from nowhere he's danced down the track, lofted over mid-on for a couple. End of the over, 237 for 7. Umeed has 93, Patel has 26. He's rocketing along now, this fella.
It's the mystery of the floodlight and the pink ball. It's doing weird things to people. It's bringing Andrew Umeed 2 steps down the pitch to Stephen Parry when he's not moved out of his crease all day. I think I think the way that Patel has come out to bat has had a bit of a knock-on effect, a little bit, for Andrew Umeed. I think it's maybe just what, first and foremost, it's actually just what Warwickshire needed to try and move it on. They were in danger really of just not really getting anywhere today. Couldn't really find too many runs consistently. Lancashire get chipping away at wickets. Well, this has just pushed them forward a bit. Now within touching distance of that Lancashire score. Yes, ideal for Warwickshire. And in the middle of all this subplot of this, what would be quite an astonishing marathon of a century if he can get there. He's at the non-strikers end. Jeetan Patel's on 26. Lancashire are playing about with the field, and they've pushed Anderson to a leg gully. There's a long leg, there's a deep mid wicket, there's a third man and a deep backward point.
Phil Britt lurks behind us. Oh, he says he's only watching.
And here is Clark, who'll bowl around the wicket. I suspect with this field Jeetan Patel might be receiving a couple of short balls. Clark in, bowls, I think tries to get it in short, but it was down the leg side and gathered by Davis. So maybe right arm round the wicket, bowl it in short with a leg slip, a long leg and a deep square leg.
Yeah, it's not subtle, is it, from Jordan Clark? It's almost like the plan that we saw for Shivnarine Chanderpaul, employed by Warwickshire yesterday. You knew he was going to get some short stuff. And certainly the same to Patel. Leg gully, 2 men out on the hook.
Here comes Clark back in, bowls short again, and Jeetan Patel ignores it, bends the knees, stands upright, turns out to square leg, fiddles around with his pads, and it is well signposted. He probably knows what's going to come, and so far he's been able to successfully duck underneath each delivery that Clark has served up. Remains on 26. 237 for 7. It's in reply to Lancashire's 273. 36 runs from bringing it level as Clark in short, and this does come off the face of the bat, but he's dealt with it okay there. Jeetan Patel is shuffled right back into his crease and then just drops the ball down into the offside in front of Stephen Parry at short cover. There's no run.
the plan from Clark's ambitious, because we've spoken about that this is actually quite a slow surface, so to trouble anyone with the short ball you're really going to have to bend your back. But Clark has just done that. Patel didn't look comfortable at all trying to ride that bouncer, and it popped up into the offside when it could have gone anywhere.
What's up next? Clark in. No, that's too short. And in fact it's signalled as a no ball. Indeed. Yes, quite get that one right, Jordan Clark. Turns and struts back to his bowling mark with the city of Birmingham behind him. It is very much day-night, genuine feel to it now. The floodlights in full effect. Pink ball in the bowler's hand. It's just something a little different. It's brought an extra dimension to this county championship fixture. Over the wicket he bowls. Patel forward. It's not a good shot. He's beaten. Shuffling down the pitch, pushing at it. Past the edge, through to Davis, the keeper. And there's no run. Partnership worth 55 between Jeetan Patel and Andrew Umeed, who waits unbeaten on 93 at the non-striker's end from 319 balls. He's battered all day. Rehearses another forward defensive at the non-striker's end as Clark turns and comes back in towards us. Just one slip and a gully. Little Fuller on off stump, driven back to the bowler by Jeetan Patel, hit firmly back down the pitch and stopped by Clark, and there's no run.
The spectators that have braved it, some are still here. I'd say that actually largely we've retained the numbers. I'm looking towards the Wyatt stand because that's thinned out, but I'm also thinking that a lot of the spectators have actually dispersed around the ground a little bit more than they did yesterday. We've spoken a lot about how any notion that day-night cricket might attract more fans simply is not the case.
Clark in, bowls, he's pitched it Fuller onto leg stump and it's tickled nicely through the onside by Jeetan Patel. It's worth a couple of runs for him. Nice little flick off the pads. And Patel moves to 28. And that completes the over. And Warwickshire are 241 for 7. And Andrew Umeed 7 runs shy of 3 figures.
BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra from Edgbaston. Warwickshire versus Lancashire County Championship Division 1. Day 2 of this day-night fixture. Warwickshire 241 for 7 in response to Lancashire's 273 all out. On 5 Live at the moment you'll hear a preview of the Tour de France, which begins at the weekend in Dusseldorf, because obviously all cycling races in France begin in Germany. Stephen Parry is going to begin a new over with his left arm around the wicket. Orthodox spin, slip, short cover in place, and he's into Andrew Umeed now. That's a length delivery that Umeed forces back down the ground towards the bowler. Scott Reed has made way and Richard Wilford is alongside me.
Well, it's been just one of the most intriguing days, and you have to love your cricket to have enjoyed it, but it's been fascinating.
Parry's got 4 on his back, dark air, short delivery that Umeed cuts. Can't pick that ball up. Has it gone quickly to the man at cover? It has. They think about a second, but it's turned down because that's a good arm that comes in from the cover sweeper. 242 for 7. Umeed has 6 within one blow of that second first class 100.
That would take us by surprise, though. The context of the innings has been remarkable. Certainly the second half of his innings has been somewhat brisker. 220 balls for his first 50. He's had another 101 since then to add 44. So it is a bit sharper.
Jeetan Patel, the New Zealand international, right-hander, settles over his bat, then halts Parry because he's heard something behind him. We try again. Parry round the wicket. Patel defends, oohs and ahs from Alex Davis, the wicket-keeper under the helmet behind the stumps. He's done a lot. He's done that a lot today, Davis. Oohed and ahed when nothing's really happened. Sometimes when the balls just come off the middle of the bat. Parry casts a shadow in 5 directions because of the 5 floodlight pylons that are beaming down on him. He adjusts his field slightly. He asks Shivnarine Chanderpaul at deep backward square leg to go a touch finer. Now he's in, and it's a quicker delivery that Patel forces into the onside. There's no run. There are 2 deliveries remaining of the over in the over. 242 for 7. Lights in the high-rise buildings in the city of Birmingham are just starting to shine a touch brighter as Parry twinkles in towards them and defends Jeetan Patel on the front foot. He's just walking back towards us now, Parry. He pulls the sleeves up on his short sleeve shirt, a couple of paces, then a hop and a skip, throws his arms in the air down the leg side, turns to the straight, and Patel defends on the front foot. End of the over, 5 remaining in the day. Warwickshire 242 for 7 in response to Lancashire's 273.
Well, Jeetan Patel is showing considerable restraint by his standards against the slower bowlers. He usually adopts a reasonably uncomplicated technique and will look to strike the ball straight off the spinners, but 28 off 47 balls, a very useful hand. It has Warwickshire within 8 runs of getting a second batting bonus point, and they've been hard to come by for them this year. Also, the chances of Lancashire coming out to bat again today are diminishing rapidly because we're only 5 overs from close.
I'm going to get out of here.
Because
I'm going to go and write a report for the BBC Sport website.
Oh, look at that. He's a man of words. I'm loving that. Thanks very much to Stefan Schemmelt for all his work during the course of today. Jordan Clark is going to continue from the far end. 3 wickets for him today. Trott, Bell and Ambrose. Not a bad haul as he comes in from the Birmingham end, just back of a length, guided into the leg side by Umeed. And a decent stop. Phil Britt, who amongst other things looks after the museum here at Edgbaston, slides in alongside me, and it has got that look of a bright outfield that we'd often see during the T20 Blast season or the daylight matches in the Royal London One Day Cup. And it's an interesting spectacle.
Well, certainly the floodlights have taken real effect here, both nights, last night, tonight.
A lot of shadows as Umeed clips the ball into the offside. No is the bold shout from Jeetan Patel. One thing we have noted about Umeed in recent weeks is that he's not always the best judge of a single. He's been involved in a couple of run-outs in the last 2 championship matches.
Yeah, I think the ball is much easier to see now that the floodlights have actually taken impact. It's that middle bit, it's that bit between it going, that twilight bit, where I do think picking the ball up is difficult.
Umeed looking to cut this through the offside. There'll certainly be one. There's a chase around the boundary for the 12th man. Aaron Lilly, they're coming back for 2. It would have to be a direct hit from afar because nobody got behind the bowler's stumps. So that was probably a decent calculated risk, and it takes Umeed to 96 now. 244 for 7, Warwickshire. So within a boundary of what would be his second county championship 100.
Which is a pretty good performance for would be for somebody who's played so little cricket.
Yep. As he waits once more, it's a bouncer from Clark, a real effort ball. You heard the grunt as he bent into that, and it went well above the head of Umeed, who would, due to the delicious quirks of cricket statistics, his line would currently read 100-150, and he can change that to 2 and 0. He can knock 50s out of his account. He will get, you would think, a prolonged run at the top of the order with Ian Westwood's retirement yesterday.
Well, he's certainly taken full advantage, hasn't he, of the opportunity.
Clark in again. Umeed off his toes turns it into the leg side for his 97th run. 245 for 7, and Lancashire's lead is down to 28. It's a crying shame that the weather forecast for tomorrow is, let's say, inclement.
Scott and I, while you and Stefan were on, just had a look at the forecast for tomorrow, just to see if things had changed, and if it could get any worse. I don't quite know where they'd fit the raindrops onto the map.
If you get locust pestilence, you know
Noah has actually started banging some wood together at the back of the box.
The commentators will go in 2 by 2. Final ball of Clark's over, with just over 4 overs left in the day. Round the wicket to Jeetan Patel. He's tried to use some short stuff. He's got a leg slip in Jimmy Anderson, but Jeetan Patel's too wise to that this time, and he just ducks underneath it. 4 overs left on the day's play on the BBC website and on 5 Live Sports Extra. Phil Britt, myself, Richard Wilford. You've been hearing from Scott Reed and Stefan Schemmelt as well. The conclusion of today's play under the lights in the county championship. I hope that those of you who've been down the grounds, the 9 matches that are being played, I hope you've enjoyed it. I think our general opinion is you wouldn't necessarily want to see it done more than once a season, but they've been very unlucky with the weather, let's face it, and those grounds that didn't see any play at all today. But it's just been something different without losing the feel of a real game of Championship cricket.
Yeah. Andrew Mead, 97, will be facing. Stephen Parry starts a new over from the pavilion end. And Mead waits, Parry's in. Mead goes back and clips this one just behind square on the onside. He thinks about a second, but Jeetan Patel had just jogged on past the wicket keeper, Alex Davis, and was not interested, not looking, just settled for the single. So Mead moves to 98, 246 for 7. There was again, we were talking, we just wondered whether Andrew Mead had had a look at tomorrow's weather forecast and realised if he was going to get 100, he'd got to do it tonight.
Well, he wouldn't want to have to come and start again tomorrow regardless, even if play started promptly. You know, you want to cash in tonight if you can.
Parry in. Jeetan Patel is wrapped on the pad. There's a big appeal, particularly from the wicket keeper. I think a bit of a giveaway there that Stephen Parry really only joined in a little late, and I think it was really as a result of Alex Davis's appeal.
And Davis himself was moving down the leg side.
Yeah.
That pitched outside leg.
He was trying to sweep the ball as. This one is short, and this one is clipped away through mid-wicket by Jeetan Patel for a single. 247 for 7. This brings Umeed back onto strike on 98.
More than a full day's batting for Andrew Umeed. Talking nearly 5 hours to reach 50.
Here's Parry on his way in. He bowls, and Umeed is forward to that one, runs it out to mid-wicket. There's no run.
No amount of chirping from the fielder seems to have got into his head as well. When Ashley Giles was with us a little bit earlier, the sporting director these days here at Edgbaston, he was saying that he felt that there'd been quite a lot of chatter out there.
Particularly from James Anderson to him, I think. This one from Parry brings Umeed forward again, solidly playing that one back down to the bowler, who fields off his own bowling. So one more ball in this over for Umeed to get those 2 runs to take him to a second century in first-class cricket. Is in this one again, though he's not having it off this ball because he kills the spin. End of another over. He's on 98, and Warwickshire on 247 for 7.
And the other statistic now is that the Bears are only 3 runs away from a second batting bonus point, which looked a little bit unlikely early on. I mentioned the habit they've had for the best part of a decade now. For some reason, this has been a persistent theme with Warwickshire in the County Championship. The number of times in the first innings they get what I call the reverse split, where wickets 6 to 10 accrue more runs than wickets 1 to 5. I mean, they've had so many good players down the order, the likes of Chris Woakes, Keith Barker, Ricky Clark, Neil Carter, if you go back full 10 years. Jeetan Patel himself, who made 72 batting at number 9 last week in the first innings at Chelmsford. They have an uncanny knack of making good runs for the second half of the innings. And he'll face up to Jordan Clark now. It's full as he clipped that it's a terrible drop by Chanderpaul. He's clipped that straight into the hands of mid-on, and Chanderpaul, who didn't move his feet, trusted his hands to make the catch, and he's tipped it over the crossbar. 2 more to Patel. He's 31. It's 249 for 7.
Yeah, whether he picked it up straight off the bat, although his hands went straight up for it, so I think it was just a little bit of mistiming from him at this late part of the day.
Jordan Clark contemplates the Birmingham City skyline and has some thoughts as he comes in short of a length, guided down behind square on the offside, and Warwickshire have their second batting point, 250 for 7, this being the 107th over. I don't think they can anticipate getting any further than that. 7 hours and 8 minutes incidentally, which tells us just how long Andy Umeed has been batting for this innings. It comes up rather conveniently on the scoreboard. So beyond 7 hours for his 98, and the gap between the two sides is just 23 runs.
Certainly, Warwickshire were 5 down for just over 100. They'd have bought this figure.
Outside off stump, through the offside, and that's it! That's the century for Andy Umeed! Just over 7 hours, an extraordinary effort from him. It took him 220 balls to get his first 50. 111 for the second. He's hit 6 fours in all, and that really is remarkable. That's a meaningful hug from Jeetan Patel. His experience, I think, has helped guide him over the line here. And Andy Umeed fully deserves that. I think it's a career best. If I remember rightly, his previous century was out for 101. And they're standing at the far end of the ground, the spectators who stayed.
Yeah.
That is one of the more remarkable centuries you will see, lasting more than 106 overs.
And terrific performance by the young man, and he's played well in the second team this year. He's got big scores in the seconds. He's brought it into the first team. Well done.
Jordan Clark starts in before Umeed was entirely ready, but then sends in an utter waste of a bouncer.
Great to see, and it was good to see that folks have stayed on to see that. They've seen him get his 100, and one or two of them just having seen it now are making their way home. But great to see that Andrew Umeed has, again, Warwickshire looking for some of the youngsters to come forward to actually step up to the mark, and he's certainly done it today.
Clark into Umeed once more, clipped off his pads through square leg for a single. He's to 103, 255 for 7. The deficit now under 20. This partnership worth 71 for the 8th wicket. Already the second biggest in the innings. It's not too far away from being the biggest. And yeah, I mean, 2 young players have stepped up in this match for Warwickshire. George Panayi, the 19-year-old on his championship debut, deserved his 3 wickets yesterday and will be on a hat-trick when he first bowls in Lancashire's second innings.
I think, you know, we've been very critical about some of the aspects of Warwickshire's cricket this year, but 3 of the youngsters who've come in, Sonny Singh and George Panayi in his first bowl on the opening day, and now Andrew Umeed, are showing at least that Warwickshire have got players who can develop on, and there's something to work with there, that's for sure.
Lancashire have been something of the blueprint in bringing young players through in the last couple of years. One of them is Jordan Clark, who bowls now outside off stump to Patel, who's hammered this through the offside. Long chase for Aaron Lilly. He's not going to be able to cut it off. That was a very lucrative over for Warwickshire. Clark has had a very heavy workload today. He's bowled 22 overs and taken 3 for 72, but Patel to 36, Umeed on 103. And this now is the biggest partnership of the innings at 75. Warwickshire 259 for 7 with 2 overs remaining.
Lovely shot, that one from Jeetan Patel. Another little round of applause for Umeed's figures being read out on the PA system. But it really has been well worth watching. At times it's been it was hard work watching it, let's be honest. The first 50 off 222 balls, but it's certainly speeded up considerably, and it's a great performance. So,
and it'd be a shame if the weather tomorrow prevented us from seeing a really, really good conclusion to this game, because it's a real belter.
Here's Parry, starts what will be his final over of the day to Umeed, who plays the first ball back down. It's important now that Umeed just sees these 2 overs out and goes to stumps. From the Warwickshire point of view, and Lancashire by the same token will be desperate to try and get a breakthrough in these last 2 overs. Who's Umeed? There's Parry round the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Umeed to play that defensive shot. We've seen a lot of it today, but it's been fairly solid throughout the day. We've got men in short mid-wicket, short extra cover for Parry, as this one he gives plenty of air to, and Umeed just runs it away into the offside. 259 for 7. So a couple of batting points for each side here, and Parry turns, comes in round the wicket, bowls. Umeed goes back and cuts this one away, but just to extra cover. There's no run. So just a couple of balls left in Parry's over, and that'll be his work done for the day. And, Stephen Croft doing a bit of warming up down below us as Parry is in. Again, forward comes Umeed, kills the spin. Parry just bends down and feels off his own bowling. floodlights now really fully effective, and being on most of the day here today, there was a little period where it was quite difficult picking the ball up, but now it's beautiful, good light. As forward again comes Umeed. He plays that over, a good over from Stephen Parry. His work is done, and there is 1 over remaining in the day.
Yep, nearly done at Edgbaston. Day 2 of this experiment. All 9 championship matches this week being played under these conditions, and at times today it's been attritional, but Warwickshire have got themselves into a position where they're back in this game in what's been a difficult season with 4 innings defeats. That's quite something. Elsewhere in Division 1, just to let you know, Surrey 516 for 7 declared a brilliant big 100 by Kumar Sangakkara. Yorkshire 27 for 1 when rain brought a premature close. Very little play at Southampton. Somerset 43 for 1, trail Hampshire by 168. No play at all today at Chelmsford, nor in Division 2 at Hove. At Trent Bridge they're still playing with Kent 94 for 4, still trailing Nottinghamshire by 97 in the hope of making them bat again. Northants 60 for 3 in their second innings against Leicestershire. They lead by 164. Stephen Croft prepares to bowl the final over of the day. Jeetan Patel on strike on 36. Let's see if he puts the shutters up. Patel turns the ball towards square on the leg side, no run. At Sophia Gardens, Derbyshire 2 without loss in their second innings lead Glamorgan by 53, and rain brought an early close at Chestler Street. Give you that score in a moment after Croft comes in again and is defended out into the offside by Patel. Worcestershire made 367 all out. Brett D'Oliveira with a century. They lead Durham on first innings by 170 runs. 4 balls left maximum for the day here at Edgbaston with Warwickshire 259 for 7, 14 runs behind, and Jeetan Patel, I think he's going to spare Andy Umeed facing any more deliveries unless he nicks one for a single. Umeed understandably will be tired. 339 balls into this innings, and Patel very much watchful.
Yeah, I think Jeetan Patel has once again has really provided the perfect fall for Andy Umeed in this back part of the innings.
He almost managed to dab that one behind square for a single, the penultimate ball. Andy Umeed with a cry of "No! Please no!" He should close the day barring a sensational run out. Unbeaten on 103 now, his second championship century of his career. Croft with the final ball to Patel, who tries to clip it behind square. It's not taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper Alex Davis, but Patel will finish the day on 36 not out, and Warwickshire have batted all day through 96 overs and scored 236 runs, accelerating in the final session, and have got themselves right back into this game, recovering from 135 for 5 to close on 259 for 7. 3 wickets today for Jordan Clark. Jimmy Anderson took 1 today to add to his 1 yesterday. A brilliant caught and bowled to dismiss Sammy Hayne. But this game is very interestingly poised indeed. Play due to restart tomorrow at 2 o'clock in all 9 of the county championship matches that continue into their 3rd day. On behalf of all of the team here, Scott, Phil, Stefan and myself, Richard, it's a very good evening from Edgbaston.